Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the ERCL. It's been a pretty crazy day of tournaments so far, and I am not there, but I'm here in spirit. My name is Scaz, and welcome to the beginning of the Duos ERCL event. We have lots of crazy action for you today, and I'm looking forward to getting into it. MOTF, you there, buddy?
Yeah, I am here, and I'm glad to be here today. You know, I just got done casting the 30K tournament, and here we are going straight into duos, which I've said before is one of my favorite formats. So I'm really looking forward today with the group of talent that we have to exactly what we're going to get to see.
Yeah, duos is honestly one of my favorite, it's honestly one of my favorite formats in general. It actually might just be my favorite format overall. The amount of like complexity in the strategies that you can bring out while still having that dynamic gameplay of having a lot of teams in each match. It's a lot of fun, and I'm really excited to see what our players have brought for us today. Before we get into things, I want to give a huge shout out to Michael Udall and Crone and all the guys over there at 30K for putting on such a awesome solos tournament earlier today. So guys, huge shout out. That was a lot of fun. If you guys missed it, it was crazy good action. You should check it out over on Michael Udall's channel. But as for today, we actually do have some pretty, honestly, some pretty crazy groups set up for you. There are 9 groups, each of 18 players each, which is a total of 162 roughly players in this tournament. There'll be 9 groups played over today, and then by tomorrow we're gonna have the semifinals where the top 3 teams from each group will be facing off against each other to try and get those last spots to get into the finals that will take place next weekend. Have you seen the groups that are gonna be like in this tournament? Have you seen the groups, Motif?
I have seen the groups, it just small glances though, to be honest, and like I said before, honestly, really stacked lobbies. For instance, this one right here, we have a lot of top players being ERBS, Proster, you know, an absolute monster of a duo, absolute terror and Rat Jammer, Kyoya and Passant. Like, the list goes on. There's just so many good players that we're going to get to see here, and I'm interested in seeing what kind of strategies they bring to the duos table.
Yeah, so ERBS is actually going to be a player we're going to be seeing in this first round of the tournament. ERBS, if I'm not mistaken, ERBS actually just won that tournament that I was just talking about, the 30K tournament that was played earlier today. So like, ERBS is on a roll. He is feeling hot right now because he had done so well earlier today. We also do, like you just said, we have Passant, we have Kyoya, Absolute Terror, Rat Jammer. These are players who have been doing very well consistently on ladder lately and have been playing in these tournaments as well. So like, everyone is still like hot off of those games. It should be pretty exciting to see what this group, and those names are just from this group, by the way, and remember there's still 8 other groups in addition to this one, so there's still so much to get through. Also, like, I just want to talk more about the groups that are currently being played first, because we have 3 sets of 3 groups. So in the other groups that are playing right now, we have Celeste and Homecoming, Slim 13 and Bink X. We have Fanghua and Fakula. That's all in Group A. In Group B, we have Pi and Ellison. We have Tolkien, Ghost Electricity, and White Rabbit, Sleeping Lion. Like, as far as the highlight players from these other groups, every group is stacked. If you think this group is stacked, it's because every single group is actually insanely stacked, and it continues on for the rest of the day too.
No, you're definitely right, and at this point, it's like, there's really no lobby that you would probably feel like you're better off suited in, because there's nowhere you can go to get away from this level of play. Getting into it, we're already seeing some characters on different picks than where they would normally play, or players on different characters. For instance, Proster, well known for his Razi, is actually playing Jackie for his duo today. And then, you know, if we go through, Passant will be playing on Adela, a pick that he does play often, but it's more of a lower tier pick in solos, and in duos I think it has a lot better potential.
Yeah, so I actually have a lot to say about I don't know about specifically Passant on Adela, but like, Adela in duos in general is a lot better than people give her credit for. Like, she's obviously kind of underperforming in solos. I think that's not like a super spicy take to say that she's underperforming in solos, but in duos, Adela's actually really good. Like, I really think she's like A to A plus tier. She's a very solid character. She brings a lot of burst. She brings a lot of mobility, a lot of sort of like poke and zone control. She's actually really an exceptional character. So I'm excited to see what Passant's going to be bringing, because Passant's also one of the only players who's been really grinding on that Adela lately.
For sure. And something I want to bring up while we're at this, I've been casting a lot of games lately, so I get to see a lot of what's going on for the meta as for what these players are thinking about, and I have seen 4 people at archer range minimum every single game. it's just such a highly contested zone, and we see that some players make the adaptation specific, like ERBS, for instance, starting alley to kind of compensate for these just overrun of people who want to start in these locations. Why do you think it is that makes archery range so enticing at the moment?
Well, so I can tell you for sure, one of the main reasons why you're seeing so many people starting archery range, especially in like this lobby, is because we have not one, not two, but 3 Hedgens in this group. And most Hedgens tend to do some sort of routing that goes around, you know, the lines of like archery, alley, forest, avenue. That's like the pretty standard, most common route for Hedgen, because there's paper there. You get the you get nails, which you have to get for, you know, finishing your elemental bow. There's a lot of reasons why Hedgens want to be there. As far as just amp builds in general go, archery range has been very popular lately.
That's very true. And speaking of like duos teams, Shixto, I hope I say that correctly, and Sunny, both are they seem to be running builds that just coincide, finishing up in a hotel, make very big power spikes. Magnum Boa has been a very like prominent weapon in this point in the game, I think, and it's something we're going to see more of.
Ooh, so something that might be happening here, we do have Sunny already with the finished Devil's Marksman. Valediction still on a white weapon, so I'm not sure if they're necessarily going to be able to like take that fight. If Sunny like rushes them down, that could be really, really dangerous for Valediction and Choco BB. So one thing that we need to talk about, which is, oh, hold on. Looks like there might be an engagement breaking out over here between Proster and, oh my god, Proster gets caught by Yexen and Daystrick. I don't think his teammate ERBS is anywhere to be found, or has rather just decided to concede this fight because he only has a blue weapon, whereas Yexen and Daystrick already have both of their weapons finished and quite a bit more. And Proster, one of the favored to get out of this group in first place, ends up dropping as our first blood. That is a significant upset.
Yeah, when you think about it, they're 2 of the people that a lot of groups would just to say, like, oh, they're probably slotted to win this thing. But ERBS, being behind like he is, runs into a Hedgen who has pretty much the same build as him, but just a little more built. And then, of course, the Shoichi, they can just pick off his teammate, and now he's just down on his own. So at this point, ERBS may just have to look for placement. But, of course, there is that kind of, like, shaky team rule that if he finds another solo, they could like patchwork together a team of some kind.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I gotta say, Yexen and Daystrick was not necessarily a team that I was putting a lot of stock into going into this event, but they are already showing themselves as very strong contenders. Both of them having quite a lot finished quite fast. These are 2 very meta builds at the moment. This is the Shoichi build that goes from Factory Chapel to Forest, finishes 3 things, and it catches up with a Hedgen quite early. Now, a Naval is in trouble, gets the root down onto Yexen, throwing the W down in just the right position, tries to E away to get the distance, but Yexen is quite sticky and is going to make sure he gets right on top of that Hedgen and take her down. Ooh, but a miscue. Anavel might be able to get away from this with 1 more E, but it's not going to look like it. Anavel goes down.
It's always a shame to see them drop like this. Annabelle is definitely a player that, you know, she's one of the other Hedgen players, and I think at this point we're just starting to see where it's like, the fastest Hedgen is going to be the dominant one, you know, being able to take off the competition because they just manage to get their items online and can keep the zone in control and just take them out, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Hedgen may just end up being a risky pick. We may actually see someone like ERBS swap off eventually. ERBS popping his ultimate, getting stunned by the Hyunwoo. He may go down here, but he does get away with the teleport.
Yeah, something that's really important in these duo matches, which is if you just watch the ERCL solos event, or if you watch the 30K solos event earlier today, you probably kind of get the idea that like, well, if you're in a bad position, if you're, you know, you take a bad fight and you end up losing, you're dead and you're out of the round. But it's not quite the case for duos. In duos, if your teammate dies and you feel like you have no chance of surviving, you can very easily just run away and go for placement. And that's what ERBS really wants to do here. But the thing is that if he ends up getting caught early, that is going to be a rough placement, as he will end up going down in last place for the first game. Honestly, like, this is something that I want to like talk about. It's more about duos grouping, how fast you group, how well you funnel your items. I really think Daystrick and Yexen were the team that really kind of showed that they had come the most prepared of these teams. They were in Forest with a lot finished super fast. I don't know how much of that was a funnel or if they just happened to have good RNG on their routing, but man, the fact that they were able to be there and have so much done so quickly means they really do know what they're doing when it comes to setting up their duo route. And I think that's just sort of maybe catching ERBS and Proster off guard. Maybe they've been playing a lot of solos lately, not necessarily preparing those duo routes quite as much.
Well, I have seen Averse and Proster working together for duos on the, like, you know, off time and stream and such, but there is a big aspect that comes with this, that Averse did just come out of a solos tournament. We actually see C-Wager may go down to Radjammer in Absolute Terror. He does, so we're going to have to see if Not Rats is going to be able to save his teammate or not.
Wait, he might be able to pull his teammate over the wall. Yeah, he pulled him over the wall to try and revive him. I don't think they've seen this, or maybe they have. Okay, no, they definitely know that it's happening. Absolute Terror going to try and finish him off, but he can't stop the revive. C-Wager is back up. Nice little revive there by Not Rats. That was a really nice heads up play. I love that, actually. That was really cool. Pulling him over the wall like that. Nicely done.
The duos tech is pretty interesting coming into this. I'm sorry, I kind of got lost for a second.
So currently, currently, I just want to talk about the fact that, like, I noticed this every time I have casted a duos or squad tournament before. Something that you always see is the first game, teams tend to take a while to group up, but then as the tournament progresses, as the matches progress within those groups, you always see games 2, games 3. That's when players start grouping so much earlier, because they sort of recognize the value of being underbuilt but together. Because if you die early, if you lose your teammate early, that's really, really rough. I'd rather have you be alive with like terrible items than you be dead, pretty much.
That is definitely true. We're going to see builds that what I'm interested in seeing mostly is these duos only builds, where it's like it only works in tandem with other things. You know, like the route wouldn't work in solos because you're missing like a single item or like a single component for somewhere else, and you can get like your teammate to bring you that item and help you finish it out. Funneling, like you mentioned earlier, just getting one person on a like super strong build really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say also one more thing kind of to add on to that is that in addition to seeing builds that you wouldn't ever see otherwise because you can get an item from somewhere else that your teammate brings, there's also the idea of like just running a bad build. Like there are some builds that are just not good, but you run them because you get like a nice early spike. You know, you have a motorcycle helmet and some other stuff that kind of looks like it's a finished build, but you're with your teammate the whole time, and that's enough. Even if you're not like actually using optimal items or finished items, you just have it at the right place at the right time so you can meet up with your teammate early. That's definitely a thing in duos too. It's just running non-optimal builds so you can stick with your teammate. Oh no, Yexen and Daystrick will be finding a verse once more over here in Hospital. He pops the ult to try and get his distance. A fear lands onto both Daystrick and Yexen, but unless he gets the jump over the wall, this might spell the end of Averse and Proster in round 1 of the ERCL duos. He gets the jump over the wall. A very nice position. That's gonna be really hard to catch up, especially for the Shoichi. It's really only the Hedge that can give chase, but man, that's a nice escape right there. But he is on green shoes, so that might not
He is on green shoes, but so is Daystrick. Daystrick has Heelys, but Daystrick does have Imperial Burgeonet finish.
That is true, and that does give him a little bit of movement speed.
Right, you know, they have the chase potential, but I don't think it's as bad as like running into someone else who has full boost finish, like maybe Crimson Sky.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And one more thing that's kind of interesting to me, we have a Magnus Zahir duo comp. Now that's not something I see all the time. I think Magnus is a lot better in team modes than he is in solo modes, so I wouldn't be surprised personally to see a lot more Magnus in this tournament. But Magnus here, I feel like I never really see this sort of combination, but it has potential. I think this is actually a pretty good combo, and their itemization looks on point. So I'd be excited to see what Crimson Sky and Yoruji can bring in this first group.
That's a pretty good point to make, though. I personally do not play a lot of duos, and a lot of it's just because it's only now picking up again in popularity in NA. So I'm not familiar with what the meta team comps would be, and it's nice to have that kind of insight, you know? At this point, I would expect to see a lot more Hyejin, because she just seems like a really nice teammate to like fill out missing holes. She's got CC, she's got damage, she's got the mobility, and she's able to just pin down targets that other people may not be able to. But I'm wondering if we're going to see anything more towards like right here. We see C-Wagger on Hyunwoo. We could see like Tang Wu followed up with someone like a Razi.
He canceled the meteorite pickup.
Oh yeah, that's a shame.
No. We have Absolute Terror and Radjammer trying to steal that that meteor from them, and they're posturing around it. But we also have Yexen and Daystrick not far behind, kind of closing in on the position. They have the console, so they see that there is something happening over here. And then we also have Shixto and Sunny on the side trying to take it. They cannot get that meteor. It is not going to happen. Oh my gosh, this is the fight that has been lasting so long, as we have 4 teams all coalesced over here in Alley. Oh my gosh.
Not to mention that the bear just respawned on the side too, so I would guess whoever gets this...
Huge jumping by Ratchammer and Absolute Terror, taking down Shixo. It's gonna be just Sunny running away into the red zone to try and get away, but we also remember we do have this this blue team on the side ready to third party this, but it's not like there was that much used by Ratchammer and Absolute Terror in that fight. Man, I don't think Shixo had any idea that there was a team just hanging out in this convenience store. That is silly.
Yeah, no, and the amount of damage they can pump out especially is just insane. Passant and Kyoya were able to pick up the Wicca line, so they're going to be one of the teams that we have to watch out for in just terms of damage and just resources, because at this point, they do have the VF Blood, the Force Core, and then a possibly random third item that could just be like anything, you know?
I'm receiving a heads up that Shixo is pronounced Shoto. Just a heads up.
Shoto, thank you.
Shoto. So we do have Absolute Terror and Ratchammer. After an hour of contesting this one meteor in alley, do end up getting it, and Seawagger and Notrats were forced through the red zone to walk all the way through the archery red zone. Now we do have a fight breaking out between Yexin and Daystrick and Kyoya, and I believe it's Passant's team. Remember, Passant's team is the one with Wick. Daystrick, oh, so low. Both these players, it looks like Passant could take this at any second, but his teammate is down, and Yexin is still full HP. So Passant is going to be forced to run away. Man, doesn't matter that they have Wick buff. This is just a fight that does not go in the favor of Kyoya and Passant.
That's very true, and now we have to worry about who had the Wicca line items, right? Because if they happen to get the down on Passant's teammate, Kyoya, and get the resources from him, that's just going to put Passant even further behind. Passant could find another teammate eventually, but at this point, it looks like he might actually be able to pick his teammate up.
Yeah.
Maybe not. There's just so much other teams going on here that it's like, it's going to be a hard choice to make.
It looks like Ratchammer and Absolute Terror are not aware of the fact that Kyoya was even here. He even hid in the bush for a second. The perfect timing. Passant's going to be able to grab Kyoya. This is no longer a fractured team. They are back up at it. Although I will say that though, Kyoya does lose the Wick buff. When you do go down, it's another thing, if you only play solos, you probably don't know this. If you go down in a team mode and you get picked back up again, you will actually be losing that Wick buff. It does not get carried over if you get revived again. Valediction going down to Notrats and Seawagger over here in Hotel. As we have 4 teams now meeting over here in Hotel.
Yeah, this is just one of those classic situations of not being grouped with your duo. Jacoby goes down to Averse. It's funny enough. So our solo player does manage to sneak his own solo kill on the side.
So I think what happened there, we were watching what was happening in Avenue. I think what happened was Valediction might have gotten caught on the TP after Choco BB had just TP'd over to Temple, so their team got split up. You know, team 6, Seawagger and Notrats picking up who was it? Valediction, while Choco BB went over to the 1v1 against Averse and ended up losing that fight. So kind of an ideal scenario for Averse, finding a solo player. That's what he wants to do because he is a solo player himself. He's not opting to try and team with them. He is opting to try and murder them. And that is exactly what happened. Nicely done, Averse.
Very well. And to be honest, at this point, it's going to be a question of like just how long can you survive, what kills can you pick up. Like you said, placement is going to be very big here. Because it's duos, there won't be as many situations for teams to get kills, but you know, we've already seen a good chunk here. Notrats and Seawagger are getting into it with Ratchammer. It takes a huge chunk.
Yeah, that was a nice Q coming out of Notrats, did a lot of damage to both players. The ult does drop, but Absolute Terror was, I believe, in iframes when it got cast, so he does not have that applying to him. But Absolute Terror, very low, running away. Ratchammer has a decent amount of HP to work with. Notrats, the healthiest of all of these players. He's gonna go for the revive, but Absolute Terror is healing up in the background, and Ratchammer is gonna try. Oh, he's not going for the revive. Ooh, that's huge because Ratchammer actually has no way of interrupting that revive. If he wanted to go for it, he would have gotten it, but now Absolute Terror is full HP. And it's gonna be a much, much harder fight for them to finish off. They're going back in for the re-engage as Notrats tries to pick up Seawagger, and he cancels the revive right then and there. That is a missed opportunity and surely going to hurt in hindsight. But just like that, Notrats will be a solo player, just like several other players in this match.
Yeah, I don't know what the thought was there. He was stopping to make food. Maybe he had no food, and because of that, he thought it would be safer to make food. Averse taking a bunch of damage from the D-scale from Yuki. Wow. He does manage to get out, though.
Yeah, so Flaffy is playing Amp dual sword. That's why that D-skill was doing so much damage. But his ult's down, his D-skill's down. I think Averse just takes this no problem if he gets the proper spacing and the fear. But that boar, the MVP boar, is actually absorbing 3 of the omens of Averse's ultimate. So Flaffy is going to end up surviving just because of this really, really kind boar. Okay, well, Crimson Sky and Yoruji, they're kind of tanky. I honestly, they look sort of super tanky. We also have Passant and Kyoya. They seem to be aware that Flaffy is over here, and they're going to hunt down this rat, make sure he cannot get away, cannot go for more placement. Remember, Passant still does have Wake Buff for another minute or so. The Rapier still comes out. Passant is charging forward, throwing pawns down as much as possible, but none of them are quite connecting, just because they're just slightly out of the Adela's range there. Can't quite make those connect, but
right.
There's a nice attempt nonetheless.
Yeah, and she did have Queen coming up at that point, so I think if she could have gotten a little bit closer, getting the stun would have definitely helped secure it. Versus going for the D skill here. It's kind of interesting because it's like you see the solo player here, and he should be able to tell that she's soloed. They could make an alliance, but versus having none of that, he would rather just go for the next kill.
Yeah, and honestly, that's something that we've been noticing a lot in previous duo tournaments as well. People tend to not go for the scrappy alliance strategy. They tend to just try and clean up the solo kills, because if you're a solo player getting a chance to get a solo kill, oftentimes you're going to take that rather than risk getting backstabbed by some random person who's not supposed to be on your team. One more thing though.
That's very true.
Yeah, we have Ratchammer and Absolute Terror, who are honestly looking pretty good right now. We have Daystrick fighting against Kyoya and Passant. Daystrick ending up going down, our Hedgen player who was so dominant in the early game, but unfortunately Yexen was not able to really contribute to that in a meaningful way. But Nahrats is maybe coming here for the third party, not realizing that Passant and Kyoya are both full HP. The double bubble come down, and there we go. Nahrats does go down. Passant and Kyoya picking up one more kill, and with the final slap, Daystrick will go down as well.
Talk about a lot of damage coming from the Adela. Seems like in duos it really packs a punch. Verse getting kind of caught out here by the Magnus and the Zahir team. Crimson Sky is gonna move up for the chase. He does land his abilities, but Verse should just be able to teleport out.
Beautifully jumped over the wall, just barely landing in that pocket there. A good heads up dash away from Averse, but now Averse is being caught over in the corner as Ratchammer and Absolute Terror are both over here on rat cleanup duty. Unfortunately though, for them, Averse will actually find a way out. He saw that coming, and he got out of there. Right,
he seems like he's playing the never-ending story of Runaway at this point. Poor guy.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, Averse has been dealt a pretty tough hand, but he's been playing it extremely well. Like, really, like, everything he's been doing has been very, very, very well done. Very, very, very good play. I'm honestly super impressed to see that solo player doing so well right now in this situation, but unfortunately, being caught between two teams, he manages to sneak out once more. How on earth does he keep pulling this off?
It's part of just Hyejin's kit, I think. The fact that she can just go through walls and teleports as long as he... Oh my gosh, Flappy just ends up going down with so much damage coming from Passant and Kyoya.
Yeah, Passant dropped extremely low. That almost was a kill going over to Flaffy. Honestly, if Yexen decided to third party that, he might have been able to clean up the entire team and potentially get the kill there. But at this point, Passant and Kyoya, they have healed up more than enough, so Yexen cannot necessarily third party this and get the kill. And now he is going to be running right into Kyoya and Passant. Yexen, you have to run, my friend. You are in a lot of danger. He tries to stealth away, but it's not like he has a lot of places he can go. Kyoya and Passant, they are well aware of where he is and where he will be running. They're gonna maybe try and go for the cutoff over here on the left side of Avenue. Nope. They're opting to just try and cover that side, but no, it's not gonna turn into anything. Averse being caught over here by Yuruji and Crimson Sky will end up going down. Unfortunately, he had a good run as a solo player, but he will end up falling in the end.
Man, yeah, I mean, he had a good run though. I mean, that ends up putting him in what, 5th place? Pretty solid.
Sixth place with a kill, I think it was. It's not bad.
Yeah, no, 6th place. You're right, and that is a really good job by him. I think at this point, if I had to pick a team that I'm feeling a little better about, it's probably Passant and Kyoya. Because one thing I've actually been surprised is how strong Amp Dotharjuki is proving to be in this format. It just does so much damage, and I guess the damage scaling is to the point where he's not losing a bunch, and he's just able to provide so much burst to really just down a teammate and make it a 2v1 that quick.
Yeah, Amp Dual Sword Zuki, or sorry, just Dual Sword Zuki in general is at 97% damage dealt in duos, which is actually quite high. Most range characters are roughly around that 85% mark. So yeah, the fact that he can just like D-skill ult burst the hell out of anyone he runs into is a huge deal. Also, Passant playing Adela. You cannot be sleeping on Adela in duos mode. Adela is legitimately fantastic in duos mode. Does a ton of damage if you land that combo properly. And the ultimate is a great self-heal tool. Like legitimately, you'll see more of this sort of composition going forward. We've been seeing a lot more Adelas lately in duos.
I'm glad to hear it. For those of you who aren't completely aware on how Adela works, she has a stack mechanic. You can actually see it right under her health bar the next time we go over, where as she uses pawns, she builds up stacks up to 3, and then on her third one, she gains the ability called Promotion, where she, instead of dropping a pawn, she'll drop a queen, and it'll stun people in the area. And it's just a pretty nice mechanic, and that's why you see him dropping pawns so constantly.
Yeah, and there was a recent change to her kit. It used to be that she got movement speed when she crit people, but now it gives her movement speed when she is ready to launch that queen. So you'll be seeing them throwing out these pawns constantly because right now, yeah, you see that movement speed right there. That is when you're your fastest. Oh, a nice combo coming out. You see Absolute Terror dropping down to half HP already. Beautifully done by Passant. The ultimate goes down, and Absolute Terror does as well. It's just Radjammer versus Killia and Passant, but there's a third party by Crimson Sky and Yoruji. Oh, big bite coming out of the side. Lands on both Passant and Killia, but it will not do enough damage to take either of them down. But Absolute Terror is on the floor now, and there's going to be one more full team missing a player as Sonic runs into Radjammer, but Radjammer is able to take that kill no problem. Radjammer is in incredibly good shape at the moment with the 3 kills. Honestly, even if Absolute Terror and Radjammer go down here, they've still done pretty well, getting I believe it's 4 kills between them and decent placement, so not a bad result. But we only have 2 full teams up at the moment, so unless there's a revive here for Absolute Terror, it is about to be just a 2v1v1. It's a weird situation to be in.
I don't know, it looks like he might be able to sneak it up on the top side. There is a lot of fighting going on here, so it's hard to look away. Yexun still stuck in the middle. Their timer's really low. They're gonna have to get in there immediately.
4 seconds left. Both of them get back in. Absolute Terror is back in this game as Yexun does end up going down. It's now a 2v2v2. We got Absolute Terror spinning on everybody, but he does end up going down. Kyoya with the big dual swords. Rampage tagging several members of both teams. Now it's just a 2v2. Crimson Sky is getting comboed by Passant. Passant doing an insane job on that Ampadella, showing why that burst is so potent in these team modes. Kyoya trying to just force Crimson Sky out of the fight as Crimson Sky tries his best to fight to his last, but he will end up going down as Kyoya and Passant try to close out this final game, but unable to find the last hit.
Oh, Passant goes down to timer!
Kyoya with the final slash will end up taking it.
I mean, it is an extra kill at least, you know,
that's an
on
extra
their
kill
end.
for sure. That's huge for Crimson Sky.
Wow, what a wild game, especially for the in there. The fact that Radjammer was able to pick up his teammate, come back in, and just like help clean up towards that is ridiculous. But for me, Passant Kyoya ending with 7 kills. Insane. What a way to start the tournament.
Absolutely massive finish for all of those players there. Like you just said, that extra kill at the end there for Yoruji and Crimson Sky, that's a huge deal. That's an extra like set of points. You get 3 points per kill. That's really good for them. But in the end, it did go to Kyoya and Passant, who ended up taking first place with 7 kills. A very impressive result for them. In second place, we had Crimson Sky and Yoruji with 3 kills between them. And in third place, we had Absolute Terror and Radjammer getting off the riskiest revive of all time. Those snap decisions of like, I have 18 seconds left on my timer. Can I make it back to my teammate in time? Revive him. Remember, he was playing Razi, who has no way of jumping over walls, and he had put himself in a kind of a rough corner. I like the decision making there, and the sort of just like, I don't know, the determination of like grabbing your teammate and making sure you get back in with like 2-3 seconds left. That's crazy. Those sorts of decisions you don't make very often, and they made the right one there. So that was really cool. Shout outs to Radjammer and Absolute Terror there. That was crazy.
You're definitely right on that. And the funny thing for me is just knowing just how much time he had left. They both came back in with like 1 second to spare, so it's like even a moment of hesitation, and that wouldn't have worked at all. So it's just great last minute thinking, and from there we're just gonna have to see exactly who ends up keeping this performance. You know, we had a lot of people that died off early, for instance Prosser and stuff, that I'm hoping we'll get to see a lot more of. But yeah, man, talk about a kill lead from the top end. 4 and 3.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, Kyoya and Passant did a fantastic job that game. There were 2 points, there was a point in that game where, remember, they were down after taking Wickeline. We had Kyoya crawling on the floor, trying to play Solid Snake, trying to get, like, to avoid these sight lines of people so that they wouldn't get finished off, and they ended up getting the revive, going from an absolutely, like, high, like they were very high off of that Wickeline kill, and then turning it into like, now we have a player down, we have to revive them, and then all of a sudden swinging it all the way back into a victory in the end with 7 kills. Talk about an up and down situation, but man, they really pulled it out. Fantastic job by Kyoya and Passant. I was so impressed by that whole game.
I'm definitely looking forward to see if anything comes next. Do you think there's anyone who might make some last minute adjustments to maybe what picks they're going to do, or just in general, are you looking forward to anything?
I am curious if we're going to see a Verse and Proster switch it up. I don't know if they have different strategies prepared. I'm not used to seeing Proster on Dagger Jackie. Is that something you've been seeing much? Because I personally have no experience with them playing Dagger Jackie.
Only when they play duos. I believe it's
Really?
a pick that they just feel like it has really good synergy together. Dagger Jackie is able to kind of get in and finish off the kills that Hyejin is able to kind of like set up, you know. And I believe how they play it is that they funnel all of the rare resources into Dagger Jackie and work on just getting the Hyejin online as soon as possible.
That does make sense, honestly. Like, I feel like when I've been playing a lot of duos, just sort of in general, I had been grinding a lot right when the season was close to ending, and I feel like I never ran into a versus lobbies for whatever reason. We just happened to never be queuing at the same time. But whenever I saw a verse playing on duos before, I feel like I always saw them with like Razi. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. So yeah, we're currently having an issue with like for some reason, when a duos match finishes, it doesn't like fully finish the match. You have to like manually quit out of it, and we're having issues with the scoring because of that. So we're gonna try and get that fixed real quick. But yeah, in the meantime, hold on. Hang on. Okay. We're going to actually throw it over to a very quick break while we try to fix this. It's sort of an issue with a bug that was introduced with the game in the last patch or so. So we'll be right back in just like a minute or so while we try to get the scores fixed and put out to you guys. So in just a second, we'll be right back. We'll catch you guys in a second. 6 and the 10. All right, guys, sorry for the delay. We are about to get the scores out to you just like, there we go. Okay, we had that fixed now. So currently in first place, we have Kilya and Passant with 39 points. In second place, we have Crimson Sky and Yoruji with 26 points. In third place, we have Ratjammer and Absolute Terror with 23. Keep in mind, unlike the solos event, instead of the top 6 advancing, we have the top 3 teams because it's essentially top 6 players. So currently, those are our 3 teams that are in that sort of like safe qualifying bracket. Just below them, we have Daystrik and Yexen, who had a very nice early game performance, and then Averse and Proster, Sunny and Shixto, Not Rats and Seawagger, Flaffy and Annabelle, and Valediction and Chocobibi. All these players still need to find some points if they want to make it into that top 3 position. MOTF, unpacking that last game, how do you feel going into game 2?
Well, the first thing is that I think that Averse and Proster actually ended up placing pretty well, regardless of like the early kill that they had leaked away. Kilya and Passant are probably slated to like move on regardless. But Crimson Sky and Yoruji, I wouldn't say are out of the woods just yet. Of course, with Absolute Terror and Ratjammer. But even saying that, Passant and Kilya could give like poor showing for the next 2 games and not move on. I wouldn't count anyone out, especially seeing how many points that they were able to rack up. Valediction and Choco BB could actually just follow up in the same end.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody is currently completely locked in except for maybe Kilya and Passant. That 7-game first place gave them a ton of points to work with to go into the games 2 and 3. 39 points is a lot of points, but it's not necessarily even a completely secure position, so they still have to try in games 2 and 3 to try and secure that lead. But again, Crimson Sky and Yoruji, like you just said, Ratjammer and Absolute Terror, they're in good shape, but they're not safe either. Sitting at about 26 and 23 points each, they still have a little bit of work to do. But guys, we're getting ready for game number 2, which means that we do have a lot of crazy action still lined up for you in just a moment. Do you think there's going to be any major changes? Do you think we're going to see some team composition shifts, things like that? Is there anything that you know from these players, or are you just sort of just hoping to see out of, you know, maybe some picks that we haven't been seeing? Like, I personally haven't been seeing pretty much any I'm trying to think, what character have I not been seeing? Heart. I haven't been seeing a lot of Heart. And I feel like Heart's a character that, in my opinion, has been doing pretty well in duos lately. So I'm surprised we haven't seen one yet. Is there any character you are really surprised you haven't seen yet?
To be honest, for this, I'm kind of shocked that we don't have a single Emma. She seems like a really strong character, and she's actually able to put out a good bit of damage. Honestly, as for character choices, I don't think we have any swaps, so to speak. I'm pretty sure we're looking at dang near the same teams. Proster still sitting on there to combo. Flaffy and Annabelle, of course, still on Hyejin and Yuki. Kilya and Passant still on Adela and Yuki. Yuki, funny enough, being one of the like few characters that actually are seeing multiple representation, with Isol and Hyejin and Jackie being the only other ones.
Yeah, honestly, I think we're seeing pretty much all the same. I'm not noticing anything too different in this group. I think everyone's sort of sticking to their main strategy that they came in here with. And I'm honestly, I'm not surprised. I feel like there was no group that really had a major issue with either routing or something else. And like we had talked about earlier, we're seeing all 3 of those Hedgens starting over here in archery range. If you have 3 Hedgens in your group, they're all going to be contesting these exact same resources over here in archery range. And that's just exactly what's happening, like every game now.
Now, interesting enough, we don't have any character choices that are different, but we do have starting location choices that are different. Shox, or sorry, how did you say it was pronounced again?
Shoto, I think.
Shoto and Sunny had both chose to start in factory this time, rather than Shoto starting in archery range as he did last time.
Yeah,
so we are seeing some adaptation to their plays.
Something I had noticed in the last game was there was way more people on the top side of the map, and the bottom side, like factory and cemetery and hospital, after like the first zone or 2, were completely empty, whereas we had so many people over in alley, archery, school, and hotel pretty much every single step of the first day. So that's the biggest difference that I'm noticing between these two games so far. We're also having Chocobibi and Yexen both over here. Averse is able to get some of his stuff online before Yexen's teammates here, but Proster, oh my gosh, Proster, wait, that's not a whole lot of items, but Proster is here and ready to scrap with his teammates should something break out. Yes, and just now caught up with Yexen, so both of these players are here, but neither of them have their weapon finished. But Averse is looking to fight while Daystrik just is on a green bow. Averse playing awfully aggressive at the moment, and Chocobibi's here as well with a finish incendiary bomb. My lord, these players are going so aggro.
Yeah, might be trying to buy time for Prosser to be able to finish some items. We did see him drop something in the bush. Possibly could have been something that ERBS maybe picked up, part of the items they needed. But this is just something that you're going to notice quite a bit. Teammates will be sharing items, trying to help each other finish their builds as fast as they can. Choco BB, I'm wondering, at what point will they be looking to meet up with their teammate? Because this is normally when we see people. Like right here, Passant is messing with Seawagger right now. Seawagger gets an odd stun.
Yeah, that pawn had gotten launched in just the right direction that it did knock up Seawagger, and it looks like he's gonna be able to run away because he is playing, you know, Plasma Tonfa Hyun. It's a hard character to pin down early, but yeah, that is sort of a, you're showing there like Passant knows how to play Adela. Like Passant is able to get those weird angles, to get those strange stuns. I feel like if he had a better weapon than a white weapon, maybe that might have turned into something, but it kind of just was what it was. And like you said, Choco BB, Valediction, it took them a while to meet up, but they are finally together. And as you're seeing on the map, pretty much every single one of our teams is with their duo at this point. We're seeing our teams meeting up way sooner and being way safer in these early game points.
Right, and funny enough, I think it wasn't a bad idea by Seawagger to make the aggressive play. He was on Plasma Tonfa, so obviously he could kill the Adela in a one-on-one fight. She doesn't have like a great escape potential. Sunny very low, almost went down to absolute terror, but he is able to get away thanks to the help of his teammate. And this is what I was going to bring up. It was the fact that Proster's duo in the form of Kyoyo came up, Passant, his duo came up, and basically at that point it's a, oh my gosh.
Ooh, that is Choco BB going to be going down to Yex and his Daystrick as they are both trying to contest the tree right now. But Valediction is here. Valediction has quite a lot of items finished, almost full build already. But will that be enough to 1v2 against both these players? Daystrick only on the elemental bow, but Yexen is looking quite good on those 3 items that you get from the standard current Shoichi route. We are also seeing hot honey water being traded between these two players. They do have a lot of mana between them. They're not going to be struggling on SP. Will Valediction be able to come in here and stop Choco BB, his teammate, from being finished? It doesn't look like it. He's going to end up backing up and just avoiding this fight. Trying to just survive, which honestly I respect it.
Understandable. This is going to be the second time that they're going to end up placing with Barry. Well, that's a little too early to call, I guess. Valediction may be able to come back and bring it up. More so just saying that, like, we saw kind of similar to last game. And, you know, you really do hate to see it, but that doesn't mean Valediction can't turn it around, score a bunch of points for his team, and really just keep them in the running.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, honestly, I think they do still have the opportunity. Like, it's not like Valediction has nothing finished. Valediction's items are still in very, very good shape, but unfortunately, without that Tree of Life, you cannot finish that Laurel Wreath, so it's gonna be harder for this Enad Isol to necessarily get that online. But you know what? Hey, maybe not necessarily something he needs to even finish. Like, he's maybe more on a crit path, so maybe he doesn't even want the Laurel Wreath. He might want something like this. You know, maybe he does end up finishing the arm piece, and suddenly he can go to full build, maybe steal a kill, and suddenly he's back in the game.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely a pretty solid thing. Now that Crusader armor no longer has the negative movement speed attached to it, you don't feel so bad about like trying to avoid people once you build it. Normally that would kind of be like a hyper aggression build and it would only look for kills, but he doesn't have that choice at the moment unless he just happens to find people picked off on their own, like we saw last game with Averse.
Yeah, absolutely. One more thing. Hold on. So Nagrats is not necessarily in a fight. He's just throwing out the ultimate just to beat Sicela. I kind of say this is a very squishy Sicela build. Not something you see a whole lot of lately. Like throw builds tend to be pretty tanky. Maybe this is supposed to turn into an Aegis at some point, and that's not quite online yet. Also, Beret being turned into a crown. Like I'm still not used to that. It's still so bizarre. When I see a crown, I'm like, oh, he's going or when I see a Beret, I think, oh, he's going Tac Ops. But that could very easily be a crown now, which is what it is actually going to be.
And I think it's actually a pretty nice change. It opens up a lot of new routings. It does kill some older routings, but at the same time, I feel like it does give Crown a little bit more flexibility when building, you know? And I like that. Ooh, at least changing it up for now. Absolute Terror and Ratjammer are looking to get an engage on Natrats and Seawagger. Do you think they're going to make it out?
I think Natrats is in a lot of trouble with that ultimate does end up landing too, but Ratjammer is actually getting incredibly low, but remember, Natrats' ultimate is not up, and Seawagger does go down. Absolute Terror still with quite a lot of HP, so it looks like this is a fight that is not going to go in Natrats' favor. Natrats, remember, does not have any of his max HP items finished yet, so he is extremely squishy against that very, very tanky full build Razi. Ratjammer and Absolute Terror, they do end up picking a kill. And that is going to be them put in another good spot. Because remember, they had a pretty good game last game too. So they're looking to really cement their lead and like secure their spot in the top 3. Because they were in the top 3, but they weren't like really firmly in the top 3 yet.
It's definitely true, and we saw Natrats actually able to save their teammate last game. He did go for it again this game, but it's just, there's not a lot of distance you can cover when pulling your teammate through that small of a wall.
Definitely. We also have Shoto and their teammate Or is it this? Wait, why am I blanking? Oh, it's Shoto and what? Sunny. That's what it is.
Sunny.
Yeah, I was like, it's not a naval, or it's not Annabelle, is it?
Annabelle.
So we have Sunny and Shoto over here on the left side. They are kind of interesting builds at the moment. We have Shoto with the Agni. Agni is our brand new assault rifle put into the game with our last major patch. It's been kind of making waves in solo mode lately. We've been testing it out a little bit in duos mode too. It's not too bad. What are your thoughts on Agni, the brand new assault rifle for AR Aya and AR ISIL?
Well, it's just better Gatling, right? Let's all be honest.
Yeah,
same stat line, just a little more innate, a little more attack speed. And I was actually one of the few people that said, like, Gatling is definitely a viable pick. It's a little faster than building XCR, and it's more damage, but you were just giving up you were giving up the defensive stats that came with XCR, being the HP, for just a little bit more damage behind that, like, 15% attack speed. Now that Agni has more than that, I think it's actually well more worth it than XCR, and XCR could definitely still be a viable pick. We are seeing another fight here. Prasan does drop the ultimate, gets hit by the coup de grace, or not.
Wait, Kyoya actually did a ton of damage there. Daystrick dropping down about half HP, almost dead. Oh, the dual source rampage doesn't quite connect onto Daystrick, but it does hit a lot of damage onto Yexen. So up to Prasan to 1v2 this to clean this up. He does have a lot of HP to work with, but then again, Yexen looking pretty healthy himself too, and Daystrick is about half HP with decent items. We've seen this exact situation before where Kyoya is on the floor trying to survive and Prasan is able to bring it back. But it may not be the case this time around. Kyoya does end up going down, and that is going to be a hard game for Prasan to bring back. But
definitely,
I bet he could do it. He's playing Adela. Adela's got some crazy burst. Maybe he just one-shots somebody and then cleans up the 1v1. Who knows, man? Who knows?
He can for sure. Daystrick and Yexen, though, let me tell you, they're actually really doing a great job so far, putting on early pressure, able to clean up kills in both ends, and just showing how efficient, fast routing with two characters with a great synergy can manage to, like, at least pick off one part of a team pretty consistently.
Yeah, I've been super impressed by Daystrick and Yexen this whole entire series. Like, this is not a team, I'll be honest with you guys, I do not know these players. I do not see them very often in ladder, but my god, they are coming here today and acting like a top team with their early game performance. I'm loving seeing them play right now. We have a Verse and Proster getting awfully close to Shoto and Sunny. This could be a fight breaking out at any second. The cameras are being thrown down to give that extra vision. Remember, Shoto has the finished Laurel Wreath and the Agni, but has struggled to put together those shoes quite yet, so he's a little bit slow, and he might get caught up by Proster and a Verse here, but the root does land on a Verse, so he is sort of a little bit behind, but there's the ultimate. There's the big jump in from a Verse, but a Verse is dropping very low, but Shoto does end up going down while Proster is trying to clean up this fight.
And then at this point, this is kind of what I'm talking about. You'll notice that Proster is able to kind of sit with the Aya, keep her from coming back in, because it is not a tankier Aya build, so to speak, or not, sorry, I meant Jackie. But the attack speed allows him to just clean up corpses, so to speak, and just put enemies down, and just, this is kind of what I meant. Most of the damage is going to be coming from a Verse in this comp, and Proster is just going to be providing a more supportish role for now. But he was able to pick up some items from Shoto, like the radar, for instance, and that's going to help his damage quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we have a Verse and Proster both resting over here. Looks like they're going to be able to just sort of take their time before taking their next engagement. We have Annabelle and Flaffy coming over here into Pond, maybe catching Notrats, who remember is all by himself at this point. We also do have Yexen and Daystrick over there on the south side of Pond, though, maybe trying to catch Wick as she spawns. But no, it looks like Wick's going to be heading over to Cemetery completely uncontested, and there's no one there to really kill her on spawn. Now, Notrats manages to get away, and Annabelle and Flaffy are just sort of left to maybe try and catch something else somewhere else in Pond. We do have over here in School, Sunny being chased into the red by Proster and a Verse, going all the way into the red to chase as well. Proster not quite catching that trail, though, going over here into archery range as Sunny comes over into the right side middle entrance out of School, sacrificing a lot of red timer to get there. A nice play, a nice evasive play as well, going for the console to see if he can catch anyone else.
For sure. And in this game mode, timer is not nearly as important as it in solos, in my opinion. Notrat's going to have to go back to running again from Flaffy, and Annabelle does get feared, taking a bunch of damage now from the tomes, and then he gets queued down by Flaffy for the kill. Pretty solid.
Yeah, a nice little cleanup there by Flaffy and Annabelle. And we have Ratchammer and Absolute Terror coming into third party. This, remember, Annabelle's ult is down now. There's only one Omen still circling, and that burst damage is not going to be on the table. Over here on the south side of the map, or sorry, more on the east side of the map, we do have Wickline being taken down by Yoruji and Crimson Sky.
She is a lot tankier than she used to be. We did see that change not too long ago. She now has bonus HP in this mode as well as defense.
Yeah, that's a really nice pickup for both these players. Remember, Wickeline on Crimson Sky is actually pretty huge. He's playing Zahir. Zahir has a lot of range poke. He's also on the Mithril Armor and the Tachyon Brace. He's very fast. He's going to be able to get that poke in pretty consistently. That's a really nice extra little damage tool to have. When you kill Wick, for those who don't know, when you kill Wick, you have 6 minutes of a true damage bleed that applies to all of your skills and attacks. So there's a lot of extra damage on that long range poke coming out of both the Broken Bullet from Magnus and all of the Qs, and I don't know the names of the skills from Zahir. I know that his ult's called Bargavastra or something. I can't remember the rest of it. It's all some strange names, but basically he's got a lot of long range poke.
Yeah, no, he definitely can do a lot of damage, and because it's kind of safe, he could pretty much just land the Q, let the Wick Bleed do the rest of the work, wait for his abilities to come back up. He is one of those characters who has to be a little more hesitant with his skill shots, because if he misses everything, then he won't get W stacks, and he just really drops off in DPS at that point. So being able to kind of play it slower because he has Wickeline is a very good boon for this character.
So interestingly enough, we have Annabelle and Flaffy running all the way through the red zone of Avenue to try and avoid Averse and Proster. I think completely by random chance, Crimson Sky and Yoruji were over here maybe looking for like materials for double guillotines or remote mines or something, and they almost ended up catching Annabelle and Flaffy as they entered in from the red zone, but it ended up not actually being something. But they did get consoles, so they do see that they are here, and it looks like they're going to try and force the fight. Crimson Sky goes in first, gets the Q onto Annabelle. Oh, the coup de grace from Flaffy catches both Crimson Sky and Yoruji. Remember though, they do have the ult with the Valkyrie Astra does go down, and it's ticking a lot onto both Annabelle and Flaffy. Flaffy dropping down to just 20 HP, and he manages to walk right out of it. Yoruji is the last player alive for his team, as Crimson Sky is forced to crawl on the floor for his life. And Yoruji just gonna end up running away instead, as Annabelle puts on the chase while Flaffy maybe goes for the rest.
It is definitely risky for Yoruji to go back in, but he does have Wickeline, so I think there could be some argument to make that he could turn around and attempt to save his teammate. But if they both decided that the safer play is just to go for placement at this point, there's nothing wrong with it at all. I'm really surprised that they were actually able to take them down. The Wickle buff is as helpful as it is, but landing the two-man coup de grace, it just does so much, right?
Yeah, and something also, while that whole fight was going on, there was a pick-off by Yexen and Daystrick onto Sunny, who's one of our only solo players, I think our only solo player left. Oh, no, we have Valediction, who's still somewhere over in dock.
Wait, they're just gonna leave him?
Yeah, they're not going for the cleanup. If Yexen and Daystrick don't catch this, Yoruji could get his team back up again. This could be a sort of a Passant Kyoya situation as we had in that first game. Ooh.
I feel like that's definitely a mistake, and I mostly say this because of the fact that Daystrick and Yexen, if they happen to go that way for whatever reason, right, and they kill him, don't they get the kill credit?
No, I believe the down is the kill credit in this format.
Okay, well there you go. I don't know any better.
But maybe that's why they just left him, because they're like, hey, we're comfortable getting our kill. But then again, like, you want to take people out of the game. You don't want people to get revived, because I mean, you saw with Kyoya and Passant, they ended up winning because they were allowed to survive. But man, look at the chase on Proster and Averse. Unfortunately, that broken bullet connects with the wolf too. It doesn't even hit either of those players. So Yoruji, he's gonna have to use the bike from hell to get out of that situation. Does hit the chickens, that does reset a bit of the cooldown. But remember, he had to run through the red a little bit to get to safety in the first place. So he is sort of caught in a bad situation. Oh no, and he went back in right as Proster and Averse tried to like catch him. Ooh, the fear. Boom, boom, boom. He will be locked against that wall.
The hesitation he had, deciding if he wanted to go into the red zone or not, definitely ended up paying for his life. In these kind of formats, you cannot wait, especially with these high-level players. They will capitalize on any mistake that you make, and even a second. You saw there, that 1 second was all it took for him to round the corner, and then Proster was already cutting him off.
Yeah, absolutely. So, wow. That was, that's such a heartbreaker for Yoruji. He did have a chance to maybe run through all of the red zone of Avenue. I'm not sure if he had exactly the right amount of time. He was maybe doing the math in his head. If he had cut over to the top side to where like Valediction is right now, he might have actually made it out of there. But man, we were talking about that in the last game too. Those split-second decisions that is really hard to make in the moment. And you'll find yourself, you'll wake up cold sweats at night going, I should have run through the red. I could have picked up my teammate. Like all those things where it's like, man, you can't know in the situation. In that moment, it's impossible to know, but you're going to be thinking about it for the rest of the day for sure.
Right, and funny enough, the comments about picking up a teammate, right? If you allow someone to pick up their teammate, you can just down them again later and get the KP again. And like, that could be a decent way to farm points, right? Absolutely. It does come with risk, because there's no saying that you'll win the fight the second time, but, you know? Maybe that's what was going through their head.
Yeah, we've had questions in the past about like, are you allowed to leave someone on the ground and just not finish them? Because like, is that seen as kill farming or whatever? And our answer has always been, if you leave them on the ground, you're taking that risk. Like you are, as long as it's not obvious that you're kill trading or something, you're taking that risk by letting them get potentially picked up. And my God, the fact that Valediction has not been found here, this is like the most obvious bush to hide in. We've had 2 high-power teams walk by him and not even bother to check. How is that even possible? I don't understand. But the point I'm trying to make is that, like, yeah, you're making that risk. We've seen in tournaments in the past, teams have left somebody on the ground to get picked up because they wanted to farm kills, and it ended up biting them in the butt as they got back up and murdered them. So it's like, yeah, we are totally allowing players to leave players that they want to try and get kills later on off their, off them getting revived. By all means, you're taking that risk, and sometimes it will not pay off for you.
That's definitely true. At this point, I think we're going to be coming into Final Circle soon. Right? Wicca is no longer in the picture. If we look at rare items, we do have a Cabana, we do have a Boots of Hermes on Annabelle, but from there actually doesn't seem to be too much going on. We have Ratchammer with the Star Steel Twin Swords, though. Oh, and Frag as well from Proster.
Absolutely, yeah, we have the Frag Rack on Proster. We also have, like you just mentioned, the Star Steel Twin Swords, a very, very powerful dual swords in duos. We're seeing an engagement from Yexen and Daystrik onto Annabelle and Flaffy. Annabelle dropping very low and being split off from her teammate. Ooh, just 150 HP left. It's gonna be hard to survive here, but that is a Hedgen. Like, Hedgen manages to get away from a lot of things because that, I don't know what the name of the skill is, but that E is quite potent at getting away from a lot of things. But I don't think Annabelle has a ton of timer left. Oh, beautiful juke across the corner to dodge out. Oh my God, Daystrik and Yexen getting absolutely juked there. And Annabelle is able to regroup with their teammate, and Flaffy and Annabelle back at it again with a full team composition. Not going to have someone drop here. I am a little bit concerned for Flaffy. Hovid, this is not a build we see a lot on, it's not a build we see a lot in general on two-handed sword Yuki anymore. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but was Flaffy on Amp Dual Swords last game? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
Flaffy was on Amp Dual Swords. Actually, both the Yukis were.
Yeah. So it's interesting seeing that adaptation over to Hovid instead of Verse and Proster. They're going in against Daystrik and Yexen. These players deciding to start the fight rather early, avoiding the idea of like several live teams here at the end. They want to try and kill them while there's no one else here to contest, but there is someone else here to contest. We have Ratjammer and Absolute Terror crossing the long, narrow bridge to join this fight as well, putting a camera in the bush, trying to see if they can get into this fight, but they may not be aware of the fact that Proster and Averse are over here, and now they're kind of caught between 2 teams. If Daystrik and Yexen run them right into Averse and Proster, this is a terrible position to be in for Ratjammer and Absolute Terror.
So at this point, we have to wonder about what teams are going to be able to position towards the middle bit. We're still seeing Daystrik and Yexen be able to do a good bit of damage on Terror and Ratjammer before they back off, but they have to run through Flaffy and Annabelle. And the question becomes, like, do they actually want to fight each other or not? And it looks like no. We're going to end up seeing possibly a 9 to 8-man final circle. Depends on if Annabelle and Flaffy end up spotting this Valediction up here and decide, like, hey, do we want to go for this kill?
Yep, that will be a catch-up. Remember, there is a cam in the bush that Valediction was not aware of. And yeah, we're going to be missing one of our final players. Now we're just down to a 2v2v2v2. We have a lot of teams still alive here in the final square. Ratjammer and Absolute Terror trying to get a fight onto Flaffy before we go to the final square. Ratjammer dropping very low. The coup de grace is laid on him. He will end up dropping to the final slash of that. Absolute Terror is very low as well. And Flaffy and Annabelle, they take a kill on Absolute Terror and Ratjammer. A very good team to be picking up here because they are very close to taking that number 3 spot, and this might be what they needed to get up there into those higher ranks. We also have a fight going on between Averse and Yexen as Daystrik is already down and Proster is going for the finish as Yexen will go down, and that is going to be another team cleanup for Averse and Proster. We're down to our final 2v2. It's Annabelle and Flaffy versus Averse and Proster.
Now we're down. Yeah, these are going to be 2 very strong teams. I think that, personally, I think it's probably leaning towards Proster and Averse being able to take it. Annabelle and Flaffy, though, are both very strong. You know, the coup de grace is a great ability in this mode, and he's going to be able to make good use out of it. I'm wondering if it's as close as I'm hoping it's going to be, you know? The ults are down, but they should be back up by the time we start moving into final for almost everyone. I wouldn't be surprised if Proster's wasn't up just yet.
So one thing that is very important to note, never mind, hold that thought. The fight is about to break out as Annabelle and Flaffy are trying to cross the narrowest bridge of all time. Keep in mind, with this box here, there is just this tiny little choke point that you have to funnel across, but neither of these players do seem to have traps. So it's not going to be sort of like a double guillotine spam type of end zone that we're used to seeing on Pond. Ooh, Annabelle makes it into the final zone. Flaffy is just 8 seconds. Oh, the big burst from Annabelle. Averse dropping incredibly low. We are seeing Annabelle getting jumped on, though, by both Proster and Averse, but the fear lands on both of them. Annabelle does end up going down, I believe, to the bleed, and now it's just a 1v2 situation. Flaffy versus Proster and Averse.
Even a lot of damage at this point. All they need to do is make sure that Flaffy can't pick up the next teammate. 5 seconds left, taking a lot of damage from the autos, and that's pretty much it for him.
That is huge damage. Each chunk doing so much to Flaffy. Oh my god. Just like that, we do have Flaffy and Annabelle going down as Averse do end up taking first place in game number 2. They had a struggle of a game number 1, but they brought it back in game number 2. Huge result for these two players.
Oh yeah, and let me tell you, the crit chance on the auto attacks, that's one thing that you just really can't ignore, right? Because he ended up getting like 2 crits almost immediately at the end there, and you saw how much damage it does, right? With Fragratch, he has so much AP. Just insane.
Those were absolutely massive crits there coming out of Proster. Look, I'll be honest with you. I was a little bit questioning this exact build on the Dagger Jackie. I wasn't sure how potent it would be, especially scaling into the late game, but Fragratch, I've been saying Fragratch is overtuned as heck for a long time. We've been seeing it so effective on Kathy, and you're seeing how much damage is able to do on that full like auto attack Jackie. Crazy damage coming out of Proster there. In first place for that round number 2 of Group C in the ERCL Duos event, we have Averse and Proster. They got 6 kills between them. A very nice first place placement from these two top tier players. In second place, we had Annabelle and Flaffy taking 5 kills between them. So just honestly, a very good result for them as well, just barely not matching the same points of our first place team. And in third place, another insane 5-kill bomb coming out of Daystrik and Yexen. All of the kills were sort of stacked onto our top 3 teams from this round. All 3 of these teams coming out of this game with 6 to 5 kills. Crazy good results for all 3 of them, all 3 of these teams.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Now on the other end, and I hate to talk about negative points, but we do have Passat and Kyoya. They were the kill leaders and the winners of the last round in last place. 0 KP this time. You really do hate to see it, and this is one of the reasons why I say, like, absolutely, no one is solidified yet, you know? They could not qualify just based off of the next 2 games. This one, of course, and the next one. So it's like, we're gonna have to see if they can keep up their first game performance or not.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, all 3 of our teams that are currently at the top of this round's leaderboard did an extremely good job making it there. Like, all of them were taking really good fights in all the right places. I genuinely loved watching all of these teams perform, and I do have to point something out because I feel like it needs to be mentioned. I'm sure the chat has been, you know, sort of balance complaining about this whole thing. All 3 of these teams that did so well in this group so far in that round were all Hedgen teams. All 3 of them. We had Averse on Hedgen. We had Annabelle, Annabelle on Hedgen. We had Daystrik on Hedgen. Very good character in team modes. And I'm not saying that they only did well because they were running Hedgen, but you're seeing why Hedgen is so potent in team modes because she provides so much burst, so much mobility. She is so safe that she did some jumps that no other character could really be doing. Like, remember when Annabelle got caught on the other side of the bridge? Magnus doesn't survive there. Like,
no, he doesn't.
Crazy good sort of like slipperiness, mobility, burst, CC. Hedgen kind of just has it all when it comes to team modes. Has it in solos, but really it's accentuated. Those features are all accentuated in team modes.
Yeah, and one thing I'm actually really interested in is the fact that we're missing a lot of these characters from that are really strong in these modes that I think, for instance, Zhukai. I'm surprised to not see him here because he does provide that nice little gimmick in a sense where all the food that he makes is better than like everyone else's. You know, it's a nice chunk of healing, and he also just has like a lot of damage that he can end up putting out at once. I'm honestly just shocked that we don't see him yet, you know?
I totally agree. Yeah, I feel like Zhukai, which is so weird. I was sort of having like a confusion moment the other day. I was talking to some people and I was like, guys, am I crazy or is Zhukai kind of falling out of favor? We haven't been seeing a lot of Zhukai lately, not in solo, not in team modes, not really at all. Is that because Zhukai is weaker, or is it because Zhukai's players have been bullied so hard that they don't want to play the character anymore? I don't know which it is. I feel like we're just not really seeing a lot of Zhukai in general, but I don't think Zhukai is in necessarily bad shape at the moment. But we do have, remember, this is just one group. This is not the representation of the entire duos meta. There's potentially going to be a few Zhukais showing up in the other groups. But yeah, in this group alone, it is certainly Hedgen dominance, sort of across the board.
I think you're kind of on the point there, to be honest. For me, a lot of it was that he's just boring, you know? The gameplay is exactly the same.
True, yeah.
You go into every game, you have the exact same game plan. Nothing ever changes. The only thing that might change is if Pond is closed, you go to Forest instead. He just looks to make food, and that's kind of it. And for some people, that repetitive pattern does wear on you. So even though the character is strong in some sets, I think is a little weaker now due to the changes to Flat Amp and E-Nade. But I think he's still viable, which that's actually a very interesting thing, right? We have those changes that have come in, and I think a lot of the characters that stack Flat Amp along with other things are a little bit worse off than the characters who were using E-Nade. They received the exact same changes, but at the same time, it's not the same, right?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a bit of a shift in the meta based on those formula changes that came in with the last patch. But before we get too much into sort of the nitty-gritty of the game's mechanics, let's talk about scores. We currently have our scores updated, so let's shoot it on over to that. Currently in first place, we have Averse and Proster with a crazy comeback from sort of a lackluster first game performance, coming up in first, tied for first with 44 points. Wow. I mean, this is what we knew coming from these players. We knew they were going to perform well. We knew that they were going to do something crazy, and they brought it last game with that 6-kill first place, shooting them up to 44 points. In second place, Daystrick and Yexen, a team that has been very consistently showing me that I should be paying attention to them as a team, showing very good games so far with 44 points as well, tied for first place with Averse and Proster. In third place, we have Kyoya and Passant with 40 points, just barely beating out Absolute Terror and Ratjammer. And not, man, dude, can you talk about teams 4 through 6? Their points are so close to the top 3.
Oh yeah, no, Absolute Terror and Ratjammer coming in fourth place with 35 points, showing that consistent play it really will be almost enough to get you into the next set of play. Flappy and Annabelle at 32, and then Crimson Sky and Yoruji at 31. It's pretty interesting because it's like these are all three teams that have like done consistently well, but they just need that one breakout game to really get them into the next tiers. This is why I say like anyone can still take it, right? And I know people are probably getting annoyed of hearing that, but like Kyoya and Passant came in last place this game, 0 KP, still in third place. All we have to see is just one more good game out of everybody, and then I think whoever of these 6 teams can manage to have like the one extreme pop-off game is guaranteed to make it to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy just how close our top 6 is right now. I really think it's anybody's game. All 6 of these teams could barely sneak in those little extra points to make it into the top 6 or top 3. What it takes right now, in my opinion, besides just an obvious like crazy good game, is just a consistent placement. You need to be making it to the top 3 placement wise. You need to be getting those kills. An okay performance at the top level will make sure that you probably get a good chance of making it into that top 3 and end up qualifying. Is there anything going into game 3 that you're expecting to see? Is there any like spicy picks? Is there any strategy changes? Excuse me. I think we're gonna see some like cheeses or something. Like if you're in, okay, let's talk. Let's do a hypothetical. Right. You're in 5th place. You currently have 32 points, and you know that 3rd place has 40 points. Do you adjust your strategy to try and pull out something crazy that shoots you up into the points, or do you sort of just say, I'm going to play it safe and just play my game? Like, if you're in that situation, what do you choose?
So funny enough, we have already seen some people make adjustments in their play, specifically Annabelle and Flappy, right? Flappy changes up his build, ended up playing something completely different, and did kind of well. And I think these characters who have come prepared for something like that will actually be a little more rewarded in this situation. Whereas people like Proster and Evers, for instance, who may not be willing to change up their strategies, will not be able to get something good going out of it. But as I'm saying that, we may end up just being able to see like different kind of picks here. I'm not sure if they're just trolling us or what.
Yeah, so we don't tend to show character selection on the stream, but yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a couple of troll picks coming out of Averse and Proster, but they switch back to their actual team comp afterwards. But I think going into this game, I'm expecting to see maybe some strategy shakeups from our teams who are currently below that like 6th team mark, because like they really have nothing to lose at that point, right? You gotta come up with something crazy, you know, so might as well shake it up,
right?
But I think those teams that are currently on the bubble, like, you know, 4 through 6, they're so close. I feel like we're just gonna see some very safe, conservative play. Just try to play your best game, just try to get your kills, and maybe just do what you can to make sure that you get into that top 3. And as for our players in the top 3, they also want to be playing pretty safe as well, to make sure they don't just like int and die early game. Because if anyone drops early who is in the top 3, I wouldn't be surprised if they got kicked out. Like, really. I think if like a versus team, I think if Passant and Kyoya, like they're just barely in there. If you die in 9th place here, you're done. Like you're probably not going to be making it into that final 3. You need to have a decent placement with some pretty decent kills to make it into the semifinals.
You're completely right. It's a lot harder to qualify in this one, being the fact that only top 3 makes it. It's not much different than saying like top 6 as usual, but it's the fact that like 2 people are taking up each slot and their placements are kind of tied together. It just makes it a lot harder, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still 6 players qualifying. It's kind of weird how it is. Like when you think about it, you think like, oh, top 3, that's so much more competitive. But yeah, when you think about it, it is actually just the same number of players. It's the same sort of thing. But anyways, we are seeing some character swaps. We are currently in the loading screen here. We have 6 players in archery. Everyone is sort of posturing around here in archery. Something crazy might go down there. We also have Sunny switching over to Emma, and Showdown switching over to Shoichi. So that's a pretty interesting development from their team comp as well. Looks like everyone else is pretty much on their usual strategy though. We do have 4 players starting in archery range. That's 1 more than last game, but nobody in alley.
That's true. Anyways, I'm gonna leave you alone for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it, dude. So we have Crimson Sky also being our first addition over here to the Hedgen party in archery range. I assume he's going for some sort of like Ruthenium marble build, because that's not normally a location you tend to see if you're running anything else on this character. Kyoya dropping very low already against Sunny. Keep in mind though, this dual swords coming out of Yuki is incredibly powerful in the early game. This thing can output some insane damage, and maybe he wants to push something here, or perhaps not. In the end, it's going to be just people going their own way and having a normal fight. Also, Not Rats and Seawagger. I just noticed they also switched up their composition. We're seeing a Kathy come out of Seawagger instead of that Hyunwoo, and we're seeing Not Rats on Isol instead of Sicela, I believe is what he was playing in the previous matches.
All right, I'm back. And yeah, no, you're definitely correct. Seawagger not being on the Hyunwoo, and Not Rats not being on I can't remember. Aya? Sicela? Yeah, Sicela. Pretty interesting pick, but this could be one of those transitions we were talking about. They do need those points, so it's going to be a lot more pressure on them, and these do look like 2 kill-heavy characters.
Ooh, we are seeing the item trade from Averse and Proster. These 2 players have met up very early, right as Yexen is about to enter. Remember, Yexen is one of our, Yexen's team is one of the teams that's very close to staying in those top 3 spots. I believe they're currently tied for 2nd, so if they end up going down early to Averse and Proster, since we do know that these teams meet up here in Forest every single match, that could be really bad for them. But Shoto, not knowing that this is a popular place to hang out in the early game, will get caught by Averse and Proster. The first kill coming down. Shoto pivoting his strategy pivoting the strategy to something different, but does not end up finding what they wanted to find over here in Forest. Does end up going down and will get finished by Proster and Averse.
That's just going to make it that much easier, I guess, for them to qualify, because that means Sunny is going to have to pull up a lot more slack. Speaking of, however, have you noticed Sunny is on Emma, one of the characters we were talking about earlier that we hadn't seen yet?
Yeah, their team comp completely pivoted. They were playing Aya and Isol before, and they're completely pivoting over to Shoichi and Emma instead. Unfortunately, the Shoichi didn't end up working out because there are way too many Hedgens meeting up in Forest. Also, one more interesting adaptation is that we're seeing Yexen and Daystrick not opting to go to Forest pretty much at all. Now Sunny, their teammate just got picked off earlier, just like a second ago, we saw that, but now Sunny's in a lot of trouble as Yoruji and Crimson Sky, another one of our top 3 teams, is currently trying their best to get a kill onto Sunny. Ooh, okay. Well, these are 2 of our top 3 teams already finding their first kill right here at the start of game number 3, the final game of Group C.
Yeah, and you hate to see it, but Shoto and Sunny, they did put up a good performance. I hope they don't feel bad about what they've done today, and I hope that we'll see more from them another time. Yeah, Not Rats and Seawagger are going in, trying to gain ground on Yexen and Daystrick, but it looks like they're not in a mood to fight right now, and rather focus on getting their build together.
Ooh, I think the issue here is that Daystrick didn't find the items that they needed over in Archery and Alley. If you're still on this white bow, that means you didn't get your rubber. That's like that. I'm pretty sure that's what that means, right? Like this thing builds. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that's the rubber that you get for that first step. That
would be why they're heading into docks right now. Hopefully they can fight it and get back on track.
Yeah, so they're struggling to get their items. It looks like they didn't quite get what they needed from their starting zone, and that's what happens when you have 4 people starting in archery. It's hard to get what you need, especially if someone like, you have Averse, you have Annabelle as well, and you also had that Zahir. They're all taking rubber. Like, literally everybody there wants rubber. We have Kyoya and Passant potentially putting some pressure onto Proster and Averse. Averse grabbing a few items off of Sunny's body. We also have Proster looking pretty decent as well, only missing 2 pieces to go full build. Honestly, I kind of like the position of Averse and Prostar. I think they're in pretty good shape right now with that kill and their items sort of coming together. It feels like a good place to be. But Ratchammer and Absolute Terror look fantastic as well.
No, yeah, you're definitely right. And one thing that the Averse and Prostar does have going for them, or Prostar, is that they weren't contested this time in Forest, meaning that, one, they get all the items they need, but it also means they aren't able to, like, pick up an early fight and maybe get an early kill, so it's not exactly just great, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Crimson Sky and Yoruji, though, sitting on all their weapons, is pretty nice. And then they're running very similar builds, actually, so I'm wondering if that makes it difficult for them to actually be able to finish anything. You know, building 2 crowns takes a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot of gems. That's 2 gems between them, plus they also need a gem for the Ruthenium. You also need a gem for the Crimson... Wait, no, you don't need the gem for Crimson Bracelet anymore. That is...
But you need it for the Commander's Armor. So
yes,
there are like 6 gemstones in between each other.
Yeah, roughly something like that. That is a lot of gems. But then again, they are going for like an EOD suit or maybe Queen of Hearts or something with this patched robe, so at least that's not like another gem, but still, 6 gems is quite a lot. I fully agree. Ooh, Notratz's build is looking kind of good. You're already on the Agni, trying to finish the radar right now, getting the glue to build that glass panel, looking kind of good. Unfortunately, doesn't quite have the Laurel Wreath online yet, but I've been messing around with this build a lot. This build's really, really strong. I feel like Agni is such a beast of a new weapon. It really changes the game for like Gatling gun type builds. These auto attack like AR builds are a little bit squishier now because you don't have the max HP from the XCR. But hey, Agni, it outputs so much damage. It's really crazy.
It does. But mentioning on that point, how do you feel about it on Aya over ISO? Aya does have a little bit more bulk, considering the passive. She can proc it multiple times. It's a lot easier to stay relatively safe in a fight on her, but she loses that positioning advantage that ISO can get sometimes by setting up in an area.
Yeah, definitely. I think I do prefer it on Aya a little bit, but I think both of them are pretty good at holding it. Because remember, you do have that Semtex bomb on ISIL that allows for some pretty insane burst as well. Like that is a ton of damage. Like seriously, that thing is insanely high damage. So honestly, I don't mind it on the ISIL. And also those mock mines in the late game, they're really, really useful. You're already seeing one right here in the bush. They add a lot of sort of tactical advantage. If someone engages on them, they're guaranteed to get a defense shred and a lot of damage dealt. It's a really good place to be. Yexen and Daystrik maybe engaging on a Notrats and Seawagger, but Seawagger and Notrats throwing a lot of damage back in their face and saying, you know what, we're strong too. If you want to fight us, we see that your build's like not even half done. We're willing to take this fight. We don't really care.
Oh yeah, Notrats was able to drop Daystrik down to like 50% with 2 autos. We do have Absolute Terror and Ratjammer over here with them. Ratjammer does take the jump. Daystrik gets the root though. He may be able to disengage from this point. I don't believe they're going to be able to get on them. Does pop the ultimate to get the fear. That's a lot committed, and it doesn't look like they're willing to give up just yet. Chocobibi might go down to ERBS, starts using ult charges already. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, so Valediction ended up going down to both Prostar and Averse. It's hard to watch 2 fights at the same time, but it looks like Chocobibi is going to be in trouble here and probably go down to Prostar. Prostar is so fast and so lethal at the moment, going full build, just missing a few like RNG transition items for the late game. Chocobibi doing what they can to get away, but you know what? As far as characters, you know, getting away ability goes, this character can do it really well. Like, Adriana's escape is so strong, but also Averse and Prostar have such good chase too. It's really, it's anyone's game. Oh, Notrats with the steal! Wait. Yeah, so Notrats got the steal on that. Woo! That's huge.
Nice. Yeah, they don't even loot the body. I mean, I understand you don't have vision of what's on the other side of that bush. It's kind of scary, but that just means the body is going to have the loot for whoever happens to come around for it. Could be a little bit extra food, but it may just be end up being nothing.
Yeah, we're seeing, wow, Yoruji and Crimson Sky are playing so safe, opting to go through the red while there's no one around, but they don't know that for sure. Just trying to avoid fights as much as possible. Remember, they are very close to staying in that top 3 to qualifying, so they are trying their best to just sort of play safe and play for placement. Averse and Prostar are looking fantastic so far. It's a shame they didn't get that kill for you know, Averse and Prostar fans. It's a shame they didn't get the kill on Chocobibi, but you know what, hey. Notrats and Seawagger. They got that going for them now. That's another free kill for them.
Yeah, no, Prostar and Averse do have 1 kill apiece themselves. They did get it on Valediction.
Oh my lord, engaging with the queen onto Crimson Sky, sorry, onto Yoruji. Kyoya and Crimson Sky both go down, so it's up to Passant to try and slay him. The revive, Yoruji says, I'm not taking that risk. I'm not taking that 1v1. I'm gonna let you get picked up. Crimson Sky goes down, and this is gonna be really rough for Yoruji to end up qualifying with that sort of situation. We have another fight breaking out over on beach as Daystrik and Yexen, another one of our teams that are on that sort of you know, that bubble of making it in, they go down to Radjammer and Absolute Terror. This could be Radjammer, or sorry, yeah, this could be Radjammer and Absolute Terror's chance to make it in the top 3. This could be Daystrick and Yexen dropping out.
That's true, and we have Crimson Sky and Yoruji. I think this is the second time we've seen Yoruji kind of just leave his teammate behind like this. And, you know, you just have to make that call sometimes, but that could be a reason to, like, change up the team comp a little bit, go for something that could possibly be a little more safer. Because Yoruji, while playing Magnus is known for, like, being able to escape fights, but he only has one ultimate, right? And it's hard to escape 2 people with it, rather than just 1.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have 2 teams getting awfully close to each other. I think Proster and Averse just want to take fights. They don't want anyone surviving for any reason. Keep in mind, if you're a team like Yexen and Daystrick, where you have Averse and Proster currently in first place, already doing fantastic on points, you genuinely want this team to just go absolutely insane and take out all of your competition that might be getting in over you into those final 3 spots. So, I mean, it's not over for them quite yet, but man, is it a tough situation to be in. And Proster and Averse are in fantastic shape at the moment, like almost guaranteed to qualify with their current placement and their current kill count.
That's true. What we're seeing over here, Radjammer's maybe getting engaged on. Averse was able to drop the D-skill, but it did not manage to hit. Something that happened off screen just now that we may have missed. Not Rat's actually wasting 15 seconds of his timer to secure the 3rd tree at Chapel, or Cemetery, sorry. And that's something that you're going to notice that will happen during the time when people are going to contest Wickeline, you know? You have to make that choice. Do I need that 3rd tree for my build, which in his case, he does, or can I contest for Wickle? And it looks like Radjammer and Absolute Terror may end up getting in here, but it's not going to be for free. There is going to be a contest from Averse and Proster. Or Passant, sorry.
Yeah, so one thing
Proster, sorry.
No, it is Proster. So one thing that's really important about this sort of Wick fight right here, Radjammer is playing Dual Swords Jackie. That is a character that is able to tank Wickeling really well because they do have that built-in lifesteal with the W. They also have a little bit more lifesteal on the Buccaneers doubloon. That means that you can tank that heavy, those big heavy slashes that Wick throws at you. Deals a ton of true damage, but you can kind of mitigate it. You know, like you can just sort of lifesteal past it. If you're playing a caster, like Zahir can't face tank Wick in the same way that Jackie could. So that was them sort of making the call, like, hey, you know what? We know we have the sustain. We know we'll be pretty high health even if they come to third party us. We can take this Wickeling, and that's exactly what they did. A very heads up play, very nicely done by Radjammer and Absolute Terror, taking down Wickeline.
Oh yeah, funny enough, I actually was looking at the bottom for a second and I saw Yoruji drop to like half HP and I was wondering if we were missing a fight or something, and no, he just actually took that much damage from Wolves alone. They really do end up chunking you with this kind of build, you know?
Yeah, Magnus is not known for his great animal clearing farm abilities because, yeah, like I just mentioned, doesn't have that lifesteal. These casters cannot take these PvE fights quite as well as these auto attackers with lifesteal can. So now, we do have Kyoya and Passant. Again, we have so many of these teams who are currently just barely not quite in the top 3, and Kyoya and Passant, they're just barely in the top 3, almost gonna be getting knocked out, but their placement is looking pretty good so far. So there's a good chance that they will end up doing well if they keep playing so safe and passive. But they only have 1 kill to their name. They only have that slight advantage so far. Their biggest competition right now, Radjammer, Absolute Terror, and Anivel and Flaffy. These are the teams that are really contesting that spot right now, with Averse and Proster already pretty confidently locked in that spot. And Yoruji technically could still pull it off with a very nice placement. He's not out of the game yet. He's got 2 kills. It's not over for Yoruji and Crimson Sky either. We can't count any of these teams out yet. It's really anyone's game.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. At this point, though, we do have our fan favorites, or sorry, the ones that we expect to lead, being Radjammer and Absolute Terror, only because they have Wickle, no other reason. Not Rats is getting on, doing a bunch of damage to Anivel. Flappy and him continue to kite back. Your rate of arrows does come down, gets the Q. Anivel pops the ultimate, gets the fear, but now he's cut off from his teammate. There's no one to help him. He gets rooted.
A really nice defensive fear and a jump over to try and get away from Notrats and Seawagger. It's not going to end up being anything, as Flappy is just a mile away saying, peace, I'm out of here, bro. I'm not taking this fight. Anivel does end up falling to Seawagger and Notrats. That is another kill for Seawagger and Notrats. We are showing the power of that Agni with the extra Enad right there. Flappy TPing away, trying to get out of tough situations, and ends up TPing right into Radjammer and Absolute Terror. Oh,
you really hate to see it.
Anivel and Flappy do end up going down in the end. That is another kill picked up for Absolute Terror and Radjammer.
Yeah, no, it is. And that's something that people like to talk about all the time. Teleporting is inherently dangerous because you never know who you're going to end up next to. And in duos like this, and squads as well, it's even worse because if you happen to get that bad luck and teleport on top of someone, you're normally teleporting on top of 2 or 3 people with CC and you're just going to get comboed to death.
We have 3 teams all over here aggregating in Chapel. We have Notrats and Seawagger trying to chase down Yoruji, as they do, I believe, have console, so they know that he is over here. And now Proster and Averse, they just picked up console themselves, so they are also aware of who is where, and they know, ooh, this is a fight we want to take. Notrats and Seawagger. Proster throws out the rain of arrows. It does tag both members of Notrats and Seawagger's team. They're going to try and do something here, but that mock mine there, it's going to be slowing down both Proster and Averse if it tags both of them. Proster getting slowed and defense shredded from that. We also have Yoruji just running away. He has the bike from hell available. He's going to try and get away at all costs because he knows he cannot take these fights head on. He needs to just play for placement.
I don't think that's a terrible idea either at this point. They are a team that's really close to being able to qualify, and just playing for placement is going to help you get to that point, right?
And they do have the 2 kills too.
He mostly just has to continue moving, make sure that he doesn't get caught, and with 2 teams behind him, it's not a terrible thing. Now, the thing Seawagger and Rats have to worry about the most is the fact that they are being trailed by Proster and Averse. The hunters are being hunted.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like a weird situation where you feel like Yoruji's like, oh god, I'm scared of Notrats and Seawagger, and then Notrats and Seawagger are going, oh god, I'm so scared of Averse and Proster, and now they're going to be caught between Radjammer, Absolute Terror's team, and Averse and Proster. They are just right between this sandwich of powerful teams. Proster getting a lot of damage thrown on him, but remember, he can lifesteal quite a lot. Proster getting kited quite heavily. Now he's in rough shape as Radjammer and Absolute Terror enter the fray. Double Jackie jumps go out, and they both try to get next to each other, or get away in the case of Proster, and they will end up disengaging as all 4 of our teams somehow cleanly just walk away from each other. Yoruji going for the TP out, probably, I'm gonna guess he's gonna go to Factory. He just wants to get away from all of these teams. Where's he going?
Factory wouldn't be a bad call here, because you know it's the biggest distance you're going to make from people. One important thing there is a lot of impactful ults are now down. Averse and Prosters aren't going to be up for a while, and then same for Ratjammer. You know, Jackie's ultimate is one of the longest cooldowns abilities in the game.
It's Seawagger's too. Seawagger is down to cooldowns on his ultimate. That's a significant thing, especially on Kathy. One thing that we have to mention about Kathy, I have not mentioned this so far because we have basically never seen a Kathy, I believe, in duos, or maybe we have seen Kathy's in duos play, but I don't know. The point is, I'm trying to make is that her ultimate heals people. It doesn't just heal herself, it heals her teammates as well, and that's not really a factor that a lot of solo players are paying attention to because they're so used to it just being used in a solo sort of situation. Also, another thing that you have to remember is that reviving with Kathy does heal you a little bit. It's not a huge thing, it's really more of a flavor thing, but it is a factor that you have to pay attention to because you never, ever, ever see that come up in solo play. But yeah, mainly the heal on the ultimate, that's actually huge. Remember, it affects you and your teammates if you do happen to tag them with it.
Oh yeah, and it's something that I think is very akin to, what's her name? Rozzy's like extra SP regeneration and healing from chocolate items. They do get engaged on here by Absolute Terror. Absolute Terror doing a lot of damage, but taking a lot from the Kathy as well. If she drops the ultimate, gets the detonation, she will get the cooldown halved by that. Seawagger may end up going down, but now Ratjammer's going down from Notrats with the D skill.
That AR skill from Notrats was doing so much work there, but keep in mind, all these players have only 7 seconds left on their timer. Notrats is dead. You don't get timer back in duos mode, my friend, as he does end up exploding to the zone, but Seawagger manages to get out. But man, that was an insane fight. 2 kills picked up by team number 6. But Notrats does end up going down in the end. We do have an, okay, that's Wolves, never mind, take it back. But anyway, that is one of those things where it's like, if you've been playing too much solo, you're like, we'll get the kill, we'll get, oh, wait, what?
Yep. Yoruji ended up being stuck in hospital, had to teleport out, didn't quite make it.
Well, that's going to be a placement for Yoruji and Crimson Sky with 2 kills. Not terrible, but not ideal either. It's going to be really close whether or not they do end up making it into that top 3. No matter what, that is a tough situation to be in. All of these teams are playing out of their minds right now, and we are seeing insane situations with players exploding to the zone timer left and right.
We are going to have to check for KP on that one, because I think Passant and Kyoya may have forced him into that kind of position. Okay, Seawagger does get out without his ultimate, but the question is he going to live? You've only got 7 seconds, make a call. There he goes. Okay, so he is going to go to the other end while Passant and Kyoya do end up going to the other side, but they're going to come back and check.
Yeah, that Queen actually revealed his position. Seawagger is completely revealed here. Passant and Kyoya know that he's here. He goes for the stun. It doesn't quite connect, but Proster and Averse, they do not want to engage on the solo. They want to clean up the duo first. They want to ensure their victory, but you're seeing that long-range burst coming out of Passant, tagging Proster down to less than half HP. Man, that is some insane burst coming out of that Adela from like a kiting position too. That's very powerful. Seawagger and Kyoya engaging on each other. Averse gonna use this as a chance to jump in as they're going to try and again focus on this team that is doing so well. They want to clear the duo before hitting up the solo. Passant forced to defensively ult away, but Averse is on the chase. Averse, he needs to get one more hit for him to go down. Passant ends up living, and Averse goes down. It's up to Proster to 1v2 the situation, but remember there's also Seawagger in the side. He might come from the third party. Passant is doing so much work with these combos.
Oh, Proster ended up getting Passant down and then ends up topping Passant as well. Proster is going to get away. Seawagger might be able to close it in. He has D-skill available. He does not have ult though, and I think Proster is going to be able to make it out. At this point, we're just going to end up seeing it go down to a 1v1. You know, it's solos all over again. But that depends on if he can pick up Averse or not. Averse, I'm not sure on how much time.
Seawagger cannot let this revive go up. Wait.
He died.
Averse?
Yep, ran out.
Sat in the red zone?
I think he was down to bleed. I'm not sure though.
No. He sat in the red zone. There's no way he died to bleed there. There's absolutely no way. Averse may not have been aware of the fact that he was currently ticking in the zone on the border, and he will end up going down. This is a 1v1 between Proster and Seawagger. Seawagger ults over the wall just to try and catch on to Proster, but that means that ult is not available for this fight. And remember, Proster has a pretty good amount of lifesteal in that Chinese Opera Mask, whereas Seawagger has no lifesteal available. I think, honestly, Seawagger just may be trying to force the fight while he knows that Proster doesn't have his ult available, because that could be the deciding factor here. Seawagger's ultimate is, like, it's nice, but it's not, like, the most impactful thing in the world, and he is doing a bunch of damage here. Proster's ult does pop. This may be the turning point, but I don't know. I'm kind of sitting here. Okay, yeah, no, he's definitely stacking up that damage. The bleed is doing a lot of work right here. Drops the D-skill, and Seawagger is going to end up going down. Yeah. Woo! What a crazy result there, as Proster, despite losing Averse to the zone, will end up taking game number 3 in a very dominating fashion.
No, I think this was a really great showing from all of our teams. Passant and Kyoya placing third, really doing well. Seawagger, even though being a solo after Not Rats died to time like that, still managing to get second place. Almost even won it, to be honest.
Yeah, there was a point there where I legitimately thought that Seawagger was about to take that entire game, which would have been crazy. Like, you love seeing those crazy, like, sort of, you know, underdog story situations where you come back from nothing and you end up winning the whole thing. But a second place is not bad either. There's also sort of the question of, does Averse's death go to anybody? Well, no, it did, because he got the kill. So someone got the kill for the down. So no, his death did get counted for somebody.
It should. The one question I have is, for instance, Not Rats, right? Who died to timer before teleporting out. Do they get KP for him dying there?
That is a very good question. Does that go to the team to I believe it was Absolute Terror and Ratchammer? That's a very good question, actually. I would assume yes, because
and then Yoruji,
they're the reason why he was still there in the zone in the first place. So, yeah.
And then Yoruji, we actually didn't get to see. This is just speculation based on where people were on the map at the moment. I think Passant and Kyoya may have forced him into that side of the map, but I'd have to, like, go back and look to know for sure.
Yeah, we'd have to review the tapes on that one for sure. That's sort of up to our staff to sort of figure out while we're figuring out all of the scores and everything. But in the meantime, let's talk about points that were distributed in that game. Remember, there were 6 teams that were very close to qualifying, 3 of which were already sort of in that spot. So in first place currently, not overall scores, but just in first place from that round, we had a Proster and Averse with 5 kills. A very, very nice performance from them. They were already in first place overall. So it's pretty safe to say they're probably going to stay in first place going into qualifications for the semis. So probably congratulations to them for making it into the semifinals. In second place that round, we had Seawagger and Not Rats, a team we didn't see a whole lot of throughout this entire group so far, but they brought a great game with that Agni pivot. I loved seeing that. That's not a build we've seen yet, and it's one I expected to see a lot of this weekend. They had a nice 4-kill second place run. Pretty good stuff coming out of them. And in third place, we had Passant and Kyoya, who was another team that were very close to staying in their position in the top 3. They managed to secure 2 kills, third place, a very nice performance. But also, I kind of want to give a shout out to Yoruji, who got 4 kills, not 4, 2 kills, 4th place, pretty good result, might be enough to stay in that top spot as well. And you also had Absolute Terror and Ratjammer with 3 kills, 5th place. Overall, an insane group coming out of Group C. All these players played out of their minds. It was a pretty stacked group, but then again, every group is a pretty stacked group. What do you think about this?
I think, you know, we're seeing a lot of the people that we expected to see give a good showing in the last 2 games, pretty much follow it through. I'm really happy to see Seawagger and NotRads just able to mix it up and still do extremely well. You know, they did change up their playstyle, but maybe this is what they should have been playing the whole time, you know? Like, this game was really good by them. NotRads really putting out a lot of damage, managed to turn a lot of fights just off of the weapon skill alone from AR. I think you're right, and seeing more of that is probably the play for other teams to make.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm very excited to see more Agni. Like, I know some people are getting kind of frustrated at Agni being really good, but I actually love seeing it. It's very vulnerable. You don't have a lot of max HP. You're very squishy, but you do a ton of damage. I thought Seawagger and NotRats were done. I thought they were screwed in that fight up in Alley, but then I saw NotRats chugging away with that Agni, with that AR skill active. That overheat was going off, and we were seeing the stuns over and over and over. It was insane. Like that whole entire engagement between them and Absolute Terror and Ratjammer, I thought it was against them entirely. I thought they were screwed, and they brought it back because of that AR skill with that Agni damage ticking. I love it. I love it. Like it's moments like those that I live for, man. I love seeing the crazy comebacks in these fights, especially seeing strategies that we haven't been seeing a lot of lately, such as AR ISOL. So very, very cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff.
Yeah, no, really great games. Hoping to move into the next group and kind of follow up the synergy from there.
Yeah, totally. So we're currently working out the who gets whose kill on the explodes and all that stuff, because that subject is pretty complicated, and that can mean the difference between qualifying and not. Like that, every kill matters. Seriously, every single kill matters. So we need to make sure that we are getting the points to the right people, because we don't want to be screwing anyone over, since the scores were so close coming into that last game as well. So yeah, we're going to be working on that in just a second, and we'll be getting the final scores out to you. In the meantime, though, I want to talk more about the group we're going to see coming up after our break, after we finish up here with Group C. We're going to be casting Group D. Have you looked at Group D at all?
I have, and of course we have DeuceXM and Superior One in there. Great, really great team. Twitch TV, I'm Rene and Fiesta Boy. Rene, of course, is one of the better Sylvia players in NA. Fiesta Boy is a Magnus player, from what I've seen. Probably will do pretty well in here, especially pulling out like a more tanky Magnus build to provide frontline for Rene. From there, we start breaking into people like First Baby, Alt F4, Grand Fleet, and Ideon. Yeah, so like, I mean, even like Grand Fleet and Ideon, Ideon's been playing the game for a extremely long time. Back when it was in like, I want to say at least like an open beta was when I first started seeing Ideon a lot. Was one of the only players who was very consistently grinding solo squads and solo duos. So a very, very like storied player, has been in the scene for quite a while. They took a break and came back, and I'm excited to see what they're gonna be bringing in this event as well. And yeah, like you said, DeuceXM, Superior One. This is the team that I was either rank 1 or very close to rank 1 in duos. I can't remember if Waterfudge ended up, like me and Waterfudge ended up being slightly above them or slightly below them. I think they were rank 1, but I could be wrong. At the end of Season 1 duos ranked, they're a very, very good team. They're a very consistent team, and I'd be shocked if they didn't end up making it out of that group. They were a very solid Emma and Cicella. But enough about Group D. Let's talk about the final scores of Group C, because we do have them up and ready to go. We'll see which of our 3 teams did end up qualifying in first place. We have a Verse and Proster. Of course, it's no surprise they did very well throughout the entire group, especially in games 2 and 3. But right below them, that's where things get a little bit more spicy. Mozi, if you want to talk about the rest of the players who did end up qualifying. Yeah, so we've got Kyoya and Basant in second place with 60 points. Really great gameplay from them. We saw the Adela and the Dual Blade Yuki popping off pretty much every game. The only one they didn't do great was second place. And like, come on, they came 9th place with 0 kills, still ended up in second place overall. That's pretty good. So it's like, you're more than open to having a bad game. And then in third place, Absolute Terror and Ratjammer at 54. Neither of them, so to speak, ever had like a pop-off game as far as I'm concerned. Or aware is rather how I should say it. But, you know, consistent placement, consistent kills, like that's really all you need to make it at this point. You know?
Yeah, totally. And I have to give a massive shout out to every single other person in this group. Everyone played really, really well.
Oh, yeah.
This may have been a qualifier group where you expect to see a couple of stomps, you expect to see a couple of teams just really cleaning house and showing everyone how it's done, but this was really close from start to finish. Every single group had, or every single game had like a brand new team showing up and really kind of showing that maybe they're the ones who are going to be taking this game. And like, I just loved seeing the performance out of absolutely everyone. Daystrick and Yexen, I hope to see you guys more in the future, in future tournaments, because you guys played fantastic today. Crimson Sky and Yuruji in 5th place, 46 points, just barely below them. Played really well too. Flaffy and Annabelle played really well too. Not Rats and Seawagger had a great final game. GG's to all these players. You guys did amazing, and I very much look forward to seeing you in future events. Remember, we do have the ERCL Squads tournament that should be taking place about a week or so after this duos event. So, I want to see you guys in that one too. You guys did great. So, that's going to be it for this group. We are going to be throwing it over to a break before we get into Group D. And that's going to be also us showing you the scores for groups A and B as those were played off stream. But guys, that's going to be it for now. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes or so. Go to the bathroom, grab a snack, get some food. Sit tight though. There's plenty more competitive Eternal Return action and plenty more duos action. So sit tight. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are back from our little break, and we've got the results of Group A and Group B for you. So, before we get into our next round of groups, let's talk about those results. In Group A, some pretty insane results from all of these players. A massive performance from Slim13 and BinkX. These are great players. You've been seeing them on ladder. You know they're really good. But man, 119 points first place for Slim13 and BinkX. We also had in second place Celeste and Homecoming, two fan favorites with 56 points. And in third place, Fanghua and Fakula getting 45. These are the three teams that will be progressing over to the semifinals out of Group A. Honestly, I can't say I am insanely surprised by these results. These are the teams that were sort of, I believe, the highest seeded going into this group, and man, they performed. Like 119 points coming out of Slim13 and BinkX. My god, that is an insane result from these two players.
Oh yeah, especially comparing it to Group C, which we just watched, right? Group C at most had 77 points, and we're seeing 100, almost 120, right?
Yeah.
Such a huge point disparity. They probably could have just not even played the third game and still qualified.
Probably true, yeah. Like, that is a crazy result coming out of these players. And also, again, Celeste and Homecoming, Fanghua and Fakula, these are all players I'm very excited to see performing in the semifinals, which will be taking place tomorrow here on this exact same channel. So if you want to see the evolution of this action as we weed out even more teams, that's going to be tomorrow here at 4 p.m. PST, same time, same place. So check that out. Also, let's talk about Group B. We have the results of Group B as well. Group B is insane. Group B is such a shakeup. I'm genuinely shocked at these results, and I think you will be too. In first place with 102 points was Gano and Aluko. These are two players who have not been making a ton of waves on the ladder, but my god, 102 points first place, absolutely dominating the competition. In second place, we had Madru and Nizori with 55 points, and Pi and Ellison taking third place with 52. I have to mention, there are some, I would say, some highly seeded fan favorites in here who did not end up qualifying, such as Tolkien and Ghost Electricity and Sleeping Lion and White Rabbit. Insane performances from Gano and Aluko, as well as Madru, Nizori, and Pi and Ellison. I believe Madru and Nizori were even very low seeds in this group as well, and they brought their game today, and they ended up qualifying for the semifinals. So good job to Madru and Nizori, Gano and Aluko, Pi and Ellison. You guys all did fantastic. Congratulations on making it into the semifinals. Now, with that being, yeah, well, I was gonna say, with that being said, it's time to go into Group D. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, I know Ellison, for instance, had a keyboard malfunctions in the first game, and I think that led to maybe some poor placement or like poor kill participation on their end, but it seems like it worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, definitely. I'm super excited that they ended up making it, and that's an insane result. I'm stoked for these teams. So I have to say, before we get into Group D, we do want to mention that there were a few players replaced because some people had to drop out. They couldn't make it, availability issues or whatever. The point is that we do have some more fan favorites over here in Group D. As we're about to get into those games, Waterfudge and Lily Dongo will be showing up in this group as well. They were sort of a last minute addition because the team there was a team that couldn't quite make it, so this is our team that got filled in from our backup list. So remember, guys, if you can't ever make it into the first round of signups, there's a good chance you'll make it in on the backups list. We've already had, I think, about 3 or 4 teams who have had to drop out just for availability issues, and they've already managed to get filled in from the backup list. So that's pretty crazy. Also, going into this game, I'm expecting to see some explosive things out of Deus and Superior. How do you feel about that?
Deus and Superior are definitely two very strong players. I can say I'm a little bit biased towards Lily Dongo and Waterfudge. I think they're great players. I love watching them. Lily Dongo are the better ammo players that we're going to be able to see. Waterfudge is actually an interesting one because I know him personally for playing Yuki and Jukai. But yeah, that's not what we're going to see him playing today.
So he's on Kiara. Here's one thing about Waterfudge, though. He is definitely not a one-trick. He's the absolute opposite of a one-trick. He plays pretty much everything, which is actually why I really enjoyed... I was grinding with him on the duos ladder right at the end of the season I was right there at the end of the season. We were grinding some duos together, and it was really comfortable because we both were players who played like everything. So it was really easy to be like adaptable and switch between characters. I know he's a player who has played a lot of Kiara as well. People don't know him as a Kiara player, but he has played a lot of Kiara, and he's a very good player. So I'm excited to see what him and Lily Dongo managed to bring out here. Lily Dongo is a notorious Emma-only one-trick at this point. Used to play a lot of Hedgen, but it's sort of pivoted over to being a Emma one-trick, so I'm excited to see what Lily's going to bring as well.
Yeah. And as for Deus Ex M is one of the best, or Deus Ex Machina, however you want to say it, one of the best Cisellas that we have in NA. There are a lot of people who like to say that Deus is a better Cicella than Miazroy, but I think a lot of that just comes down to the fact that people haven't seen Miazroy's Cicella in a while. You know, he's pretty much just been grinding Kathy. Not to give any discredit to Deuce, but I think it's a lot closer than people think. He's very strong. This is one of the top players in NA, and his partner, being Superior 1, is an extremely strong Emma player as well. We got to see a lot of her in the 30K tournament, or them, sorry, and they did a very good job.
Yeah, Superior, ooh, Daze already putting the pressure on with that spiky bouncy ball, knows that he is able to scrap pretty early in the game. This weapon is, I'm not gonna say overtuned, but it's quite powerful for a non-finished weapon. Yeah, also one thing I want to point out, we have Ideon playing Adela. This is a character going into this event people were sleeping on. People were not really talking about Adela as a strong character, saying she was pretty weak, but Duels players know, like, this character is not bad in a team mode setting, so I'm excited to see this Adela pick here. I'm excited to see what Deus is going to do in general, because Deus and Superior, we mentioned it earlier, they are absolute ladder monsters, and we played against we played against them in the, I want to say it was Prime Subnimise tournament that happened recently. It was another duos tournament that happened within the last like week or so, and I believe Superior and Deus ended up taking the entire thing, just barely beating us out by like 2 points. It was really fun games. But yeah, they're a fantastic duo. They have really, really good synergy. They have really, really good team comp sense. Like, I've seen some of the most insane things coming out of these two players. They have really, really good team fight sense. Oh
yeah, an interesting thing here though is that Yejin, we saw 3 of her in almost every game last time, and now, you know, there's none. But in replacing that character, we have 3 Lei Dailin.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're starting to see a nice little swap based on lobby preferences. So it's like, just because, oh my gosh, speaking of, Lei Dailin going down to Fina, doing a lot of damage with that Acne already. They get it down. It looks like they're going to choose to kill him off.
Yeah, Vimahesh is already going to be ending up dropping against Finna and only DPS. I like the name Finna. Yeah, that is a rough position to be in when you only have your nunchuck and you're trying to deal with someone who has Agni and Crusader's armor. That is a really, really powerful position to be in as an ISIL player this early in the game. Chapel is very scary with Agni existing in the form that it currently does. So yeah, unfortunately, Vimahesh will end up going down, leaving his teammate Tycoon, unfortunately, alone for the rest of game number 1.
It's true. Rene opting to go the opposite method. Oh.
Chokore Senpai is going to be getting caught over here by Nico Sushi. Nico Sushi, she's in pretty good shape with the golden boa already, sorry, the magnum boa already finished with the Buccaneer Doubloon. This is a very popular build on Sylvia lately. Like, you've been seeing it goes like archery, school into hotel. It's been very good. But also, speaking of team fights breaking out, we have Waterfudge and Willidongo fighting Imran and Fiesta Boy over here in archery range.
Oh yeah, it was definitely very unfortunate placement. She teleported right on top of Waterfudge. Waterfudge dropping the ultimate. Looks like he's going to execute Fiesta Boy. Rene may just choose to back off from here. This is exactly what we were talking about. Waterfudge is just a very strong pick, already on his weapon. Lily Dongo is able to back him up and just make sure that they can secure this kill. Rene is going to be forced to fall back. He may end up being able to pick him later, but I'm sure that Lily Dongo and Waterfudge will just choose to execute Fiesta before that time is ready.
Yeah, especially since they know, just based on seeding, Fiesta Boy is on one of the harder teams, or like more threatening teams in the lobby. So yeah, they're gonna make sure that Fiesta Boy goes down to help ensure that they have better placement overall against one of these more like higher seeded teams. Something I have to point out in that fight that was extremely cool to me, and I knew that's why they were taking that fight so confidently. Waterfudge pops the ultimate. So when Kiara has the ultimate going, they heal, or sorry, Kiara, she heals off of like the number of people that she's dealing damage to with that ultimate like AoE circle. She was lifestealing off of Fiesta Boy, Imran, and both of the wolves from the wolf camp. Normally you don't want to be fighting in a bunch of animals because you're going to draw aggro, but that extra healing meant that Waterfudge was healing so much in that situation, making them a massive drain tank, and yeah, there was nothing that Imran or Fiesta Boy could do about that to match that healing. And yeah, that was a very nicely fought fight by Waterfudge and Lily Dongo.
It's just very unfortunate to teleport, and this is why they say teleporting in duos and squads is such a like rough thing. We didn't see it on the screen. I had happened to be watching on the side, and I noticed that Rene had teleported right on top of Waterfudge, And then from there, Fiesta Boy teleported in, came to like transition over, and it's like you can't help it, you know, when you teleport right next to someone like that.
Ooh, Pond. Okay, Pond is Deus XM's and Superior's like home zone. These guys are constantly getting kills over here in Pond. If you want to stay safe and they're in the lobby, don't go to Pond. Or if you want to find a fight that's going on, go to Pond. They're always getting kills over here. Now, we're already seeing Deus XM and Superior picking up their first kill as AX's teammate Chokurei Senpai did end up going down, and now AX is trying his best to just run away as fast as possible, as swiftly and safely as possible. And it looks like that's going to be something that's going to happen as AX does end up getting away, but that is a kill going over to Deus XM and Superior.
Yeah, a pretty clean, already setting up a lead at this point. Something too, I think, that's interesting to note is that Waterfudge and Lily are on a very good, efficient farming route. They managed to get both wolves from archery range. They're managing to kill the bears in dock, or no, sorry, beach, and they're just going to look to like farm up for these legendary materials so they can get upgrades. And this is what you're going to see most people doing at this point in the game.
So Finna and Only DPS, their builds are, they're kind of crazy good right now. Like, sure, he's only sitting on the watch, but he's got the Agni, the Crusaders, the White Rhinos, like basically full build. And we saw that first kill. It was very, very well timed by Finna and Only DPS. Only DPS only missing the nail or the feather to finish off their shoes as well. So they're in pretty good shape. We do have Chokurei Senpai, does end up going down, like fully going down to Deus XM. We have a bunch of fights breaking out as GPA Shine and Nico Nico Sushi are in a fight against Alt FX. Alt F4 and the first baby over here in Factory. All these fights breaking out at the exact same time all over the map. GPA Shine going for that Twantian high max HP build on Yuki will end up going down to the pretty standard Alt F4 build of, the pretty standard Adriana build that Alt F4 is running on Incendiary Bomb, EOD suit, TAC Ops helmet, you know, the pretty standard stuff that you see when you go from like Avenue to Archery on Adriana. And the first baby running a pretty standard Bloodwing Knuckle Rockers Jacket type formation as well.
Right, and it's funny because I was actually going to mention JP Shine and Nico Nico Sushi because they happen to be, AEX maybe going down to Rene. Rene gets a really good ultimate there, calling the read on the flip. Maybe it was just reactions, who knows? Nico Nico Sushi on the side actually getting caught out by Superior 1 and Deus XM, almost finishes him off, runs into Grand Fleet.
Grand Fleet does end up securing that kill. The Dino, whoa, that had to be like a misclick, right? Ideon just popped the ultimate. Ooh, that's gonna be a rough situation as the polymorph does end up landing from Superior 1. Grand Fleet trying to zone him out with that slam. A beautiful bluff coming out of Grand Fleet does negate the play with us from Deus XM. Nicely done, but the polymorph, remember, this is what's so strong about this composition. Between the polymorph chains and the pulls coming out of Deus XM, there's really nothing you can do to get away from this team. They have insanely good chase. Emma, one of the best chasers in the entire game when it comes to just locking someone down, slowing them down, and making sure that they stay in the fight. Grand Fleet doesn't going down as Ideon is now left to his own devices. And Superior and Deus XM, they pick up yet another kill, going up to 2 kills at the start of game number 1.
Really starting to just wear down these games and show really good performance. From there, I was going to say Nico Nico Sushi actually ended up having the Celt, so they must have gotten a 4 score at some point, but it looks like it really didn't help too much. From there, Waterfudge has 2 kills. I don't remember them getting a second kill, do you?
I kind of don't, actually. I don't know where they got that second kill. I have no idea. I really have no idea.
Huh. Well, I mean, it must have been something that we missed off screen, but it's just like, because I remember they got the 1 kill from Fiesta Boy, but from there.
Oh, no, that was Imran that got that. I don't know. Maybe it's Tycoon, because Tycoon was alone. Yeah, I'm guessing it was Tycoon over here on beach, because I did see them over there in that area. That would make a lot of sense. Tycoon was left alone at one point as Vimahesh got picked off early by Finna. Speaking of which, how's Finna doing?
True.
He's finna finish his radar, but he's kind of missing something. I think it's the paper since they're over here in archery range. That would make the most sense.
I can't believe you said it.
I had to. I can't not, dude. At some point I have to say it, right? Only DPS has still been locked in onto those combat boots, has not been able to find the nail or the feather that they need to finish those shoes.
It's interesting because it's like, does Finna have any anti-heal? I don't think he does. So the question,
yeah, he does.
Yeah, no, he does. So as a team, do you decide that Finna's anti-heal is really all you need, and go for the feather boots, or do you also lock in anti-heal yourself because he's ranged? He'll be doing less with it.
Yeah, since it is ranged, that means it is. Oh, hang on, I have to show it because it's only on the item. Yeah, they decrease the amount of healing reduction that you get. So they reduce the healing reduction of ranged characters in the last patch. It was a pretty massive change. Pretty strange stuff. But wait a second. Hold on. Are you noticing what I'm noticing? Ruthenium Marble is still at 40%, even for ranged characters.
What? Why?
Yeah, that was not mentioned in the patch notes. That's kind of huge. Anyway, we're not going to harp on that for too long, but the point I'm trying to make is that if you're a ranged character, especially a single target ranged character, you're only doing 25% minus on the healing, which is not a huge amount. And also you can only really hit one person at a time unless you're switching your focus, which you don't want to be doing on AR ISOL in general. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to get that nail so that only DPS could also get the healing reduction going, especially as a melee character. Now, we do have Superior 1 and Deus XM. They're going for the Wick kill, but will they get it in time before Waterfudge and Lily Dongo show up? That remains to be seen.
They're doing a lot of damage, and they have the DPS to do it. I'm pretty sure they will get it, but the question is, will Waterfudge and Lily Dongo be able to clean up afterwards? The Wicca line does go down, they see that. You can kind of see Waterfudge immediately change directions on the map. So I'm glad that they understood. They maybe had vision of the area, maybe not. You know, you see the noise, you kind of know that she's there, you get an idea of what's going on, and once it's down, it's no reason to commit to the fight because you can guess that they're probably full HP with this team, you know? Superior gets a lot of shields, Cicella gets a lot of heals. Apparently she has 40% healing reduction. Get your people riots out. But beyond that, Ideon, on his own, I'm wondering how the Adele is going to be able to match up with everyone else from here. She does have burst, you know, she could get a kill.
Yeah, looks like First Baby is getting caught out by Lily Dongo and Waterfudge here, getting a lot of damage chunked onto them really early. Lily Dongo, she did a ton of damage right there at the start of the fight. Alta F4 is just forced to run away, do what they can at this point. Lily Dongo, she gets the polymorph, and Waterfudge just barely missing on that route there. Alta F4 running away, running for their lives, but I don't think it's going to be enough here as Waterfudge and Lily Dongo are putting the chase on relentlessly on these two players, covering every single exit, but no, it's Deus XM and Superior off the side who come by for the third party. Now Lily Dongo, she's dropped to the floor. It's all up to Waterfudge to run away from the situation, and Alt F4 is somehow still alive in all this, but the kill goes to Superior 1 and not Waterfudge and Lily Dongo.
Man, what a change of events. Waterfudge ends up backing off to try and secure the kill on the body and ends up just not being there for the third party coming up. And to be honest, if he was, it could have changed the situation, but she was already going to be low HP at that point, and it makes it a risky engage. Waterfudge does get the root on Superior, but Superior doesn't have to give up chase just yet. They do decide that it's probably not worth it though and start backing off. Waterfudge is going to TP out, lose a bit of timer. Now we're down to another one-man team.
Ooh, Waterfudge actually gets a really good TP back into alley to try and grab Lily Dongo before Superior 1 and Deus XM show up, but Rin might be the wrench in their plan that they were not quite expecting. Superior 1 and Deus XM know exactly what's about to happen here. They know where Lily Dongo went down, and they are trying their best to get here in time, but I think the revive will be off just in time. Lily Dongo is playing a very slippery character, will likely be able to jump away just in time. Yeah, just like that. Nicely done. Lily Dongo and Waterfudge, they're back in the game. But potentially, that could be another kill for Superior 1 and Deus if they win this fight once again.
You're telling me that Polymorph cancels Kiara root?
Does it? I don't...
It looked like the chain disappeared.
It might have still gone through, though. Like, sometimes effects will disappear, but the effect, like, kind of still goes
Possibly.
through.
That'd be pretty wild. The more I'm seeing out of, like, Emma, the more I'm thinking, like, this character's busted.
Yeah, so
man, what a good character.
I'm gonna blow your mind real quick. So let's talk about Cicella real quick. Cicella, damage dealt in duos 85%. What do you think Emma's is at? I know you just saw it on screen, but what do you think Emma's is at?
It's only like 97 or something, right?
Yeah, it's like 96. It's like absurdly high for a very potent range character. So Emma is an exceptional pick in duos mode. She's dealing so much damage, almost 100% damage for a high burst, high mobility range character. Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, but in her defense, she doesn't have Ruth Marble available to her. Ruth Marble might just be one of the better weapons in the game.
I'm not saying like, yo, you gotta, you know, I'm just not comparing directly between these, but like, just like most range characters tend to be roughly around the 85 to like 90% mark, and Emma's sitting at a comfortable 96. It's funny enough,
this is one of those reasons why when a new character drops, you know, they may be a terror in squads, but they will always be monsters in duos, or sorry, I meant solos, but they will always be monsters in duos and squads because they have 100% scaling, you know? Even if they're characters that are like, they should naturally come out the gate with like 80% scaling, that 100% scaling means for an entire week, you're gonna have to deal with just them blowing you up sometimes, and that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that can be kind of rough, especially on new character releases, for sure. But we do tend to see like nerfs to the duos and squad scaling pretty much like on their first patch almost every time. I wouldn't be surprised if they started just launching the characters with those reductions at some point in the future.
I actually think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, honestly, and just adjust from there, because it happens like every single character release, like pretty much every single character release. So,
oh yeah.
As far as our remaining teams go, we do have 2 solos. We also do have 3 teams. We have Lily Dongo and Waterfudge. It looked rough. Like, Lily Dongo was downed, but it didn't matter. Waterfudge was able to get the clutch revive with a beautiful teleport going from Temple back into Alley, managed to get the revive. A beautiful play. I love seeing that sort of stuff. Although, unfortunately, for some of our solos, they were not able to get the revive on their teammates, like Ideon. Ideon over here getting caught on the bridge, trying his best to get away, throws down the ultimate to try and get that extra little bit of survivability, but will end up going down as Waterfudge and Lily Dongo, they pick up another kill. They're on 4 kills already. That's a really good result. That's tied for the most kills in the lobby right now. Even though it feels like Deus XM and Superior are sort of the ones to beat at the moment. 4 kills to 4 kills, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, no, they're definitely in a great spot at this point. We can maybe expect to see them move on after the next rounds, but of course it's a little too early to call that, right? They're doing great. We're just gonna have to see where it keeps going from here. Deus XM in Superior 1 also showing great performance. We are starting to see a lot of these teams collapse here in Hospital, and we might see another fight go off. Rene, still, you know, just kind of like keeping it alive, you know, on 1 kill, just relaxing, not really having to commit to anything too much.
Yeah, playing the placement game really well. Like, it's genuinely a skill to survive in these situations where your teammate's dead and you're trying to get away from people. It is a skill to get away from people and not get caught and survive. Like, so the fact that Rene's or Ryan or Rin is still alive, that's an amazing feat, genuinely, in this situation. Like, knowing exactly when to TP there, to go to archery where there's gonna be nobody there. That's a very nice heads up play and very well done by TTV. I'm Rin. Also, one more thing I want to point out, Finna and only DPS. Okay, Finna, thank God, found an arm piece. It's not quite what he was looking for to begin with, but it's there. It's a burnished Aegis. It's good enough. Some max HP is gonna be very nice for this ISO player. And only DPS did manage to finally finish the shoes. So also, both of these players are in very good shape with a lot of max HP too. They're very tanky.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna go ahead and just outright say this, and you may disagree with me, but I was only DPS. I would probably give Finna the radar and then take the burnished Aegis from him. How do you feel about that? That
is an interesting call. I kind of agree with you. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not going to sit here and backseat these players. They can make the decision that they want, but at the same time, yeah, this is sort of your main damage source in team modes. Is this auto attack AR Agni ISIL? It's very powerful, and I would be happy to see that radar slammed over onto Finna. But maybe they just want to spread out the max HP. They're very tanky players.
Understandable.
Both of them sitting at like basically 2.7k HP. It's a very tanky, healthy place to be in. People are not going to want to jump on them and try and burst them, because how are you going to burst them? They're so tanky.
Right. And Finna doesn't have his Laurel Wreath either, which that's a very big component for these builds, you know. That's going to be a lot of damage missing because of it. If they just not able to secure a tree, totally makes sense. If your main DPS isn't completely online, you don't want to keep throwing resources into it. That's not going to, like, get a lot of value out. Superior, not sure if the board reset was intentional or not, but that actually does end up giving him extra mastery, you know. And there are some people I've seen that will take a boar or a bear and just constantly reset them to try and get a little bit of more mastery gain when there's nothing else to do.
Yeah, totally. So we are seeing the Lunar Embrace. This is an item we saw a ton of right when it first came out, but we've been seeing a little bit less of it lately. Slammed on over to Waterfudge. Between the Mithril Armor and the Lunar Embrace, that is a ton of amp reduction on Waterfudge. Waterfudge is going to be so tanky against their biggest threat in the lobby, Deus XM and Superior 1, who are both amp characters with not a whole lot of amp. I would not be surprised if we saw Waterfudge able to tank both of these players extremely well. Like, that is a huge item adaptation. I love seeing this on Waterfudge. A very, very nice itemization play from Waterfudge.
Oh, yeah.
And
especially in
Lily
this
Dongo.
Current meta setting, Rene getting kind of boxed out by Lily Dongo and Waterfudge. He does have to make the call in. He only has 11 seconds. Goes in on him, but they're just doing so much damage. It really doesn't matter. Rene finally does come to an end here. Did the best job he can for placement. Finna and only DPS coming up, setting off a fire trap. and just trying to get vision of where the other two are. They may end up for a fight here.
This is a really aggressive third party. They are really trying to force this right now, but with also Deus XM and Superior One in the backline with remote mines already slammed down. We are currently seeing Finna and only DPS in sort of a rough situation, but the question is, do Superior One and Deus XM have the cameras to catch these stealthy characters as they're trying to run away? It really is just sort of them getting sandwiched by these two players right now, and Deus XM has pulled him into the corner. Ooh, that is a tough position to be in for Finna and only DPS. The caltrops are thrown down by Superior One as Finna does go down, but now Lily Dongo and Water Fudge, they're ready to get in this fight too. They're trying to jump onto Deus XM while his shields are down right now. A nice catch with the E onto Deus XM. The reactivation on the ultimate from Water Fudge. Deus drops. It's now Lily Dongo and Water Fudge, the only team with both members still alive as they have to make their call. Whose team are they going to stop the revives for? They're setting one player to each side to try and interrupt both of these revives as Superior is going in for it. But remember, Water Fudge has no actual method of interrupting a revive. It's up to Lily Dongo to make sure that Superior One can't get the revive off.
I think this is definitely the call. Deus XM and Superior, in my opinion, seem like the more threatening team to fight against. Finna and only DPS, it's not so much that they're weak, but it's like Deus XM and Superior have that snowball like going on at the moment. They have 5 kills in between themselves. They have the items. So Lily Dongo and Water Fudge kind of splitting them off and forcing them not to get the revive, I think, is just the call they're looking for. The interesting point for me is that Finna and DPS did not choose to finish off Deus, so there's still the chance that he could get picked up by Superior. But of course, here they are zoning him off, doing a little bit of damage. Does land the Q, but is probably not going to get to set it off himself, so the damage is going to be minimal, but we're going down to timer here. They only have a few seconds.
Wait, Finna and only DPS are going so hard to finish off Superior here. They want to make sure that they get that kill. They don't even care if they win at this point. They just want to make sure that Superior goes down, because honestly, hey, if you can't win the whole thing, you might as well get an extra kill. That kind of makes sense if I'm being honest. Deus XM is crawling over here as Superior is able to go for the interrupt, or sorry, go for the revive. Finna is trying to interrupt. Remember, he does have that AR skill probably available in just a few seconds to stop that. Yes, Superior gives up on the revive. We have Water Fudge fighting only DPS, and Lily Dongo is doing a great job as well. She is dealing a ton of damage and zoning her out. Only DPS does go down, and Finna is trying to be in here, trying to get in this fight, but Superior One, he ends up surviving both of them. Superior One goes down. That's the second place for Superior and Deus.
And there we go. That's where we see a little bit of greed from only DPS and Finna actually ends up forcing them to lose out on that second play. You know, they dedicated a little bit too much, I think, to making sure that Superior couldn't get the revive, and then only DPS goes in and just dies out to Superior or Lily Dongo and Water Fudge, and you know they end up getting punished for it.
Yeah, that's an insane fight to try and fight. You don't fight those fights every day. Like, we were talking about this in the previous group too. These split-second decisions where you just sort of have to make a call, like, is this the right tactical call for this situation? You don't, there's no perfect practice for that. You never, there's no book written about it, there's no classes you could take, and there's no matter how many duos games you play, you're not going to be in that situation very often. So very well done by all these players. I loved seeing what they actually brought in the moment. But in the end, it ended up being Lily Dongo and Water Fudge, our substitute players, coming in with an 8-kill first place. Beautifully done by both of them. Lily Dongo and Water Fudge, nicely done. You guys did a wonderful job. In second place, Superior One and Deus XM with 6 kills. They also had a very fantastic showing. And in that whole last fight, it ended up being Lily Dongo and Water Fudge who pulled it out in the end. But Superior One and Deus XM, they played it pretty well themselves too. Finna and only DPS, they did fantastic too. I like the confidence in that chase, making sure they didn't let Deus XM get picked up. That's not something you see out of a lot of teams. You tend to see more passive play. I'd say 90% of the other teams in this tournament would have let Deus get picked up there, and maybe Deus's team comes back and wins the whole thing. No, they chased him out. They made sure that they didn't get picked up. Sure, they didn't end up getting second place. In the end, they got third, but man, the confidence in that play, I respect the hell out of it. That was really well played by Finna and only DPS, taking third place with only 1 kill.
For sure, and it's like, it's very hard to understand what the optimal line of play there is to make, you know, because that's not exactly a mechanical mistake. That's more of like a hindsight mistake, that it's afterwards you're like, oh, well, shit, it didn't end up working out because, you know, Superior ended up living just a slight second longer than I did. And you can't understand that that's going to happen, so I don't more so mean to bash on them for making that mistake as much as I'm just pointing out that it's like, it's those little decisions that will in the long run actually end up making or breaking some of your placements.
Totally. I genuinely think that their performance in that game was admirable. I respect the hell out of their play. Like, really, that was well played by all 3 of our final 3 teams. That whole fight is not something that you see every day, and it's not something you can really prepare for. So GG's to all 3 of our final 3 teams for doing so well. here's the thing though. We do have the scores ready. So if you're curious how the points stack up for our players based on their placement and their kills, we can talk about that. We can go over that. Actually, wait, no, there might be a little bit of a mistake with one of the kills not quite going over to the right player. So we're gonna try and fix that real quick. While we're waiting for that to get ironed out though, what are your thoughts coming out of that game? How do you feel like our teams are stacking up in this situation?
I think we're actually looking pretty solid at this point. Lily Dongo and Waterfudge sitting at 8 kills. Obviously going to be our first place at this point. Superior in Deus Exum, the ones that we were expecting to do really well in second place. I think it's pretty interesting to think that like Lily Dongo and Waterfudge almost didn't make it here. And they're just 2 really strong players. She plays duos and squads all the time. Waterfudge as well. So it's like they have experience in this game mode that some other people don't.
Yeah, totally. And yeah, like you said, they almost were not even in the tournament. They were our second or third backup team. Just barely made it in. I believe it was last night that they got into the tournament because they just got off of that backup list. So the fact that they're even here and they're showing such a dominating performance so far that's really one of those things where it's like you never know what's going to happen. Things just sort of change on the fly. It's pretty crazy. Also, in that game, like a similar situation, Lily Dongo was down. She almost died. She barely got back because, you know, the chase onto the right side of alley and then Waterfudge TP's back in and picks her up. Like, that was insane.
Got really
like,
good RNG.
Yeah,
on the other end, though, Renee and Fiesta Boy actually kind of like losing out on that game to bad RNG on the complete other scale. Renee ended up teleporting exactly into Waterfudge. You could say that he got lucky twice, but I think it's better to say that Renee just got really unfortunate teleport there. Fiesta Boy ended up paying his life for it. So those are 2 players that I'm expecting to see if they run the same exact game plan. There's more than likely that we'll actually see them doing a little bit better this game, you know, because it's like, how often is that going to happen to you, right? Definitely not 2 games in a row, you hope.
Hopefully. But I mean, hey, if you're teleporting to a specific location at a roughly the same time every game, maybe you run into the same teams every game. Sometimes that's just the way, if your routes are lining up in a certain way, it's not fortunate for you. It's just sort of bad luck. But we do have the scores ready. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so go ahead. Sorry, really quickly. Waterfudge and Lily Dongo, first place with 42 points. Deus XM and Superior in second place with 32 points. Only DPS and Finna in third place with 14 points. These are our points leaders, the ones looking on to move on from here. But again, you know, Waterfudge and Lily Dongo, Deus XM and Superior are making up a majority of the points. Because of this, it's going to be very easy for people in the lower end of the bracket to actually make it back up into that end. Only DPS and Finna are only in there by 2 points, beating out Fiesta Boy and Renee themselves, and then Grand Fleet and Ideon in 5th place with 10 points, so it's 10, 12, 14. It's really easy for anyone to move up from there.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's definitely anyone's game for that 3rd spot. I do think that Waterfudge and Lily Dongo, as well as Deus XM and Superior 1, are in a very commanding lead at the moment with 42 and 32 points to their name, but yeah, anyone could sneak into that 3rd spot. Finna and Only DPS, they did very well, and they did end up in 3rd place overall, but that does not mean that they are secured for these final spots whatsoever. They only had 1 kill. They had good placement, but they only had 1 kill. So really, like you just said, it is absolutely anybody's game. We are going to be moving into the next game of this group in just a moment, though. Are there any changes that you think we're going to see? Like, is there any sort of, like, do you think that any of our teams are really going to switch it up based on what you know? Like, they play a lot of characters. Do you think we're going to see a Sylvia come out of them?
Wouldn't be surprised to see players in like the bottom 3 pick it up or change something up. I'm not familiar with these players myself, so I can't make any calls on that. Renee definitely does have the Sylvia he can pull out, but I feel like he didn't really give a good chance to show off the combination that they have, and I wouldn't be surprised if they stuck with it because, again, it really just did come down to really bad luck when they teleported in. I don't think that's any harp on the character's pick or the routing pick. Just going into archery range at a really bad time.
Yeah, totally. I'm also interested in seeing more in a Nico Sushi. Nico Sushi is a player we have actually seen stuff from before in previous tournaments, if I'm not mistaken. Can bring some good stuff, but I haven't seen them much in the duo setting, so I'm curious to see what they're going to be bringing overall. And Ideon and Grand Fleet, they're a good team too. I really do think that they potentially could bring something better. And unfortunately for Tycoon and Vimahesh, they got kind of picked off early game. We haven't seen what they had prepared for us in the mid to late game, so maybe they've got some good stuff too. I'm excited to see what all these teams are going to bring. I'm sure they're going to show us great games. That being said though, Waterfudge Lily Dongo, that's a team that I am excited to see more of. They really kind of played to the lobby super well. And I love the item adaptation. I said this, I was kind of glowing about it in the tournament match itself. I love the itemization that Waterfudge had in that tournament match. He had mithril armor and a lunar embrace. Like, that is so anti Deus Ex M and anti Superior One. I love it. Like, that's such a great adaptation, a great read on the lobby, knowing exactly what was good to itemize against their biggest competition in that last fight. I really thought that was such a great heads up play.
That's true, and that's one of the problems you'll run into playing a comp that like Deus Ex M is that they're both casters, so they
Absolutely.
both kind of get countered by the same items. So it's a lot easier to itemize against them for that reason. Itemization, I think, is actually becoming something a little more popularized between the top tiers of players, as they're realizing that honestly just like one different armor piece can make or break a fight. And I think that's something we're going to have to see people adapt when it comes to E-nade as well. E-nade reduction has been something that most people kind of just have as an afterthought. You know, you'll play EOD suit, but you really don't care that it's on there. You want the CDR and the HP. But at this point, I would see players just throwing it on there, and then maybe a magazine or a sword stopper just to say, like, you know, well, they've got the Agni on their team, so this will cut their damage by half and just buy me time so that I can get the rest of my abilities off.
Yeah, normal attack damage reduction is still a very valid stat, and it's on some good pieces of gear as well. Like EOD suit, like you said, magazine very popular accessory just in general because it's just so universal. Everyone wants max HP. EOD suit, everyone wants max HP. Everyone wants CDR. It just happens to come with that normal attack damage reduction as well. You also do have, I think, Rocker's Jacket has like at least a little bit on it. So it's like, just because you're not slamming a sword stopper, which is like sort of the dedicated normal attack damage reduction piece of gear, you still are going to find those sorts of stats as sort of auxiliary stats on some other very popular pieces of gear. And that's going to be hurting players like Finna, who are running the Agni.
That's true.
Yeah, so speaking of Agni, we've been talking about Agni a lot today because even though it hasn't been coming out there very much, it's very exciting. Like, I love seeing Agni. It's a very exciting new weapon. I love it when weapon types get new weapons added to them. Like when we saw that new dagger, it didn't do a whole lot, but like Agni is obviously going to be very, very popular. It's just a strict upgrade to Gatling gun. It still builds in the same zones. It's really, really, really good. And yeah, we're already seeing it, and we're seeing it do some pretty good things so far. I'm super excited to see more Agni.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty good item. Speaking of, though, new equipment that I like to see, the community has dubbed it Auto Helm. I'm sure we saw Rene had it last game, really no one else, but it's like, it's a really good item. Provides 40 attack, 30 defense for a headpiece, and you really can't like find a budget replacement for it. There's nothing that slots in those stats the way it does.
Yeah, so Elysian Halo, aka Auto Head, if we call it Auto Head, you know what we're talking about, because it's basically the Auto Arms equivalent of a head slot, so people call it, you know, Auto Head. Kind of makes sense. High defense, high attack power, builds out of a force core and some random material. Like, it's essentially Auto Arms for your head, but it's even better in my opinion. Like, it comes with crit damage reduction, which is now a stat that you can't get anywhere else. You also have what is it? It's like 40 attack power, which is like a crazy high number of attack power. I think it comes with something else too, but I'm forgetting exactly what. That's not the point though. The point is, the thing is stacked. The thing is super good. And it fits well on that head slot too, because head slots are a little bit less contested by a lot of other like really, really good head pieces. Mostly you'll see players like sitting on the motorcycle helmet for like most of the game. So going from a moto helm to an Elysian Halo, that's a huge upgrade.
Definitely is. So getting in here again, as I've said before, you know, we've got 4 people in archery range. It's just such a contested spot. You're gonna see people here all the time. Moving on from those areas, everything else kind of seems to be pretty spread out evenly. I'm wondering if we're actually going to see some teams get put behind because they have the archery range starts, and the ones who didn't able to like really push ahead and flourish.
Yeah, totally. We saw over there Deus XM, he is starting over there. His route's going to be something along the lines of like archery school pawn to go for this very popular Ruthenium marble build. But the problem is he needs 3-ish nails, like 2 to 3 nails coming out of that build. That's a lot of nails to try and get when there's 4 other people starting an archery. Like you said, getting your materials out of there is going to be extremely difficult. And so he has to start there if he's going to get anything that he wants. Also, we're seeing Fiesta Boy. He's playing the amp build. I've been seeing him play this on ladder as well. This is that sort of like amp spy umbrella build that goes factory, chapel into forest. Very popular. It's essentially the Shoichi route, but you play it on Magnus. I'm not saying Magnus is an amazing character in general, but it's been more popular. If you're going to see a Magnus, he's probably playing this route.
Yeah, no, for sure. it's just, it's like you're saying, it's just something that we're seeing all the time now. And I find it pretty funny because it's like on Magnus hasn't been very popular lately. He's not been doing very well, especially since the Fang Mace builds have been kind of falling out of favor. But Umbrella, honestly, just picking up the weight. And I honestly would go ahead and just say that, like, Magnus Ape, I think, is one of the reasons that we're seeing this, right? The dude's been really following along the Korean meta, picking up on what's shifting, and he's able to just bring it to the forefront in NA and say, like, hey, this is the next best thing for us to play. You should use this. Deus XM actually messing around with AEX here might be able to get a kill. He's doing a bunch of damage already with just a blue weapon.
Yeah, showing that early game chase potential for Sacella. It's really good. Like, you have that long range slow on your passive. You can occasionally get a pull if they don't manage to dodge it, but unfortunately, it's not going to be a kill going over to Deus in the end, as AX is able to get away, as Chokori Senpai manages to sort of go, whoa, get off my friend. Like, you need to back up, man. You need to not attack my buddy, especially since I already have Loigur and Zara and Straight Jackets already finished. You need to back up and go hang out with Superior One. I don't want you killing my teammate this early in the game. We're seeing a bit of an engagement over here as IDN and Grand Fleet are pushing out Imran over here in Hotel. Imran has finished sort of their third zone over here. They go Forest, Beach into Hotel. Very, very common, very, very popular dial-in build, but it's been sort of nerfed a little bit. You don't finish those steel knee pads anymore. It's still pretty good though. But IDN and Grand Fleet, they're looking pretty good right now. They already have Mistleton's about to come online. Grand Fleet's got the Plasma Tonfa. Both these players spiking very hard at the moment over here in Hotel, probably to contest this first tree.
Wonder if, like, there's any specific reason to contest for the first tree for them. I don't think Adela would want the flat amp right now, do you?
I'm not entirely sure, but hey, a Scotty is not bad. Like,
yeah,
no one is really complaining about a free Scotty, but no, they're not gonna go for it. They're gonna let it go. It might just go to Imran and Fiesta Boy.
Yeah, an interesting point on that too. Rene was actually pushed out by the both of them. Rene has a completed weapon, and neither of them did at the moment. And it's just like, that goes to show that power in numbers actually does matter quite a bit. Even two people on like blue weapons can just kill someone who has their finished weapon at this point. And that's why I say grouping early is just so important in these formats. The first Baby and Khan are going to be sitting in the bush. It's everyone hates to see it, right? The bush camping strat, but like if they walk up to it even a little bit, that engage is just so easy for them, and they might be able to clean up a kill, but it doesn't go that way. They end up breaking off, and we'll see how it goes from here.
Remember also that if you're playing Dylan and you're in a bush and you start drinking, you're gonna start laughing. And that laugh can be heard even outside of the bush. So there's really no secret that there was someone in that bush. They were kind of revealing their location by drinking on Dylan. That's probably something that I'm Rin and Fiesta Boy did pick up on, and maybe why they didn't just decide to face check that bush. The tree does end up going to First Baby and Khan. Not who I was expecting to get it, because like I swear to God, Fiesta Boy and Imran had a perfect opportunity to take it, and they ended up not going for it. They ended up going to Calm and the First Baby instead. Now we have Lily Dongo and Water Fudge cruising on over to the top side of Hotel. Maybe going to be catching Fiesta Boy and Imran as they're going for the TP, but no, they won't be getting caught. Oh, it's actually going to be a stun coming out of Fiesta Boy on Lily Dongo. Lily Dongo instantly dropping. Now it's up to Water Fudge to try and 1v2 that huge burst coming out of Fiesta Boy, just chunking Lily Dongo down, instantly depleting her health bar. That is not what you want to see, especially if you had such a good game in game number 1. But now it's up to Water Fudge to ride it out, go for placement, and maybe just solidify their lead, despite the fact that they have basically no opportunity for kills anymore.
Yeah, funny enough, this is the exact opposite of what happened last time. Rene and Fiesta Boy were able to actually get the kill on Water Fudge's team instead of the opposite. Rene actually did end up making the transition like we talked about. Not something I completely expected, but it ended up working out for them. You know, they ended up Hotel instead of archery range and were able to just get the kill on Lily here, and we'll see if they can continue pushing this momentum. I'm wondering what Fiesta Boy is going to end up building outside of this, but I really like seeing Rocker's Jacket come back into the meta. It's a really nice arm piece. We haven't seen it doing well in a while, and the fact that AP is getting a little more valuable, it means that I'm going to get to see it build quite a bit more.
Yeah, Rocker's Jacket Shah Jahan is probably going to come back in a big way now that attack power is getting a little bit more valuable, as Flat Amp has been nerfed fairly significantly with the formula changes. We're seeing Water Fudge getting chased over here, as he transitions into Avenue by Deus XM and Superior One. Both of these players, we've seen them chase before. Like I said, they have really good chase potential between these two players, especially with Emma just like dashing forward a bunch and throwing a polymorph onto you so that Sacella can catch up to you and try and pull you back. It's pretty lethal. It's pretty scary, and yeah, he's just gonna try and get away from that as much as possible, knowing especially since his teammate is down at the moment.
VMesh? Is that how it's pronounced?
Something like that. Vimahesh?
Vimahesh. Okay, so yeah, Vimahesh and Fiesta Boy, or Vimahesh and Tycoon are over here. Looks like a fight may go down between Rene. It just misses the ultimate. Vimahesh getting engaged on. Oh my god, it's so much damage dropping down out of nowhere. Fiesta Boy still has, Rene still has his own ultimate to go ahead and maybe get a lineup to get the kill on them. What do you
Tycoon
think?
is beasting them right now. That beautiful double ultimate hitting both players. Fiesta Boy is just getting chunked out during the side of this fight. Tycoon is putting the pressure on them, but will they be able to find the full engagement? I don't think so. Somewhere else on the map, the first baby and Calm went down to Superior 1 and Deus XM. Unfortunately, we can only watch one fight at a time, but man, that was almost a beautiful turnaround by Tycoon onto who was it? Onto Fiesta Boy and Imrin. That was crazy. I saw that double ultimate land from the Razi player there. Like, that was doing a ton of damage, and just the auto attacks were chunking for insane damage.
Oh yeah, Tycoon, I believe, was able to get the auto attack or the ult reset too at this point. His ultimate is almost off cooldown now. It's just so short once that happens. It's like just a great ability, to be honest, on that character.
Yeah, we're seeing Chokure Senpai and AX trying to run away from both Finna and only DPS, as well as Nico Nico Sushi and A-Shine's team. GPA Shine's team. It's scary, man. With 3 teams this close to each other, it could turn into a fight at any moment. But over here, the fight did continue as Fiesta Boy and Imran found the pick onto Vimahesh, but we've seen Tycoon do the 1v2 before. Can he do it again here? The bite does land from a Fiesta Boy. Unfortunately, that will be the end of our star Razi player in this factory fight. Unfortunately, Tycoon will go down. I feel like if he had managed to dodge that bike there, that might have actually been a whole different story. But over here on the other side, back in Hotel, the fight did actually commence between GPA Shine, Nico Nico Sushi, and of course only DPS and Finna. GPA Shine being the one to go down first, as Nico Nico Sushi will opt to just disengage and try and get that safe placement. Man, that Agni is doing so much work right now.
Yeah, no, it really is. With the radar as well, it just gives you the attack speed to really be able to like push this away. And funny enough, we're kind of seeing what we mentioned last game, where like only DPS does not have his finished vital sign sensor, and instead Finna does have the radar he needs. Waterfudge is going to like be fighting over here. Does land the root, but it looks like he's not really going to be able to get away. The polymorph comes down, Caltrops drops. He's going to try to get a little more damage, kite towards the top side. It's just, I don't think he's going to be able to get out. There's so much CC. The second ult comes down and he finally drops.
Yeah, Waterfudge does go down. This was the team that was currently in first place going into this game. They do end up dropping to the second place team, Deus XM and Superior 1, picking up one more kill. If you're going to give your kill away to anyone, this is probably not the team you want to be giving it to, since they were doing so well, and they might steal your spot in the top standings. Now, we do have Nico Nico Sushi. They've lost their teammate. So now it's up to Grand Fleet and Ideon to try and pick up this kill. A nice dash forward by Ideon with that queen movement speed as well, being quite the chasing threat. But unfortunately for them, Nico Nico Sushi just gets away no problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big upsides to playing Sylvia, right? She's going to be able to just kind of bike away from any situation she wants to. Doesn't have to worry about what fights she picks, because she can just walk out. And it's just a sign of, like, a really good character, you know? Though she does have to worry about gas, so it's not really infinite, but the gas production that she has in her kit is pretty good, actually.
Yeah, totally. You can farm a lot of fuel just by like long distance Eing on animals, throwing out the radar gun. That gives you a little bit of fuel too. Going to new zones as well also gives you a little bit of fuel. So you can farm that fuel up pretty quickly. Already at full fuel for Nico Nico Sushi. Well, as it stands, despite the fact that Nico Nico Sushi is now alone, we have the rest of our teams. I believe it's 5 full teams right now, running around just avoiding each other. Almost every zone has their own unique team in it. Nobody is in each other's zones right now. Nobody is posturing for a fight, but they probably should be, because Wickeline has just spawned, and it's only Superior 1 and Deus XM here to contest it. We do have Finna and only DPS kind of getting in position to maybe get there in time, but I don't think it's going to be in time. The Caltrops does go down by Superior 1, and Wickeline is dropped down to about half HP.
Yeah, no, they're going to be able to clean this up pretty nicely. Only DPS and Finna may end up cycling over, but it doesn't look like it. So now Superior 1 and Deus do get the materials. It's going to be interesting seeing how they split it up between each other. Are they going to funnel all the resources on the one person, or kind of just split their DPS evenly? I'm curious on like what their plans are at this point, you know?
Well, we saw in the last game, Superior 1 went for the Sudarsana. So I'm guessing this win in Fire Wheels is going to pivot into a Sudarsana in just a moment. We're also maybe going to see maybe a Queen of Hearts. I don't really know what they do with their VF blood sample. I actually have no idea. That being said, like, they already do have a lot of CDR in their kits. Their builds are sort of similar, but like, I mean, Superior 1 has like 10%, you know, basically 10%, that's already a lot of CDR. Right. And you have, if you slam a Queen of Hearts in there, it doesn't really help you that much because you're kind of overcapping yourself.
Right, it would free her up to have a different accessory though, which could be nice, but you're giving up that HP from the EOD suit, which you don't always want to do. So it's like, they may just end up only needing like the 4 score from it, letting the Pseudosara get built, and not really caring about the rest of the items, you know?
Yeah, totally. That being said though, they do also have access to, I believe it is, well, nah, yeah. I can't really think of many other VF sample choices that they would want. VF sample is not the greatest for casters. Some casters benefit from it, like Lennox gets to make a new whip. That's kind of nice. But other than that, it's really just Queen of Hearts and nothing else.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of just like, it kind of sucks because that means that RNG items aren't always usable by casters. There's a lot of jokes that get made that like Mithril is better on auto attack characters than it is on casters, and people wish they could be changed, but it is what it is, you know? We have to work around this.
Yeah, totally.
Which is why I was kind of disappointed when Moonlight Pendant got shown to actually be a spell damage reduction item instead of a spell amp item. I was actually really hyped, even though I don't play casters, because it seemed like a great item to really be able to build that.
You mean
Nico Sushi.
Lunar Embrace, right?
Yeah, sorry, Lunar Embrace. Nico Sushi walking into kind of dangerous territory here next to Superior 1 and Deus. If they get spotted him, you know, they have Wick Buff. They could just mow him down, probably.
Ooh, Fiesta Boy and Imran are trying to gatekeep over here on the edge of Doc, as Doc is about to close, so they know that this team, Ideon and Grand Fleet, are going to be forced to run in here into the zone. Ideon already charging up those pawns. Ooh, a cute little move over here into Chapel to try and just TP out, avoid this fight altogether. Honestly, like, that, it's not a bad idea, right? You don't necessarily lose out too much for this, just a little bit of red timer. It doesn't end up being sort of a punishable moment, but we do have Ideon and Grand Fleet teleporting right into Deus XM and Superior Zone. Grand Fleet might be getting caught here by the Polymorph. We see Ideon jumping straight into them. I don't know if that was a misclick or what, but now he is in a rough position. Ideon throwing down the ultimate to try and stay safe defensively. Huge haymaker coming out of Grand Fleet, catching Superior when he is very low. Ideon does end up dropping though, as Deus XM is just in full HP and in fantastic form to try and just clean up this fight for his team. The long distance polymorph does end up connecting eventually, and Grand Fleet is just sort of left to his own devices to run away as much as possible. But keep in mind that Wick Bleed is doing a ton of work, a ton of damage, and they did just lose a lot of red zone timer when they went to Chapel. So there's not a lot of time to work with right here, and they might end up walking right into Chokeray Senpai and AX.
Yeah, and it's a kind of dangerous situation because now he's down to 8 seconds. He's in a zone that's about to close, has to walk through back hospital again, ends up walking right into camera vision. So Chopper is going to come over, misses the E, but AEX is going to come over and start following up some of the damage. Sombra, like, not really stopping a lot of damage coming down from the D skill, and that, oh god, the E chunks so much whenever you build Spell Amp, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And that will be a kill going over to AX and Chokeray Senpai. Even though it looked like a kill that probably should have gone over to Deus XM and Superior, it did end up going to the other team instead. Now, we have only DPS and Finna getting awfully close to Imran and Fiesta Boy. This could be a fight breaking out in just a second. Finna opting to just jump away, stealth, and hit a box by accident, but it doesn't matter. Imran is hard on the engage though. With the camera going down, you cannot stealth away from this anymore. The ult engage over onto Finna. Finna drops instantly, man. That is Finna going down to Fiesta Boy and Imran, and that's another kill going to our Magnus and Dylan player. We were talking about Autohead, aka Elysian Halo, earlier on this game, and I have to say, the character I've seen carry it the best so far has always been Dylan, as Dylan's head slot has always just sort of just been like, you're running a Moto helm till the end of the game, or you get like Mithril helmet. Like, there's not a lot of options for this character, but Elysian Halo slots in there perfectly and fits the character like a glove.
Yeah, and it's actually the only headpiece now to carry crit damage reduction, which is pretty interesting. It's not a stat that's going to come into a great play here, because the people who are using crit damage really use it as like, more so like the sprinkles on top because of radar, right? So it'll come into play sometimes, but more often than not, it's just the 40 AP and the 30 defense. It's so nice, you can't fight it on anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Elysian Halo is fantastic. I also think it's extremely good. Like I just said, it's extremely good on Dylan in particular. So Imran's items are really, really good at the moment. But you can't count out Superior 1 and Deus XM, as they are already on the auto arms as well as, well, they didn't quite finish the suitors on it, but they have pretty good stuff in their gear kit as well. AX just getting locked down by both the polymorph into the pull from Sicella. Woo! The coup de grace barely catching Deus XM. He goes for the bubble, but it was too late anyways. Doesn't matter. Chokeray Senpai and AX will end up going down. Superior 1 and Deus XM, they pick up another double kill.
Doing a pretty great job here. Superior and Deus now at 6 kill KP at this point. kind of redundant to say that, but they had 5 last game. They have 6 now. Just doing a really great job. So it's like those are two players that we can definitely expect to see move on to the next game. Rene and Fiesta Boy were actually in 4th place last time. Yeah, they're doing really well now. Probably end up being able to push into 3rd and 2nd place in the standings. And from here, we're just going to see players actually just trying to transition to the late game. We do have only DPS and Nico Sushi as 2 solos. They could end up making a team together, but you know they're nowhere near each other at this point. And I think it's a little just out of flavor for this tournament setting so far. It would be the first one that we had seen of 2 players just working together like that, and I think it's more likely that we will see them maybe go for the solo kill on each other, or one just gets picked off by the weaker team. For instance, Olin DPS is just getting really chased down here by Rene and Fiesta Boy. They do not want to give up. Magnus is putting on his best T800 Terminator impression here and just walking him down.
Yeah, I love that description. Yeah, only DPS trying their best to get away. Keep in mind they do have the mithril armor and the frag rack, so they are incredibly fast. Keep in mind frag rack got buffed recently on its movement speed. It's up to 0.22. It's a ton of movement speed. We're almost hitting original mithril gloves levels of 0.3 or Joyous levels of 0.3. Pretty insane. So yeah, Fiesta Boy, Imran, they're in a good spot. They're gonna try and catch Nico Sushi. They're gonna try and catch only DPS given the opportunity, but it looks like it's not gonna turn into anything quite yet. Nico Sushi going to be biking away, but very low on fuel. That's something you have to be keeping in mind, as that could be what causes them to die in the end at some point.
Yeah, and funny enough, you actually have to make the call here on, like, do you want to use the E to gain gas, or do you keep your out-of-combat movement speed? Because if you hit an opponent, if you hit an animal, like he may have a second ago, it just makes it so that, like, the opponents are going to be able to catch up to you and just, you know, because they have that extra MS that you don't. Only DPS taking a second to kind of just relax in the bush. Doesn't really want to take any fights at the moment. It is very risky, especially seeing the only person he could probably fight. Oh, man. Fiesta Boy does end up canceling the teleport. Nico is in a very bad spot. He doesn't have gas and taking a lot of damage from the W. The ult comes down, and then Rene finishes it off with an auto.
That's a beautiful kill there by Fiesta Boy and Imran. I am crying right now for Nico Sushi. The amount of, like, that bar, I guarantee you that bar was full. There's no, if I'm sitting there I'm going, that's BS, man. I got out of there in time. Fiesta Boy just barely getting the stun on him, knocking him off of that TP. That is going to be a kill going over to Fiesta Boy and Imran, and unfortunately one more of our solo players that will end up falling right here near the conclusion of game number 2 in Group D. Now, as it stands, let's take quick stock of the situation. Only DPS is in the red? What? Maybe a TP or something? I don't know what caused that.
He was sitting in forest. I think it's probably possible because we see Deas on the right there. They may have forced him out, like, on that end, and he had to run through temple.
No, you're probably right, but this means that with Fiesta Boy with a nice TP over here might catch him. No, only DPS with the heads up plate jumping in right here, but oh no, the other exterminator squad is coming from the right side as only DPS is about to get caught between 2 teams. If he opts to go over the bridge by the car, he's gonna end up getting caught by Imran's team as well, but instead he's trying to stealth through. He kind of makes it through. The nice dash away, that is gonna be only DPS getting away here. Will Superior One be able to double dash over and get the polymorph? That remains to be seen.
I'll be honest, I think he did a pretty good job there, because I was definitely thinking for a second, I was like, this is when you need to decide, like, who do you want your points to go to? You know, at this point, you're just walking points, and you have to decide, like, who's going to get the kill. But he does manage to get out, and all he has to do is just kind of, like, stall for time, and he actually may be able to clean up another kill or 2 here. But now he's stuck between 2 people. At this point, you have to decide, like, who do you want your points to go to, you know?
Which team do you dislike the least? Honestly, if I'm in his position, I kind of want to throw it over to Deus XM and Superior One, because if they're already really high up in points, you're not competing with them as much for your final spot. So you want to give it to the team that has more points.
I agree.
But that being said, he kind of just makes
it out.
That's sort of beautifully done, and now it's Imran and Fiesta Boy who are in the hot seat here. They're in the engagement against Deus XM, but Imran is doing so much damage right here at the start of the fight against Deus XM. Their team, oh, beautiful ultimate coming out of Imran. That will be Deus XM falling. It's now a 2v1 situation, but Fiesta Boy drops 2. A beautiful hat trick from Superior One as Fiesta Boy goes down, and now knowing that Imran has no way of canceling this revive, Superior One sticks the revive onto Deus XM. Now Deus is up, and it's a 2v1 situation in favor of Deus and Superior, and that's gonna be Imran in a tough situation. Oh no, beautiful play by Superior One, knowing that there was no way for that revive to get interrupted. Oh,
and now it's just him versus only DPS. He might actually be able to clean up here. He's got full HP. The other 2 are at half HP, but it looks like he's gonna let them rest instead. He does not have the red timer to go for the fight. So it's going to be the 2v1. Can the Kathy pull it off? We will see.
That is that duo sense I was talking about, man. It's those snap decisions, knowing in that second, you know, wait a second, I can revive, he can't stop me, he can't kill me. This is exactly the play I need to make. Only DPS with a beautiful double suture as Deus XM is trying to do a fancy dance to assert dominance on the lobby, and that's gonna be it. GG over to Deus XM and Superior One as they take game number 2 for Group D.
Yeah, it comes down to being a lot like the last game where it's like Rene and Fiesta Boy had, I think, the chance to kill off only DPS and would have secured them that second place spot, but instead now they get third place. So it's like just another moment of like, you won't know until after it's done, because I actually thought that there was a good chance they could have won that fight, especially with how much damage came down and put Deus out. But Superior able to get the revive. Like you said, having that duo sense really ended up turning it for them with 9 kills in between them. Honestly, just really making themselves the kill leaders at this point. But that, like I said before, that just makes it that much easier for everyone else to be able to qualify.
Yeah, totally. And one more thing I kind of want to point out here is that Finna and only DPS, they have not been getting a crazy number of kills in all of these rounds, but in game number 1, they were ending up in 3rd place. Both in placement, they had a kill as well. Game number 2, they're here again, 2nd place. Only 1 kill, but it doesn't matter. They're getting those placement points. And it's not like they've been playing poorly in any sense. They have just been playing sort of very slippery and conservative. I really like the play we've been seeing out of only DPS and Finna. Would not be surprised if they were still in the top 3. That being said, we do have Fiesta Boy and Imrin pulling out an insane 3rd place, 6 kills out of this game. The 2nd most kills we saw in the lobby, with of course 1st place going to Superior One and Deus XM with a beautiful and insane 9 kill pop-off game. Maybe Fiesta Boy and Imrin break into that top 3. It remains to be seen. We're still getting the scores calculated, so once we have those ready, we'll pop it over to you. And actually, they're ready right now, so let's go.
Yeah, actually. So Deus XM and Superior at 77 points in 1st place. No surprise to anyone. 2 really strong placements with great kills. 2nd place, Water Fudge and Lily Dongo. They actually had a subpar placement this game, dying off early, but it doesn't matter. You know, 45 points is more than enough to secure them where they're at. Fiesta Boy and Rene in 3rd place with 41 points. Pretty much just like stranglehold for 2nd place. They could take it in the next game, no problem. And then from there on, we've got only DPS and Finna and 31 in 4th place. 5th place, we've got Grandflate and Ideon at 15. In 6th place, Nico Nuki Sushi and JPA with 12 points. You can actually see there's just a huge point gap here. And it's going to make it very hard for anyone in the bottom 5 to kind of pull themselves back up.
Yeah, it's been crazy so far. I'm surprised that only DPS and Finna have just barely dropped out. I mean, they are kind of lacking on the kills. You do have to get kills, guys. You can't just get placement. You do have to get kills in order to make it into that qualifying spot. But still, 31 points is not a bad place to be in. It's still anyone's game to break into that top 3, but we are seeing the point gap sort of widening between these teams. Deus XM, Superior One, 77 points. Very beautifully done by them so far. Water Fudge and Lily Dongo, 45 points. Had a struggle of a 2nd game, but they had a great game 1, and that might be enough to carry them all the way through to the qualifying spot. And of course, Fiesta Boy and Imrin with a fantastic game number 3, bringing them all the way up to that top 3 spot. Beautifully done, guys. Love to see it. And I still am very excited to see what the rest of our teams are still going to be bringing, as we do have 1 more game left in this group. And I'm excited to see who's going to end up breaking in. Will only DPS and Finna find the points that they need, find the kills that they need to make it into the finals? To the semifinals. That remains to be seen. But for now, let's talk about the semifinals, because that is tomorrow. And if you weren't here earlier when we talked about it, let's talk more about it. The semifinals are going to be taking place tomorrow. Same place, same time, same Twitch channel, same everything. It's going to be 3 groups starting at 4 p.m. PST and going on until the end of the day, until we conclude all 3 of our semifinal groups. We have 9 groups running today. I know we can't show all 9 of them because that would be an insane number of staff that we would need to be able to cast 9 games at the same time with this level of production, but we're going to be showing you the results of those as we go. But the semifinals are all going to be broadcasted. We've got 3 insane semifinals to go through tomorrow. So yeah, same place, same time. If you want to check that out, there's going to be more crazy, insane action right here on this Twitch channel. I keep hitting my microphone. MOTF, are you excited for our final game of Group D? And are you excited for the semifinals tomorrow as well?
I definitely am. We're going to be seeing a lot better players moving on from this point, and the quality of play is only going to go up. From here, it's going to be hard to imagine a world without Deus XM and Superior in semifinals, but I think that the 3rd slot here could be up to anyone. You know, it could be only DPS and Finna who gets it. Grand Fleet and Ideon, or Nico or AX could easily just like clinch a final from this and get third place themselves. So I feel like those those next two positions after first place really aren't static just yet.
Wait a second. Oh, I gotta get in the habit of not spoiling based on character select, because we don't see the character select until we get into the actual map screen. But guys, thank you so much.
I know you're excited.
There's a pick I'm super excited about. If that spoils it, then I wouldn't be surprised.
We are seeing some other ones here. There's actually a lot of very different picks here in the lobby. So like, there's going to be quite a bit to talk about.
But yeah, the semifinals are gonna be nuts, man. I keep thinking about it. I'm like, damn. Like, going from the groups we've been seeing, it's like, how can we even cut some of these players who are getting cut? Like, how are we going down from 9 teams in these groups down to 3? It feels like unreasonable, man. We're losing so many amazing teams because they're just not making it. They're just not getting the points. But it feels like they should be able to make it. But that being said, we're gonna have another cut phase. Like, the semifinals are another cut. Like, we go from 162 players down to 18. We're gonna lose some players eventually. Like, it's inevitable. You're gonna get whittled down. Even some of the best players will end up dropping, even in this first phase of the tournament.
And we've already seen upsets in some of the other brackets. So from this point, actually, you know, like I said, we've been seeing a lot of people in archery range constantly, but this is the first time it's actually kind of well spread out. Like we were talking, Ideon on Bernice. This was the pick I'm sure that you were really excited to talk about. I'm sorry to snatch the words out of your mouth.
I'm so happy. I love Bernice. I've been playing so much Bernice lately. He's been like one of my absolute favorite characters to play. And I genuinely think he's actually pretty good in teams. I don't think he's, you know, top tier or anything, but I think he has some pretty solid positive qualities to him. He has very good AoE damage. He has extremely powerful long-range engages. He's a good character. He can pull some good stuff.
Oh, definitely. And then from there, we have actually got Con M on the Aya. I'm not sure if he's been playing that all day or not. I don't think he has.
I don't think so, no.
Rene and Fiesta Boy sticking with exactly what they played last time.
Yeah, they're playing.
Speaking of, though, getting ran down by Grand Fleet, or at least I thought for a second, just a little bit of early aggression, but nothing too serious.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these players who are finishing their like Bloodwing Knuckles over in you know, Hotel, Beach, and Forest. We're seeing actually Rin doing it in sort of an opposite formation. I don't normally see these Bloodwing Knuckle builds. Ooh, wait a minute, the finished Bloodwing Knuckle on Grand Fleet, catching the first baby before he's able to finish his Bloodwing Knuckle, but unfortunately it's not going to turn into anything because it's just a Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo can't do too much this early in the game.
Yeah, it's just the Hyunwoo love tap, put him up against the wall, say hi.
Yeah, just like, hey, how you doing, man? Just, it was just a joke, I just did a bunch of damage to you. Yeah, Ideon already finishing his Polaris, finishing his running shoes. The interesting thing that I want to see is how is Grand Fleet going to match this this routing? I don't normally think of Hyunwoo as your standard partner for a Bernice. They don't tend to meet up at the same points at the same time. Dude, the first baby is getting kind of just bullied out by Grand Fleet. Does he realize he is in danger right now? He's getting...
Yeah, I think at that point he was actually getting a little greedy. Maybe thought Grand Fleet would let him go, but like when you leave yourself in that position to take those items, he can actually get the kill on you.
Yeah,
and it looks
dangerous.
like... Yeah, we're definitely probably going to see an early kill come down at some point, and if not, first baby is just really behind. Doesn't seem like he's able to get all the items he needs because he's still sitting on a white knuckle.
Yeah, so first baby, oh no, I think first baby was on like the wait, hold on, where is it?
Yeah, sorry, wing knuckle is what I meant to say. But he did finish his Bloodwing.
Yeah, the Bloodwing did get finished, so he did manage to find that ruby somewhere, but yeah, that was a lot of pressure put on early. We're on almost night 1, and we're still only on a Bloodwing knuckle. That's not where you want to be necessarily. You want to have a few more items done by this point in the game.
Yep, and we're seeing Lily Dongo and Water Fudge in archery range as we have before. It looks like they're going to be starting on their wolves there and starting their rotation to try and start looking for those rare resources. Rare resources can just speed your build up so much and really just set you at a point where you're actually able to out-tempo other teams because you may be able to skip like entire zones.
Yes, Waterfudge, he's just missing the branch to upgrade his Sword of Justice into a Mistleton. We're seeing over here in school, GPA Shine and Nico Sushi going for the aggression onto Chokure Senpai and AX, maybe identifying them as a slightly weaker link as they don't have a whole lot of items finished, but then again, neither does GPA Shine and Nico Sushi. They're sort of lacking on finished items in general, but hey, a Twantian's quite powerful, and so is a motorcycle helmet. Maybe they think this is a fight they can take. There's a lot of max HP, and max HP is very valuable in these early game fights. Chokure Senpai being dropped all the your way down to the floor within just a second or so. Man, there it is. Yeah, that big burst. If you get the engagement on them, if you catch them off guard, you get to fight the fight on your terms. And that's exactly what happened here as Chokure Senpai does end up going down to GPA Shine and Nico Sushi.
Yeah, you really hate to see it, but JPA Shine and Nico do need this kill to be able to make sure that they get themselves to the finals. They are pretty close when it comes to qualifying, so it's like every little bit of aggression that they make really just pushes them further there, and this is why a comp like this, I think, is actually pretty solid. They have so much damage that they can pump out. But speaking of damage, Daeon and Grandfleet are actually two people I think that we could see get some pretty solid picks, right? They may not be able to wipe a team, but they can find someone maybe on their own or a little forced out of position. Daeon can start with the ultimate. Hyunwoo can land the E to get like a stun from there and just pump out so much damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Their catch potential is kind of insane. We also do have Imran and Fiesta Boy TPing over into Uptown, where they're going to be catching Khan and the first baby. Again, this is, like you mentioned earlier, this is an Aya pick we have not been seeing too much in these tournament matches so far. We saw an Aya or two in the first set of groups that we casted, but in this group there's been like no Ayas as far as I'm aware. And Khan bringing out that pistol Aya, already in pretty good itemization shape so far. Khan maybe missing a few things, but man, you gotta say, Fiesta Boy and Imran, they're doing quite well on items. Of course, there's a Mithril Glove already finished for Imran in night number 1. Dial-in players wouldn't have it any other way, I suppose. Like, that's just such a standard thing at this point.
Also got the Mithril Gloves too.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I misheard that. But yeah, no, like, honestly, it's a great item to pick up early. Especially when you're building Bloodwing Knuckle, it means you already have that glove available, so you don't even have to go out of your way to craft it. You just wait until you get your Mithril, hold on to a piano wire, and you get it done easy.
Yeah, it's seriously, man, it's crazy. And I feel like I see that like every game so early. 88 attack power with 0.12 movement speed. The thing is significantly powerful. Now, we have had a very quiet early game. Yes, we did have one death early with Chokure Senpai going down over in Alley, but aside from that, it's been very quiet. All of our players have been sort of keeping to themselves. If they see anyone, they sort of just stay away from them. They don't necessarily want to over-engage, overextend, and maybe get caught out by a third party or something like that. And one more thing I want to point out is that since we are having these zones closing with people not dying, that means it's going to be easier and easier to third party people because you have less locations you can really be in, which means you're going to be seeing these pings as these teams are getting forced closer and closer together. So these fights are going to get really chaotic really soon. I would say roughly by day 2 night, you're probably going to see a lot of players dropping, as we already see a fight almost about to break out between Superior 1 and GPA Shine and Nico Sushi. Superior 1 and Deus XM are not necessarily players who are willing to just let a kill go easily, and they're going to be chasing this for sure. But against Nico Sushi and of course GPA Shine on Yuki, it's going to be hard to catch up.
Yeah, no, and I mean, at this point, they're just trying to catch a lead like they have been. You know, it's not like they can pick who they're going to fight for, even though Nico Sushi, they have great escape potential. It's like Deus XM and Superior have great chase potential themselves. JPA Shine actually running into the wrong set of people on DPS, and Finna able to just do a bunch of damage and drop them. Rena and Fiesta Boy actually coming by, probably end up finishing off the kill. As we've seen, Finna and only DPS, I believe, actually, oh my god, landing the pull from Deus XM ends up dropping Finna and themselves. They may be able to do only DPS next, actually.
Yeah, something I kind of noticed that I hadn't really been paying attention to is that Finna and only DPS changed their comp up. They were not playing Isol and Kathy this game. They're playing Hyunwoo and, I'm blanking. Fiora, yeah, Fiora instead. I'm gonna sneeze, hold on. Oh, I almost had to sneeze there. Sorry about that. Superior 1 and Deus XM are absolutely chasing down only DPS as he's doing his best to get away. He's doing a pretty good job of it, honestly, with that Brazil Gauntlet and the Sword Stopper. Very, very, very tanky build coming out of our Hyunwoo player. Trying to go for the revive, but Superior 1 and Deus XM are there to cancel it. A nice unstoppable bluff there from only DPS, negating that entire polymorph, and he's going to be able to run away just a little bit more.
It almost feels like he's got, like, it's the never-ending chase all over again. We've mentioned it a few times. He tries to bait the pull by moving to the side, but it's not back up yet. Lands the polymorph. He should be able to get a pull now.
The pull,
oh man, just so many sidesteps.
Did you see that? That was insane. So Superior.
Really unfortunate teleport, but like, it's, you know, they just have so much more chase. He has another E. They have Caltrops though. It's like, oh, man. Oh, poor timing on the bluff. You know, it happens. About to take another hit from the Cicella ult.
Yeah, that little bit of indecisiveness there, missing the unstoppable, the bluff on that polymorph by just like a half a second or so is probably going to spell his doom, as only DPS is trying his best to run away from both these players, and will, after an extremely extended fight, will end up going down. Somewhere else during all of that, my favorite Bernice ended up dying. God, man. Oh well, whatever. I really enjoyed seeing Bernice gameplay, but unfortunately, our Bernice did not make it to the final square. GG's to Ideon, and I hope to see you again more in future events. Vimesh going down to Waterfudge Lilydongo as they pick up another kill, their second kill of the game. Very nicely done by these two players. They were already very well secured in that top few spots as far as points go for the semifinals, but this is just helping their case even more, getting them closer and closer to qualifying.
Yeah, no, and I mean, at this point, it looks like a lot of the lobby is shaping up pretty much how it was expected from the end. I'm Renee and Fiesta Boy have not been able to get a kill, while some of their like closer counterparts like Nika Sushi and JPA Shine were able to. So it's like I said before, we're going to end up seeing people fight for this third spot. Waterfudge and Lilydongo are going to have to fight to hold on to their second, but they both have a kill at this point, and it's looking really nice for them, and they might be able to actually hold it.
Yeah, totally. And one more thing that's kind of worth pointing out is that all three of our top three teams, points-wise going into this match, are all alive, which means that it's gonna be really, really hard for these fourth and below teams to sneak their way into the top three unless they have a crazy game from here on out. Especially since Finna and only DPS, who I believe were in fourth, they were the closest to making it in. And they unfortunately have already fallen, I believe, in last place placement-wise, since we do have single players still alive for any team that's lost a player. So that means that there is essentially no chance of them making it into the semifinals, and that means it's going to be even harder for someone to sneak in and usurp these top three teams at the moment.
You're completely right. Nika Sushi and JPA have a 30-point difference to make up here, and every bit of placement that Fiesta Boy and Renee managed to wring out of this is just going to make it even harder for them. Making that gap just really not be able to close. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that Nika Sushi and JPA may have to wipe the lobby at this point just to make it.
Yeah, totally. So while our teams are not fighting, let's do a quick item check. Is there anything in this lobby that stands out to you? Because there's something that caught my eye pretty much instantly.
To be honest, everything looks kind of normal to me. I mean, you've got the Leviathan, but the rest of the builds all look standard. I can't say I noticed anything that doesn't seem meta to me. I guess you could the Dobok.
Oh,
but it swapped off. Yeah.
Okay.
I just figured it was a
a temporary piece?
Placeholder, right? Because it does have CDR. It's nice. It's got a little bit of AP on it, but
I was gonna point out, like, Dobok is not something I ever see on Magnus, especially not Amp Magnus. So I was very surprised to see that, if that was some weird intentional choice, but no, like you said, it was just a temporary thing. Ooh, AX, unfortunate TP lands right next to Waterfudge and Lilydongo, and well, it looks like Wick is over here as well. It looks like they're gonna maybe go for the fight, but no, they caught Deus Ex and Superior on the camera, so they know that they're here. They know that that's something that's going to be very dangerous. Wick is just, whose team are you on, Wick? Come on, Wick.
She's out to kill Lily. She already did half her HP and she wants more.
Yeah, so it looks like Wick's gonna probably end up going to Superior 1 and Deus Ex over here. Doesn't look like there's gonna be any third parties that are gonna come down in time in order to stop this. Boom, just like that. Wick Align goes over to Superior 1 and Deus Ex, further solidifying their strength in this final round of the lobby. Keep in mind, they also have the bracelet of Scotty already on Superior 1. A very, very powerful arm piece for this player. Deus, I've seen Deus on a ballistic helm more than anything else. That's pretty standard for this build. You tend to just be waiting until you find electronic parts on a body. You don't go out of your way to finish that. But man, very, very good position to be in for Superior 1 and Deus Ex. If you're a fan, you should be happy right now, because they are looking real good.
Well, at this point, he doesn't have the finished head piece. You could make the call to make the new auto head, as we like to call it, Elysium Halo.
That's true.
Rather than going for auto arms like he normally does. Because I think that arm piece, being finished as it is probably a little more impactful than that head piece, which he's more than likely not going to finish for the rest of this game.
Yeah, totally. I completely agree. Also, we are seeing the first baby and Conem being chased by Waterfudge and Lilydongo, but not far behind, we also do have Grandfleet getting chased by Tycoon. These are two of our solo players. In fact, they are our only solo players at this point, and they're trying to maybe get some aggression on each other, try and fight the only solo fight they're going to get for the rest of this game until some more people start falling. Although the first baby and Conem might be catching Tycoon right here as he tries to just, spin dash away from them and use that movement speed to get away.
Funny enough, I actually wasn't thinking about this till now, but like the banning of emotes probably makes it hard to make an extra team because like the white flag does have an extra effect on it where you have a 50% chance to mind control your opponent, right? And just like working along with you.
Yeah, so the banning of emotes was intentionally added to these tournaments to just prevent, or at least decrease the amount of teaming, toxicity in general, just all sorts of stuff, mainly teaming, and it's had a great effect so far. But let's ignore that for a second. Waterfudge and Lilydongo in a fight against JPA, Shine, and Nico Sushi. A beautiful coup de grace does lay down Lilydongo, dropping her incredibly low, but there is a third party coming in from Conem and the first baby. Nico Sushi does go down. It's Waterfudge and Lilydongo trying to get away from the first baby and Conem, but the ult from first baby does not land. Lilydongo does go down regardless, though. That is a huge third party coming out of Conem and the first baby. A very nice upset for these two players, picking up a kill to their name. Very nicely done. And Waterfudge is now a sole survivor of this crazy three-party fight, and he's gonna just do his best to try and get away, get placement, and say, you know what, guys, I'm good in second place, or whatever the heck I am, just being in that qualifying spot. Waterfudge doing his best to get away now.
Yeah, no, I mean, at this point, Waterfudge, they've got 5 kills. You know, placement is really all they really need to aim for, and they should be an easy slot for third place, if not second. You know, Rene and Fiesta Boy pretty much just have to go for placement themselves to survive here. Like we were saying, the only people who have a chance of actually getting into that next spot with them were only DPS and Finna or Nico Sushi and JPA Shine. There's really just not a lot of room for anyone else. So I think, as much as I hate to say it, our top 3 is pretty much already decided here. So from here on out, we can just enjoy the game, and if there's any upsets, it's a great moment. You know, Grand Fleet has set up a barricade of mithril strings hiding in the sacred spot in between the buses.
We have all of our players, guys. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zones still open, and yet 90% of our lobby has, you know, decided to hang out in school. I'm not exactly sure why, guys. You don't have to go to school. It's not a very fun place to be, especially when there's all these insane killer people around trying to murder you, especially dropping mithril string between the buses. Guys, we don't have to all be here unless you're Superior 1, Deus XM, or, you know, I'm Rin and Fiesta Boy trying to find people to kill.
Mutual agreed final zone is how I feel it is.
Yeah, everyone's decided, you know,
we're like, hey, let's finish this up. I've got dinner coming up.
Let's speed it up. We can go to the next games. I want to watch some games. I don't want to be playing in this anymore. Tycoon getting caught by Imrin and Fiesta Boy chasing so deep into the red. Beautiful aggression coming out of Fiesta Boy and Imrin taking Tycoon down, but now they have to come in from the red over straight into Deus Ex 7 Superior 1. Oh my gosh, they do not have a lot of time left. Imrin decides to split to the right while Fiesta Boy splits to the left. Both of these players actually kind of getting away, but there's only 4 seconds left on Imrin's timer. Can he ult out in time? 1 second, he makes it in just in time. Can Superior 1 catch up? That is a beautiful escape from Imrin. I did not expect him to survive there. I thought he was screwed on timer. Absolutely, but no. You can't go that way, Imrin. You'll explode. No! Imrin goes down in the end to Superior 1 and Deus XM.
Yeah, maybe there was a mindset there that if he could, like, last it out, they may not get KP for it, but at the end of the day, if you die to timer with this role set, it doesn't matter. But you know, props to him for playing it until the end, you know? Now it's just Grand Fleet and Superior here. Grand Fleet is going to pop the bluff and just keep moving, but Deus XM is here on the left side to kind of hold him down, gets the pull, and just doing a bunch of damage. He's going to have to run into the red. They can chase, but the question is it worth it? And I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, survival is survival, man. Like, if you manage to survive, maybe that's, you live to rat jam another day. That could be placement points that go in your favor. There are still a ton of zones to go hide in, as we do have Chapel and Factory still available for all of these players. Waterfudge and Conem and the first baby, they're all over here in Factory already. Everything is shifted away from school. Oh my god, look at all the X's on the map, marking all of our fallen test subjects over this bloody area over here on the top side of the remaining part of the map. That being said, everything is about to shift towards Forest, and as it is our final zone available, as both Chapel and Factory will be closing in about 2 minutes.
But from here, I guess we just need to see what adaptations people make. There was a battlesuit being held on to First Baby. He may be deciding that could be the tech option here. He was not able to get his mithril gloves online, like Rene is, but Rene's body is in Forest. Well, outside of it, kind of. So he probably won't find it, but you know, there was that dream, I guess, that he could stumble onto that and maybe make an upgrade.
Yeah, totally. We do have Deus Ex 7 and Superior 1 moving over here into Chapel, trying to play Gatekeeper, trying to catch people before they go for the TP into Forest, because you can't just cover this entrance, because almost every player is going to end up TPing into the zone to try and avoid that choke point. So if you're going to try and catch all these people who are hanging out in Factory, you gotta do it right around here. This is the choke point. This is the entry point between these two zones, and I think that's the right heads up play to do if you want to make sure that you're the one getting these kills. Even though they don't really need it to move on at this point, they're doing it just to, I guess, boost their points. Hey, yo, you gotta feel good about yourself, man. If you have 100 and something points leaving your group,
play to win every game.
Yeah, if you come out of this group just dominating the competition, everyone is going to be respecting you that much more in the future. Also, it does help your seeding. If you're in first place, second place, or third place, it does affect your seeding going into the semifinals. So maybe they just want to make sure they secure that first place lead.
I mean, there is some props being seeded first that make sure that you don't get placed against the other seeded first, like lobby people. So that's always nice.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, the seeding going into the semifinals, since there are going to be 3 teams coming out of each group, that means there's going to be 3 first places, 3 second places, and 3 third places seeded into each semifinal group. Will the first baby ult here? Kind of surprised they didn't. I expected them to go like all the way in to get that kill, try to get those points, but Waterfudge, he manages to escape nonetheless, as all of our players are about to TP right into the top side of Forest. Deus Ex 7 and Superior 1 having to walk in from the bottom side, not managing to catch people before they walked in very late into the zone. But yeah, as I was saying, 3 firsts, 3 seconds, and 3 thirds. So hey, if you end up in first place, that guarantees that you're only going to be facing off against 2 other first place teams rather than 3. It just makes the overall difficulty of your group a little bit easier. So placement does matter quite a lot.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. Funny enough, we see Waterfudge and Grand Fleet hiding over here next to each other. I actually don't think that they know, or Waterfudge, for instance, maybe not knows that Grand Fleet is there, or vice versa. But it's pretty interesting. We do have the 2 solos there. They could make that unsteady team, but like I've said before, I just really don't think we're going to see it. But I keep bringing it up because I'd like to see it. You know, it is an option. Like we've said, we do need to go down to placement, and I'm really interested in seeing that Hunger Games-ish style, where after they wipe off the other 2 teams, they have to fight each other next, you know?
Yeah, totally. I do think it's very funny knowing that is a technically valid rule within the rule set, because teaming in team modes is nowhere near as powerful as teaming in like solo mode. If you team in solo mode, you're like 200% more powerful than the one person you're teaming against, but in team modes it just puts you back up to parity, but you're still even a little bit weaker because you can hit your teammates by accident. So it's not nearly as big of an issue in team modes as it is in solo modes. It's always been the case in team modes that teaming up to the full number of people from an original team has been sort of not really that looked down on. But that being said, Waterfudge, he is just going to walk past this bush, hope that no one sees him. The first baby,
he just needs some items.
Okay, I thought for sure that Condom and First Baby were just gonna sit there and not ever actually hit him, but it did turn into something, and Grand Fleet just walks away going, "Oh shoot, that must have been a jump scare and a half right there."
Oh yeah, it always gets you whenever something like that happens, especially considering how long you were sitting there. It makes you wonder, like, man, they could have just killed me, couldn't they? But he is extremely tanky, over 3,000 HP, a lot of defense.
Ooh, only 7 seconds on Waterfudge's timer, so he knows he has to go in here. And again, Grand Fleet is pretty low on timer as well. This is a rough situation to be in, as all of these players are sort of funneling towards the final zone. Everyone being forced to take this fight. Conan putting a ton of damage onto Grand Fleet. Grand Fleet finding a comfortable place to sit. He is 1 hit from death, but not dead yet. We do have, however, the rest of our players. Superior 1 does end up going down, as Deus Ex versus Conan. They may not end up winning this whole entire fight. Deus Ex in a 1v2 situation with not a lot of health to work with, but he is playing Cicella. He might be able to regen his heart out here with 13 seconds on his timer. This is his opportunity. Oh, beautiful catch onto the First Baby. Gets him down. It's a 1v1 situation. Deus Ex versus Conan. This might be the final fight, or the final like turnaround. Deus Ex is playing absolutely out of his mind right now. The trap goes down. It does not hit Deus. It's the smoke screen and everything. Conan can be forced back into the red to try and heal, but oh my god, he is not getting the opportunity to. Keep in mind, the healing reduction from Ruthenium Marble. This is Deus's... Ooh, this is Deus's fight to lose at this point. He is in such a good position. The pull lands from long distance, and he dives to the zone. Deus Ex, the best Cicella in North America, showing why he is the best one in the entire region. And that is going to be a game going to Deus Ex and Superior 1. A beautiful turnaround there at the end.
I'm honestly just shocked at that point. I was honestly thought that First Baby was going to be able to take it with Conan. Deus Ex turns it around, stalls for the time like he needs to get that healing tick, and just eventually was able to like just get the DPS to kill it. First baby going down was definitely very interesting, and it was a shame that Con-M doesn't seem to have the damage to really just finish it off. Deus XM's healing putting in a big factor, and that's showing why healing reduction can be so important, especially in these game modes where you're doing reduced damage.
Deus XM against 2 players without healing reduction. Like you just mentioned, healing reduction is such an important stat in this game against characters like Sisela. I am so thankful that I got to watch that happen. That was beautiful, immaculate control by Deus XM, controlling every single aspect of that final 1v2 while he is in trouble trying to find the right like distance away from his opponents, trying to get away, trying to pop healing, trying to evaluate his timer and everything. He's still perfectly sniping the first baby with the Wilson pull into the combo and everything, and then even after that he comes back into the fight, gets the smoke screen down on a Con-M, which forces him to reposition, which gives him more time to heal. And of course, remember, they had no healing reduction. Like, beautiful, like that is textbook, you know, play coming out of Deus XM on how to play Sisela in a rough situation. God, that was gorgeous play. That was phenomenal play coming out of Deus XM.
Yeah, no, he's really just killing it. And like at this point, like I said, we are sitting at a point where they're definitely going to be able to move on. We do have the results if you want to go ahead and cast it.
Yeah, let's shoot it on over to the scores. In first place, and it's no surprise to anybody who's been watching these groups, with a second place, first place result with crazy kills in every single game, was Deus XM and Superior 1 with 116 points. Man, I am so impressed with these 2 players. I knew they would come in here and smash the group because they are so good at duos, and their synergy is completely on point. They have been dominating the duos ladder, dominating duos tournaments, and here they are showing exactly why they should be feared. Congratulations to Deus XM and Superior 1, moving on in first place to the semifinals. In second place, we have Waterfudge and Lily Dongo, our 2 substitute players, coming in and taking second with 69 points. Congratulations to them as well. Very, very well done.
Third place with Fiesta Boy 11 and Twitch TV, I'm Rene, 51 points. Both these teams doing extremely well. From there, I think, like I was saying, it was really going to be hard for anyone to slide into those positions, and they will be moving on, and we'll be seeing more of them in the next round. Fiesta Boy and Rene has pretty good strategies. They're able to mix up their team work a little bit. Waterfudge and Lily Dongo showing that they're a very dangerous force to be met with in archery range late game, and then of course Deus XM and Superior. They're probably going to run into a little bit of issues when they run into the next game, but only because they will finally have to compete with Wickline more than likely every game, which they were getting consistently here, and that just goes to show that it's like they're putting the priorities in the right place.
Absolutely. I am blown away by this group's performance. Everybody in here played a wonderful game. Even the players who ended up dropping in lower placements still had highlight moments. That fight back in Factory from Tycoon and Vimahesh was very cool. I loved watching these players play. Everybody who came out and played, you guys had an extremely hard group, as every group has been extremely hard so far. You guys did wonderful, and we'd love to see more of you in future events. So thank you all for playing. Guys, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the scores for groups E and F, and we're going to be going into our final set of groups with, I believe, Group I being casted. So yeah, look forward to that. That should be very, very exciting, and I really, really want to see what we're going to be seeing out of those groups. But you know what? We got a couple minutes. Take a little break, go to the bathroom, get what you need to get, and we'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back to the ERCL Duos Qualifiers event. I almost said semifinals, but no, the semifinals are going to be tomorrow, same time, same place. But we still have one more set of groups to go through. We are going to be casting group, I believe, Group I here at the end of today. But before we get into that group, we want to talk about a few things. First of all, you might be noticing that my co-caster is different. Unfortunately, MOTF was not feeling well, so he had to step out for a bit. So I want to give a huge shout out to MOTF for being here the whole day. He was really busy with casting in the previous tournament. He casted the 30K tournament. So, yo, MOTF, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for casting. Go check out twitch.tv/ just check out his MOTF's Twitch. I forget his exact URL, but he's a really great guy. He plays the game all the time. You should give him some love. Additionally, Gunnar, welcome.
Hello, hello. They let me out of the prison.
Yeah, so welcome to casting Eternal Return. This should be pretty fun. We want to first go over the results of Group E and Group F before we get into this next set of groups. So, the results. Let's talk about. Oh, actually, no, hold on. Before we do that, we want to do one more thing real quick. I just want to sort of point out the fact that we have an insane group lined up for you. Like Group I believe, is the one we're going over right now. Have you seen the roster of Group I, Gunnar?
I'm looking at the lobby right now, and this looks a lot spicier than the other groups, I'll have to say.
I genuinely feel like almost every group so far has been like pretty crazy stacked, but this is no exception. This group is unbelievably stacked. We have Piemaster and Tier 98. I'm a big fan of these players. They're really, really good. We both used to play with at least one of these players, but then some things sort of shifted around. We also have Esther and Lenny, which is a team that I'm really excited to see perform here as well. Esther is one of our most consistent ISOs in the entire region. Lenny is one of our most trap-focused Hyunwoos we've ever seen in the game. Aethers and Sana, aka Juster, very, very strong players as well. And it goes all the way down the list. We have crazy players from top to bottom. I'm really excited. Is there any players here that really stand out for you?
Yeah, honestly, Piemaster Tier and Esther Lenny, I'd expect either of them to probably take the lobbies, in my opinion. I honestly want to get like a fire trap count on Esther and Lenny just to see how many fire traps they build over the course of these 3 matches. But yeah, I think anyone else could really take it too, because one of the big things with like the trap teams is if you kill them, you get all of their traps and just basically insta win the final circle. So that'll be interesting to look at as well.
Yeah, totally. Like I think I'd mentioned that in the previous tournament where it's like, yeah, Lenny is basically like another neutral objective. You're fighting over looting his body and getting all those traps. So one more thing before we get into this this crazy group I, let's talk about scores for Group E and Group F. Group E, the results that we want to talk about is first place Free Stratos and Lily Petal. This was a group that had some very, very strong players. We had Gali Gali, Burning Z, Ranger Oscar, and Mindigo. And of course, we have Free Stratos and Lily Petal taking first place with 80 points. An absolutely insane result for these players. Congratulations for getting that first place placement coming out of Group E. We also had in second place Gali Gali and Burning Z. We had like an ISO player in Gali Gali and a Yuki player in Burning Z. They brought their game. They got the 71 points. They got that second place, and they ended up qualifying. So congratulations to them as well. And Rengar, Oscar, and Mindigo. Fantastic Fiora player. Mindigo, very passionate about the game. These players are excellent, and we love seeing them competing here in the ERCL Duos event. 66 points. Congratulations also qualifying for the semifinals. Any thoughts on Group E?
Group E or Group F?
Group E. Group E.
Group E? I mean, it looks like all of the big names made it out. Like,
I'm sad to see Varus and Psykeen drop, though.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've seen a lot of like duos and squads results. The solo players, it seems like a lot of them have started like coin flipping the duos and squads. Like it's really interesting to watch. Like a lot of new names that we haven't really seen before are like taking a couple of these duo squad lobbies, and it just goes to show there's some hidden gems out in the community that just don't touch solos. Also,
Spy and Kite Flying, unfortunate seeing them drop there as well. I mean, like, this, I could name basically everyone here. Everyone in this group had a great chance. Kirito04, unfortunately dropping out, didn't quite make it. Step on Me Mommy and Depraved Lunatic also just barely not making it. Like, all these teams had a great shot of making it. But man, that's what you get when you have 162 passionate players, 81 teams or something, very passionate about the game, been grinding, practicing a lot for this tournament, and you see where it really pays off for some of these players. And also, let's talk about Group F's results. In first place, as no surprise to absolutely anybody, was Xiaosei and Nazimi with 87 points. These are players who are storied players in the competitive scene for Eternal Return, and man, they brought their A game today, bringing home first place with 87 points. You want to run us through the rest of the points?
Okay, well, in second place, Bamboo and I don't really know how to read this Chinese name, but
Shin.
Shin. Bamboo and Shin are at 76 points. Lynx Purdue and Hamskate are in third place at 55 points. 0x14D and J Tang are at 44 points. Mystics 10 and 200 MS are at 38 points in fifth. Nano 027 and Seychelles at 28 points in sixth. Mistress Fiora and Golden Oath in seventh at 26 points. Ai and Onion Wing at 6 points, and Iron Nick and Kenshin at 6 points.
Yeah, so like those are some heartbreaking results too, because there are still fantastic players who didn't quite qualify even in Group F. And going to show again, sometimes some teams just show up and bring their A game. Maybe they really practiced a lot for this format. You'll see some of these very star solo players maybe not necessarily finding the same success today. And hey, it's a tournament. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days, sometimes the lobby is just stacked against you one way or the other, bad RNG or something like that. Man, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And these are Not exactly the results I expected, but they are the results I am happy to have because it shows just how anyone can show up and have a great day. I love it. I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, duos can be very, very chaotic. The routing is crazy. I mean, good players can drop just with just a little bit of routing change. Maybe the routes contested, like who knows, right?
Yeah, totally. And it, like I just said, it goes to show anyone can show up. Anyone can have like their day in the sun here, and I'm stoked to see it. But let's focus on the games ahead of us. We are about to start with Group I, and there are a lot of players here that we haven't really seen a lot of lately, and I kind of want to focus more on Sana, aka Juicer. You haven't been seeing Juicer playing much, and I would sort of gamble that maybe most people in the game at this point kind of don't know who Sana is, but Sana for a long time was on the #1 North American team in like all of squads for North America. Globally, they were the rank 1 team for a very long time. Sana, Jinsol, and Suzy, they were a very like notorious brutal team, but they kind of taken a step back when ranked was sort of not available for squads for a while. But Sana, he's still sort of around the scene. He still plays the game, and he's here today with Aethers, another like very, very storied player in Eternal Return, and they're going to be hopefully bringing something very exciting today. Aethers, who actually did extremely well in the solo event too, I believe making it all the way to the finals. So yeah, I'm expecting some pretty exciting things out of those two players as well.
Yeah, same. I mean, I'm from the generation, the new generation, who like, as Scaz said, I haven't seen Sana play before, so I'm very curious how this is going to go. And one thing I want to bring up is the two Adelas. Now, I know I've said it on stream before that Adela is like pretty bad for solos, but actually in duos, like she is a complete monster because she gets very little damage reduction. It's at 95% in duos, so
Something
she
like
can
that, yeah.
actually like 1v2 almost in duos. It's crazy.
She has some really insane burst potential, and we saw Adela is doing really well like all day today. Like Adela is actually really, really good. Also, something that's kind of surprising to me is we're seeing Piemaster back on his old original main. We're seeing Piemaster on Lennox.
Wow.
I love it.
He has decided he's going back to his Avenue roots, and he is contesting the other Lennox for the weapon. I'm sure that's exactly what he expected when he picked Lennox, though.
Why? Okay, we both play Bernice. Why is there a Bernice in Avenue? What is going on?
I think the Lennox and the Bernice, maybe they just want to hold hands. Oh, wait a second. What is this grief that's going on in Hotel? Do you see this?
Ooh, I actually am kind of noticing this. Yeah, we had Fraslo doing a ton of damage to, I believe it was Meowthin, right?
Yeah.
Managed to TP out just barely, almost went down there. We also have one of my favorite names in this entire lobby, Devious Cornelius. I had nothing more to say about that. I just wanted to talk about his name. We also have Piemaster and QI1 over here in Beach. They're both running the same sort of like Avenue Beach route, because that's what you do on Lennox, right? Gonna be going to try and finish their whip before the other one, but keep in mind that route has been nerfed significantly as we no longer have the ability to finish the Imperial Crown. Oh, excuse me, the Imperial Crown super early in that route. It's because it's no longer out of a hairband or a circlet or whatever. It comes out of a beret instead.
Yeah, now you're forced to build Motohelm on that route to fight for Tree, which it's not terrible compared to Old Crown, but compared to New Crown, it definitely feels a lot worse. New Crown feels actually very powerful now with the added defense and the extra HP you get on the Blue Crown. So it's actually very strong. A lot of characters are starting to build it now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in a lot better shape than it was before, but it's like we had just been talking about, the routing is different, so it's harder for these Lennoxes to spike as hard with that extra amp of having the crown and the whip done within their first two zones. Instead, like you just mentioned, being forced to just make the Moto Helm instead. Both of these players trying to go for that same strategy, but Piemaster being the one who actually gets the items, while QI1 kind of struggling to get what they need.
In Cemetery.
Yeah, we do have a fight breaking out between Tier 98 and Lenny and Esther. Tier 98 kind of getting caught here, but remember, he does have that ultimate. At any point, he could just try and like teleport away, essentially, pretty much unscathed. These players all meeting up over here in Cemetery, Piemaster and Tier, trading the items that each other needs to get a lot stronger, a lot faster.
Yeah, so it looks like every team has essentially met up. There's almost 0 teams that haven't met up. It's only really the Lennox and Bernice that aren't here. But wait a second, it looks like Tier 98 is going onto the Zahir at Wolves.
Wait,
so we're gonna have to see a 2v2. Lenny has no SP actually, and he gets bursted down by the double amp characters, and they're both gonna run down the Zahir. chasing. They just want to get this extra kill, maybe snowball the game.
Yeah, over on the north side of the map too, we have a fight breaking out between QI1 and Sana and Aethers. QI1 dropping down to both Aethers and Sana. Ooh, we're seeing the Amp Nadine coming out from Aethers here.
That's
interesting
a spicy
strategy.
meatball.
Yeah, I don't know if this is just like a routing pivot or if it's something else. Oh, I gotta stop doing that. I don't know if it's a routing reason or something else, but either way, it's been a pretty good funnel so far as Sana is already almost on a full build for, what's her name? Kiara. Very much a full build. You know, green weapon, that's basically a full build Kiara.
So I actually wanted to make a comment. So I've seen this in squads in KR before, where you run golden ratio bow with Chiara, and basically the Chiara just hard funnels the Nadine's items early game, and she has all of the damage, and all the Chiara is there for is literally this gigantic meat shield. Oh, but wait a second, the fight's going on in hospital, and it looks like Tier 98 and Piemaster again have just caught out another team and have sniped one person, and it looks like history is repeating themselves. And again, they just catch one person out, kill them, and the teammate just has to kind of run away. Oh, but wait a second. Yeah, Adriana's back for more.
They're chasing down. I'm sorry, what, I can't quite read their name. What is their name again?
Vin Distance.
We have Piemaster and Tier 98. They're very good players. Like, this is no secret that Piemaster and Tier 98 are very good players. Nice little snipe there by Aethers. Zeus does go down as Sana and Aethers pick up one more kill. He was sort of struggling to get his items online. Green everything except for the ballistic helmet. Unfortunate position to be in. But Tier 98 on Piemaster. I want to talk more about these guys. Piemaster. Look. It's no secret that Piemaster and I play a lot of duos together. We won the Lumia Mania $5,000 invitational together. I love this guy. He's a fantastic duos player. He's got incredible game sense. He's a highly skilled mechanical player ending in the top 10 in North America solos or whatever. The dude's cracked. It just breaks my heart that I can't be playing with him right now. Wait, what was I talking about? Hold on. Okay, no, I meant to say, like, he's actually a really good player. Like, genuinely, you should be watching this team. They're very good, and they've been strategizing a lot with this sort of Lennox Dylan build. It's not something you see every day, a Creed of the Night and a Smiting Dragon on Dylan, but it's clearly working out for them. That early game pressure they're putting on all these teams is exceptional. It's really something you have to pay attention to.
Yeah, honestly, like, if they just get on top of one person, they can just instantly burst them down with Amp Dylan. It doesn't really matter as long as you have your weapon done, because, you know, your base values are actually pretty high when you're playing Amp Dylan, and then, I mean, just one ult is all it takes to kill somebody, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. Also, a team we haven't talked about very much, Chaostic and Yondaloid. They're playing double Mistleton.
Real or fake? Has Scythe gone too far?
I kind of really like this. Like, if one of your teammates is going to be forced to build this miserable to build weapon, you might as well have both of them build it and just bring the materials for each other.
It's really cute. Because the one thing is, okay, no fight starting. So I'll explain this. The thing is, if one person starts Temple, one person starts Hospital, the hard to get items, which are the bandages, the Monk's Robe, and the Stallion Medal, you can kind of funnel each other in both of those zones. It's kind of easy to get two of them if you full loot it. Oh wow, it looks like a pincer attack is actually going on right now.
Yeah.
Onto the double mist lane team. Let's see how this goes. Ooh, Queen hits, damage is done. Piemaster goes in on the Chiara, but they take a lot of damage from the two Adelas. And
Yondaloid was just like caught between both teams and is just like full HP. There's like no damage lost on this character, and Piemaster is actually the one who ended up getting the most hurt out of all of that. What? How does that even happen? By the way, beautiful engagement
one
by
of
Frelo.
the Adelas, the Adela with the Hyun is actually running crit Adela, so her amp damage is actually very little. But the other Adela who is with the Chiara is actually running amp Adela, so she does a lot of the damage with the Queen Q. Or sorry, she does most of the spell damage.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's why the Chiara took, like, it looked like almost like Buggy where she took no damage.
Yeah, it's Kiara who's already a very tanky character, but also getting hit by, you know, like you said, it's a crit. What's her name? Crit Adela, who doesn't do that much damage with those Queen combos. But man, it looked like it was going to be a really scary fight for that Kiara. But then the Kiara just kind of like didn't take damage. It was very bizarre, very bizarre to watch.
If anyone doesn't know, that's why I didn't put any points into my queue when playing Crit Adela, because it wasn't that useful.
So Esther lost his teammate early on. We saw Lenny get sniped down by, I believe it was Piemaster in Tier 98, and unfortunately he's not playing a very mobile character. He's playing, you know, Zahir, who doesn't have movement speed outside of combat. with knee pads. Like, this is not exactly the rat jammiest character we've ever seen in the world.
Yeah.
He's trying his best to just get away from all these teams, try and go for those placement points, because if he falls here, he falls in 8th place, and that's not what you want to see, especially if you have no kills. So he's just doing his best to run away, and maybe just like hit chickens to get the extra move speed. Man, either way, it's a rough position to be in for our Zahir player.
Oh, it looks like the team in the hospital might be doing an engagement right now. Oh, we'll see. Maybe they're just rat jamming away though. Maybe they just want to dodge the engagement. It is quite scary. Oh, Queen Q hits actually, but there's no follow-up, so the stun isn't used because the Rook and the Knight were already used to travel. So it looks like the engagement's just dodged. Oh, Zahir and Adriana are actually in a 1v1 right now.
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
I'm honestly surprised they didn't team up, but I guess that makes a lot of sense. You don't really... If you can kill the other solo, it gives you more placement points.
Yeah, so we've talked about that pretty much all day regarding like whether or not these solos should be opting to team with each other, because it is technically in the rules that they can in team modes. Up to the like full number of players. So like you know, in duos you can team up to a team of 2. That's sort of acceptable because you're already at a huge disadvantage of, you know, having friendly fire and not being able to communicate and probably backstabbing each other for points. But yeah, so far today we've had absolutely 0 sort of situational teams show up, and that's not changing here whatsoever, because most of these players understand that taking the 1v1, that's a rare chance for you to actually kill somebody, so you might as well take that opportunity, because you're not going to see a lot of 1v1s otherwise. We're seeing Sana and Aethers maybe getting a little close to Pie Master and Tier 98. Both of these teams are sort of the teams to beat at the moment, as they both have a lot of kills, 2 kills each.
In Dock right now, there's actually a fight starting against the Zahir. The Emma and the Yuki are chasing the Zahir, and it looks like they've gotten on top of him, but Smokescreen comes out, ult comes out, move speed gained from Zahir's passive. He's trying to kite out, throwing more W's to get out. Tornadoes 2 people, okay, nice. He's almost out, but Emma has TP probably over this wall.
Oh,
yes,
no.
Emma TP's over the wall, but he's not quite in range to polymorph. Zahir's still kiting, applying those passive stack, gain move speed.
Oh
Tornadoes this Yuki E, very good. But Zahir's actually out of mana right now, so he can only use his W and Q really to get out. Move speed's still ticking. I think Yuki's looking to E, hits a tornado again, but just the last Yuki Q finishes him off. But Shark and Frazo, hearing the noise, come in, and I mean the cooldowns are down for Emma. She isn't able to come out, so Emma gets finished right down there.
True to his name,
like...
Shark smells blood in the water and goes to finish off Ice Kill after getting
and
kited
on
for an
beach
hour.
right now, actually, there's another fight going on right now between the Chiara, Kathy, and the Adela team.
Oh my god, there's fights happening everywhere. Pie Master's down too.
Oh my god, everyone just decided to fight at the same time. I mean...
Guys, cut us some slack. We don't have 3 cameras, guys. We can't see all these fights all at once. Kiaustic gets pushed on by Griff. Griff trying to get the kill before Kiaustic is able to sort of kite this and maybe burst from the side. Devious Cornelius doing their best to maybe try and catch him before he's able to get away. Yes, like that, Kiaustic will go down. Yeah, we've managed to miss it because there were actually so many fights happening all over the map all at the same time. Pie Master 7 does go down to Aethers and Juicer, our maybe dark horse of like older players showing up and showing how good they are.
Yeah, it looks like the Adriana player finally seeing that she's found the other solo in question in quotation marks, just bullying out Tier 98. I mean, this is her one chance at getting a kill. It looks like Juicer and Aethers have heard the pings though, and they're coming to third party. And I mean, Adriana might have E soon. She has Oil Slick. She doesn't have the worst time kiting this out, and yeah, it looks like she's out. But Tier 98 looks like she's in some trouble. Actually, yeah, it looks like Pie Master got full finish, which is a bit unfortunate. So now Tier 98's also on the Rat Jam bus. And it looks like, I mean, we have 3 solos now. I mean, Tier 98, Vindy's Nuts, and Chuchui. All just trying to rat for placement right now. And Wick is actually at the bottom right of the map, walking into Dock. So I would expect the Adele and the Hyunwoo team to go take that for free. Like, slurp it up and get that Wick buff. And then, I mean, with these zones, they could definitely go hunt right now. Yeah.
Do you want to clarify that? Slurp up the Wick buff?
Yeah, slurp it up, man. It's very tasty.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So anyway, so we have Wickeline over here, like you said, getting caught over by Shark and Fraslo. Looks like it's gonna be for free, uncontested. They're gonna slurp that one up real quick and make sure no one else is able to sort of contest those items or contest that Wick buff. We also have Devious Cornelius and Griff over here cleaning up Beach Boars, my favorite band of all time. We also have Juicer and Aethers on the top side of the map. All of our like fully together teams are on cardinal different sides of the map. Like nobody is close to each other who can actually cause a major 2v2 team fight. We also have Choi Choi, who is on who is on an Elysian Halo, like you mentioned. Also the Mithril Shield, also the Glacial Shoes. Pretty stacked Amp Yuki right now. And Vin D's Nuts, who is currently on a Mithril Armor but still hasn't quite finished the Gilded Quill Fan. Both of these solos still have a chance of pulling out something crazy. Also, we can't count out Tier 98 either. Like, he's kind of strong too. He had kills too, so he has, you know, level 14, tied for, you know, second to highest level in the lobby at the moment. He's in pretty good shape too.
Yeah, all of our rat jammers in our lobby actually have really good kill potential in the third party. I mean, Adriana has a really safe third party because of her high range. Amp Rampage Yuki can always just hit a nice Rampage in a third party and steal a couple kills and ult afterwards. And Tier 98, I mean, it's the same thing really as Amp Yuki. She can just triple or ult in, triple Q out, and then there's a good chance they can secure a kill. So keep an eye out for that. I actually wanted to mention, while there's no fights going on, okay, there might be a fight about to happen in school, but if you actually look at the Kathy's build, it'll look kind of interesting. Okay, actually it looks like an engagement's gonna happen right now. Yeah, our tank Kathy's going in, just full engaging, going for the charge, just ult in, but Rozi's put really low by both Aetherus and Chiara, and she has 4 marks, so the execute comes out from Chiara, gets down, and I mean,
Devious Cornelius. Oh, he just stands still. He knows what's about to happen.
I think his fate has been sealed and he knows it. Oh, actually, the mind control might have worked. Oh no!
Beautiful
squirrel trap on your face. Oh
my
god.
Wow. Gorgeous play.
I think Aether should get an achievement for that. Like, killing someone with a squirrel trap, that's not something you see every day, man.
Man, that was a beautiful play coming out of Juicer and Aethers. Like, the way that fight was sort of turning, I kind of thought Sana was going to go down.
Oh, wait
there.
a second. In Uptown right now, hate to interrupt you, but one of our resident rat jammers is getting dived on right now by Adela, and it looks like he's going down to 1 HP. Rampage is out, and actually Adriana comes in for the third party and steals the kill.
Oh
wow.
My god. I did not expect Vin D's Nuts to be the one to get that kill in the end. I definitely thought it was going to go over to our Adela player, Frezlo, who was doing a fantastic job with those combos. You're an Adela player. You know how clean that combo was. That was very nicely executed there. But since they... excuse me, since they were on that crit build, it ended up being a situation where they weren't able to do enough damage despite sort of landing absolutely everything. So yeah, Vin D's Nuts is going to be the one who ends up getting that kill instead. Good job, Vin D's Nuts. The first kill on the board for Vin D's Nuts.
You know, if I didn't know any better, I feel like you're trying to say this name as many times as you can. Do you have anything to say about that?
I'm a caster. I have to say the names of my players. Like, I can't.
That's actually true. Maybe I'm just not experienced enough as a caster. Sorry, I don't know the culture.
It's something that you'll get a hand on over time. Yeah. A hand on.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe he just got me like that. Okay. Oh, it looks like the Adela's actually sniffed out Tier 98. Triple Q's out. He's just trying to rat jam away right now, but I mean, Adela, as long as she doesn't run out of mana, has pretty good chase over these walls. I'd expect him, he's going to go around while Himu chases from the front. Tier 98 jumps the wall to get out, but it looks like Adela's almost on the hunt. Oh, but Adela actually goes to the left side. I think a bit of a miss route there in terms of your pathing. I feel like he wanted to go through the top side of that house to actually cut him off and then hit him with the Queen Q. So a bit slower than I feel like he could have been, but it's pretty hard to catch a Dylan. He probably
perhaps a third party.
Oh, wow. This Adriana, man, Vin D's Nuts just has no fear. He wants his kills. No teammate, no problem.
Absolutely. Sorry, I am getting just laughing at the the hatchet on the ground or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Sana and Aethers. I generally feel like they're the biggest threat in this lobby, though. That being said, Shark and Frezlo are very tanky. Like, this tactical Tonfa build on Shark is quite cool. Also, remember, they do have Wick buff as well, so Tier 98 is in kind of a lot of trouble right now. Tier 98 trying to jump away, trying to get those placement points, because remember, the longer you survive, the more points you get, even if you aren't getting the kills. And they do have kills to work with as well. They started the round with about 2 kills, so they're in not too bad a shape at the moment.
Yeah, one of the things to keep in mind that makes Amp Dylan so strong in duos is the fact that you're sitting on close to 40% CDR, or he's sitting on 20% right now, but generally with this build you get a lot of CDR because you can build the CDR items that Amp players like a lot, like Tachyons, the Tindalos Band, Imperial Burgeonet, and Dylan, because you also max Q, I mean you max Q on a crit now as well, but because you max Q, your cooldown actually goes down like quite a lot, so it's so mobile. Like, Dylan's already mobile, but this becomes even more mobile. It's actually almost impossible to catch this character, especially if she decides to ult out.
Yeah, I actually really like this build. I haven't really seen much of this specific build, but it's kind of cool. I'm kind of a huge fan, and she looks super tanky too with that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the Schrodinger's box. How is that the only HP item? They're just so tanky. What the? Anyways.
Oh, she also has the Amazonas, but yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah, that thing is defense. That thing is HP.
Pretty crazy.
To be fair, Amazonas didn't always have max HP, so mentally I still never think of this thing as having max HP, even though that got added like a long time ago. I need to get with it, man. I'm a boomer. I'm an ERBS boomer.
Can I get some baboomers in chat?
Baboomer. All right, we have tier 98. Nothing has changed. I don't need to give stock of the situation. It's all the same that it's been for the last 5 minutes or so. We have Aethers and Sana. They have 5 kills. We have Frazel about to face check tier 98. Ooh. Doesn't quite catch him. Doesn't quite turn it into anything. Juicer and Aethers. Coming in off the top side, we have Fraslo and Shark 3143. Coming over here to maybe catch Vin D's nuts on the right side of Uptown. Gonna be forced over into Dock. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Vin D's nuts, and I think it's a good idea. You want to push him into the red. He's gonna have to teleport in, sacrifice that red timer. You don't want these rats to necessarily have to, you know. You don't want them to survive based on timer alone, so if they sacrifice a lot of that timer very early, it's a very good advantage to get, even if you don't end up getting the kill, because it kind of gives you a better chance of getting good placement.
Yeah, one of the worst things that could happen if you're one of the teams of 2 where there's rats is that you 2v2 the other 2-person team, and you lose and you both die, and then you actually go down 4 placements because the 2 solos, they count as a full team. So if you actually could get 4th here if you don't deal with the solos first. And it looks like tier 98 Vindy's Nuts has actually tried to team up right now, realizing that it's 2v2v2 right now. Oh, Shark actually goes in for the wall stun, but whiffs and misses. It looks like tier 98 is trying to pressure the Adela right now. They're just trying to throw down a little bit of poke. Maybe get the Aethers' team the 3rd party. Alright, they smell blood. I mean, they're coming in, setting up a trap line, but one of them hits a chicken, unfortunately, and he misses. Oh, it looks like the Adrian is actually super out of position right now, but they're going to switch to tier 98. Jumbo misses another E on the other side of the map, and yeah, it looks like the fight's completely disengaged, but there's an Adriana in the middle.
Yeah, it looks like Vin D's nuts got cut off from his teammate tier 98 and him. Their fateful, you know, sort of alliance did end up kind of not turning in anything as they were sort of separated from each other. It's only 45 seconds until all of these players are going to be forced into just this final square. At that point, it's going to turn into kind of a chaotic bloodbath, and whether or not we see that sort of temporary alliance turn into something more permanent remains to be seen. If I'm Aethers, I should be setting up all of these squirrel traps like crazy, because this is my only chance of really quartering off an area that belongs to me and my teammate. But unfortunately for him, Fraslo actually kind of chunks these squirrel traps, because technically Adela, despite being basically a ranged character, counts as a melee character for auto attacking. So yeah, this is an interesting position to be in. It kind of needs to put down a few more defensive squirrel traps in this situation to make sure that this is their safe corner.
Yeah, I want to say I'd be curious if Aethers actually max W this match. It looks like he's placing squirrel traps really slowly. Okay, so timer has gone down. Adriana is just outside the timer. He wants the 2v2 team to fight. Same thing with tier 98. They're both just burning timer right now. They're saying, hey guys, just fight. We want a 3rd party. But it looks like they're being forced into the zone real soon. I mean, Adriana might just explode here. She only has 3 seconds left. Engagement's going in. Tier 98 is going in, damaging the other team. Gets wall stunned. Kyungwoo ulted. And it looks like the Adela team gets the kill. Adela walks in, ults, but there's 3 squirrel traps right in their face. Thomas skill comes out. Good block on the Q. Yeah, oh my god, but it doesn't look like it really matters. I mean, Aethers is just throwing down damage. I mean, they're standing in a straight line right now. I'd expect a huge Q to come out right here. Oh, American Sniper misses both. Field goal, let's go. And then Char hits a root actually, but then it actually just kills the Adela. And now
another scroll trap kill. And game number 1 will end up going to Aethers and Sana, Aethers and Juicer, and that will be the conclusion of our first match. There was so much to unpack there. It was actually kind of insane. So Vin D's nuts died to zone. He tried to run in there right at the end, and it ended up like not like no one hit him, so no one gets the kill credit for that as far as I'm aware, but no one forced him to be there in the first place. It's such a confusing situation to be in, but I guess that's something that happened. I don't know how the rule referees are going to sort of evaluate that though, and that's really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave it to Aethers and Sana, because they were the team that was right there sort of pushing him to the side a little bit. Hard to say. That being said though, tier 98 did get jumped on, and in that fight against Shark and Fraslo, it ended up being Aethers and Sana that emerged victorious. But something that was so cool about that, Shark had a beautiful Tonfa parry. Did you see that? Like, he went
that was so good.
Like, it was just reflecting damage left and right, and that was crazy. That was like right when the big burst of damage coming from Aethers and Sana just hit him. It was beautifully done. Beautifully done. They didn't end up winning. They didn't end up getting a lot of kills, but they did very well. What's up, man?
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to say, so when you're playing this Amp Hyung-woo build, like, so much of your damage is conserved in your ult that I was actually really surprised he used it at the start to kill tier 98. It did secure them a kill, but I would have expected him to actually just push off tier 98 with his Adela and then save the ultimate for wall stunning both the Chiara and the Nadine, because after you've used the ult with that Hyung-woo build, you basically have nothing, right? Like, your auto attacks aren't really doing anything on Tonfa. Reflect is good, but it's not enough to really secure a kill, and with how tanky the Chiara and the Nadine are with this build, I mean, Burnished Aegis on Aethers, and Amazonas and Chiara ultimate, and Sheila Shahjahan, and Eodisu, like, I don't know how Adela can get through that HP bar alone without Hyung-woo ult, so I feel like that was... I won't say it's a mistake because it does give them the extra points. It secures second place pretty much, right?
Yeah, I think securing a kill is not a bad strategy whatsoever. I think it's actually quite valid.
But I just wanted to bring that up. I think that was like one of the main reasons that the last fight was pretty much just impossible for them, because he expended that ult earlier. Anyways, one more thing I wanted to point out there is that, in first place we did have Aethers and Sana with 7 whole kills. That is an insane first game. It's going to give them a ton of points and probably even secure their position going forward. I mean, like, sure, they could potentially still die if they just like 18th the next few rounds, but that's probably not going to happen, right? Also, it's worth mentioning, Piemaster in tier 98, they had 2 kills early, but then they lost Pi, like, pretty early on, right? From that point on, they were able to secure third place with 2 kills. That's almost like they were there the whole time. Like, we've seen players with full teams make it to second place with 1 kill, and they got third place with 2. That's not a bad result considering the situation that they were put in. Honestly, that's a really good performance. Actually really good. Yeah, like, that's just the power of Amp Dialin. Like, I've played with tier 98 in squads before, way back, and that secured us some wins actually, or some escapes out of qualifiers, which is just, you know, Amp Dialin is almost impossible to kill, so you just get away, and then you get to, you know, get those placement points, those yummy delicious placement points.
Oh, also one more quick clarification, QI1 is pronounced Chi, just a heads up, it's pronounced Chi. Also
QI... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's pronounced Chi. So also, we have the scores ready for you, so we're going to jump over to that right now to see where our points are actually being distributed for all those kills and placements. In first place currently, we have Aethers and Sana, aka Aethers and Juicer, with 42 points. A very commanding lead to have this early in the tournament. It's fantastic, really, it is. In second place, we had Fraslo and Shark, both playing quite well, getting that beautiful second place placement in that match, also securing a couple kills. They ended up with 20 points, a nice performance by them as well. In third place, we had Piemaster in tier 98 with 17 points. Not a bad showing either. A very nice early performance as well. They showed that they were really strong early game. They just seemed to find the way to translate that into like surviving into the late game. But overall, very nicely done for these players. Do you want to go over the rest of them, or at least like it's just some of them?
Oh, sorry. Where did we stop at?
We stopped at third.
Okay, so in fourth place, Vindy's Nuts and Now Then at 12 points. Fifth place, Grith and Devious Chameleus at 11 points. Sixth, Chichue and Icekyo at 10 points. And seventh, we have Leandaloid and Caustic at 3 points. Eighth, Esther and Lenny, pour one out for them, at 2 points in 8th place. And 9th place, Chi and Zeus 2456 at 1 point. So one thing I actually wanted to mention, so when you're after a first game like this, right, when one team takes such a commanding lead and they get so many kills in the first game, what you're looking at when you're in 4th, 5th, 6th place, when you're all so close together, is you want to grief the 3rd place team or the 2nd place team really hard. Those are the teams you want to focus, because you want to bring them down to get maybe like a 5th or a 6th placement, so you can climb over them and like actually get a chance at first, second, and third. And you do not want to engage Aethers and Juicer, because every point that goes to them, every additional kill, every additional placement that goes to them, is not going to a team that's, you know, not gonna make it, right? They've almost already are guaranteed to make it in. So I'd like to see that happen for the bottom teams that aren't in yet. I'd like to see them do that.
Absolutely. You bring up like an exceptionally important point. This is an aspect of tournament play that a lot of people don't really pay attention to until they like start playing in tournaments and then start noticing that this is a thing that happens. Yeah, like you just said, every point essentially, once a team is so far ahead in first, they're essentially locked in. You don't really care about competing against them. That means that every point that goes to them is essentially a point that gets wiped off the board. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't go to any of the competitors that you're trying to fight against to secure that 2nd or 3rd spot. So as a result, you're kind of okay with it. You're okay feeding those points to the rank 1 team because they're already untouchably far ahead. So yeah, in this situation, it kind of, I mean, they're not so far ahead that they can't be usurped necessarily, but they're pretty far ahead, and it's going to be rough for this to necessarily be a situation where we see Aethers and Sana drop, and that's why you want to really more compete against these players who are in 2nd and 3rd. Piemaster and Phraselow and Shark, these are teams that need to, you know, if you're in 4th and 5th, you're gunning for these guys. You want them to go down instead. That being said, I still think it's anybody's game. I think that we have a lot of our players here. The points are still pretty close. 2nd place is 20 points, 6th place is 10 points. Not that big of a difference between them, and it's still anybody's game to make it into those 2nd and 3rd spots. Do you think we're going to see any shifts in the strategy? Do you think we're going to see like Aethers and Sana still run the same comp? Do you think we're going to see Piemaster and Tyr still run the same comp?
I feel like generally after the first game, I don't feel like you should switch, because because of how the coin flippy nature of this game, I feel like if you have confidence in your strategy, I wouldn't really switch. It's only really in the 3rd game that I feel like I personally would switch, because like then you know, like, hey, do I really have to like pop off,
yeah,
or can I just play like consistently kind of in 2 games and come back?
Yeah, definitely. That is something that's really sort of hard to struggle with. You don't necessarily know if you're gonna like force yourself into some sort of crazy strategy, if that's even going to pay off for you, or if you're actually just throwing something away where you may have had a chance if you stuck with something that was more consistent. But we're getting into our 2nd game, guys. This is the final group we're going to be casting for the day. If you've been enjoying the ERCL Duos event so far, go ahead and check us out tomorrow. We're going to be having the semifinals, same time, same place, starting at 4 p.m. PST. 3 groups of crazy actions, so you want to be here so you don't miss a single one of those results. But for now, let's go into Group I, game number 2.
So one thing I wanted to mention, actually, that I forgot to mention in the first game, is I'm surprised Esther and Lenny are not running ISOL, right? Like, did you expect Esther to play Zahir?
No, I was not expecting Esther on Zahir whatsoever. Maybe this is just a routing decision. Maybe maybe he's been playing a lot of Zahir lately. I don't actually know. I don't feel like I haven't been running into him that much on ladder lately. I can't say for sure what their strategy has been, but yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see Lenny on Hyunwoo, but the Zahir, that kind of caught me off guard.
So if we open the map right now, one thing I want to mention that's really interesting is the Kathy and the Razi team, they actually started in the exact same zone, and it looks like they're kind of just holding hands the entire way through, which is pretty unconventional actually for duos and squads. Generally, what's well known is that you meet in like either your 3rd or your 2nd zone for routing efficiency, right? Because if you're looting different zones, you have a much different spread of different types of items you can get, and you can funnel based on what you need. There's very few builds that can actually build out of like such a small number of zones, but it looks like, you know, they're just holding hands, and I think that's why the Kathy's build is so unique that we saw last game, where it was like this kind of tanky frontline engager, and this is one of the reasons why. It's because they want to hold hands kind of in the early game and go together.
Yeah, I actually respect the strategy quite a lot. It's like you mentioned, it's very rare to see builds that start in the same zone and stick together the entire game. It's actually extremely uncommon. I don't want to just like talk about my own personal stuff, but I remember during the Invitational, Piemaster and we ran a strategy that started together from zone 1, and we were together the entire game, and it worked out for us. Like, it worked out extremely well for us, and that's sort of something that is very consistent about those builds is you're never going to have a game where you get griefed really early on. You're always going to be with your teammates. You're never going to get caught out alone. But like you said, you sacrifice a lot of your sort of build diversity by sticking together from zone 1 all the way to zone 5 or whatever. But that being said, if you think about it, both of those characters can finish weapons within 2 zones. We have Meowthen getting caught by Phraselo and Shark. It's exactly what we were just talking about. You can get caught out in the early game if you're not meeting up early. But then again, at this point, honestly, you should be with your team by the time you hit night number 1, and that's sort of where these people are at the moment. And Meowthen might just be able to barely get away with their life. And yes, their teammate Vindy's Nuts just showed up to back them up.
Wow, if I'm Meowthen, I'm feeling really bad. These guys with white and green weapon are running me down. Oh wait, actually in archery right now, Aether's level 6 is caught out. Zeus on Rozzy, and it looks like they're actually getting killed. Yeah, Wolf bites and just finished off. Oh no, and what happened on the other side of the map? I think his teammate just died to Piemaster and Tier 98 in Cemetery, so very unfortunate.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see. Having both members of your team get caught by the 2 current top rank members.
In Pond right now, actually, yeah. Esther and Lenny are actually fighting Adela. Oh my god, Esther hits a huge 2-man stun. Oh no, but Lenny also whiffs his ultimate on 2 people, and it looks like the chase might be over. Lenny's still angling for it though. If he hits one more E, perhaps he could get a wall stun and then kill this Adela. Queen move speed is online, but this Adela has no boots, green weapon. Throws down the queen, and it looks like the engagement is actually just over right there, but that was very scary right there for them.
The crazy thing about this situation is that we also have so many teams aggregating on the right side of Pond as well. We do have like Meowthen and Vindy's Nuts. They were forced out of their original zones because they were chased over in Avenue, but now they're running through Pond just to get to Hospital because they can't quite TP. And yeah, you have so many teams pathing through Yondaloid and and
it looks like Piemaster and Tier 98 have actually spotted Meowthen and Vindy's Nuts, and they've probably checked the tab button. And Tier 98 is saying, "Hey, I have full build, and you guys have no items." Smiley face. So I'm going in. He already knows his teammate's gonna kill the Adriana, so he's actually angling for the Fiora, but hits a nice ultimate, decides, hey, I'm just gonna take the guaranteed kill, and they go for Adriana. But that was a very smart heads up play by Tier 98. He says, hey, Piemaster is strong enough to 1v1 this Adriana. She's not gonna get away, so I'm just gonna kind of posture up, run past him, and look for the Fiora. But
Absolutely.
then, of course, yeah.
Dude, Tier 98 is so... We're like... He was full build, like a minute and a half left on day number 1. This is an insane set of items to have this early in the game. Absolutely crazy. Like, there's some sort of funnel going on or something. Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
Insane routing.
You know, last game it was Piemaster with all the items, and this time it was Tier 98 with all the items. Maybe they've struck a deal where they funnel each other every game.
It's probably because they killed Chi. They might have gotten a few things off of his body that maybe like helped him accelerate their stuff. Because if you're looking at it,
actually, yes.
Chi has the stuff you would probably get out of like, I mean, he probably checked out Pond at some point, right? Because, yeah, I mean, that's where all the gems came up. That would make the most sense. I doubt that's just natural that he's supposed to do that full build that early in the game. A beautiful bluff by Lenny to negate that that polymorph coming out of Icekill.
Oh, in Avenue right now, actually looks like Piemaster and Tier 98 are going in on the double mislane team. Adela jumps out, but Yandaloy gets locked down by both a Lee Dylin ult, and then Piemaster pulling the guaranteed R also hits him and brings him down. God, wow, that was actually a beautiful CC combo by the these two lords of duos.
Now that I'm thinking about it, also the combination of Dylin plus Lennox, that's like 2 big fat AoE silences.
Oh
you don't get to play the game if you're a caster against that team. That's pretty crazy. You have an
it looks
engagement
like
from Lenny and Esther
map,
on the Choi and Icekill. Esther dropping very low at the start of the coup de grace coming out of Choi hits only Lenny. Didn't take too much damage from it though. Keep in mind, he is on amp, but man, Lenny is on tanky stuff. So that's pretty good at countering someone who's sort of not fully built on an amp character. Is he on weapon skill? No. So Trey didn't quite have that weapon skill. That dual swords rampage was not available, which is very significant to be able to do damage on amp dual swords Yuki. We also have Aethers and Sana getting pretty close to all of these teams over here in the cross section of Alley, Temple, and Avenue. Aethers going to be catching Chaostic over here if he's not careful.
Wow, I am not feeling good if I'm at this Adela right now. There are 3 teams all around me. Oh, wait a second. It looks like Shark just ran through a bamboo trap. Looking for wall stun. Nope, they're just going away. The archery at the bottom left side of the map, it looks like Esther might be getting engaged on real soon. Yeah, Polymorph comes out, Tornado comes out, cancels Yuki Z. Very good, but they're still very low. Rampage hits both! Oh! He gets brought down by double Rampage. And it looks like Ezekiel can just chase Esther. He's looking for the kill, looking for the second point.
The more paid actor! That's gonna be... no, it's not gonna be enough. I had to hype it up, but it wasn't gonna be enough. Key Stick does go down. There's a fight breaking out over here in archery as Lenny has been taken down by Choi Choi and Aizkyo. Esther with not a whole lot finish and his trusty knee pads will try his best to maybe interrupt this fight, maybe poke out Aizkyo before his teammate goes down, but no, it's just looking like this is Lenny gonna be falling here. Unfortunate for these two players. Esther gonna opt to just walk away from this instead of force the engagement.
Yeah, I wasn't quite looking at your screen if you're also on it, but the Chechue hit the most nasty Rampage I have ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, did he just like shred both of them at the same time?
Yeah, he just one-shot both of them basically. Double Rampage through CC.
That is some real big damage coming out of the Amp Dual Sword Zuki. Yeah, like that's why this build is so actually potent in team modes, is because that Dual Swords Rampage can hit multiple targets and it does so much damage, especially since he's on 97% damage dealt, which is a really high number in these duo modes. Yeah, this is a very lethal build in the right hands, especially if you can get it to hit. The only downside for it though is that since Dual Swords Rampage is a weapon skill, you can't reduce its cooldown with CDR. Weapon skills have fixed cooldowns, and the thing about that is that like rank 1 Dual Swords Rampage, I think it's like a 40-second cooldown or something. So if you miss that, you're on cooldown, man. You got nothing for like a solid half a minute or so, and that is a really rough position to be in. But if it lands, man, it does damage.
Oh, hospital right now. Oh my god.
Barely getting out.
Smooth criminals it out of there and just peace out in front of their faces. So, yeah, one thing I want to say about dual swords is it's basically your ultimate now. Like both Jackie and Yuki. Oh wait, a bush check in archery. Oh, he goes for the Adela. Rampage 1. Oh, gets wall stunned by Hyunwoo. Rampage 2. Adele's brought very low. Let's see if the Emma can jump the backline. Nope, gets stunned by a QW combo from Adela. And
Shark
I mean, both of the teams aren't really. They don't really want any more of this fight. Cooldowns are blown, and it would be a bloody fight if they tried to keep going. But Emma's poking a little bit, stops the Hyunwoo from resting, but that Hyunwoo is very tanky. It would be very hard for Yuki and Emma to bring down a tank Hyunwoo.
Honestly, Shark is kind of the MVP in that fight there. He was so tanky. Aizkyo getting re-engaged on the coup de grace from Choi Choi, hitting both players. Frazel ends up dropping. Shark going for the slam against the wall, barely misses, and now he's kind of on cooldown, but a nice bluff to negate some of that CC. Oh, he is so clean with it. The beautiful riposte or whatever it's called in order to negate that stun from Choi Choi, but unfortunately will end up falling in the end. A nice attempt by Shark and Frazel, but they will end up going down. Unfortunate, but a nice pickup from Aizkyo and Choi Choi. They needed those kills to get back in this game, so honestly, this is pretty big for them.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, they're on the scoreboard with 3 kills right now. The other team with 4 kills is Tier 98 and Pie Master, so they're both looking to get back into the game. Let's see if they can actually bring down Aethers and Juicer, because, I mean, if one of them also has a 6 kill pop-off, like, it's actually really close at the top of the ladder, so it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the game pulls out. Both teams are playing very well right now. And just one thing I also want to bring up is, take a look at this Emma's build right now. Tell me what you think.
What the? So I mean, it's not too crazy. Like, Fuma Shuriken, it comes with a lot of ENAD. 40 ENAD, by the way, a pretty crazy number. And Fuma Shuriken's been popular on Emma for a while, but the Crusader's armor, not something you see every day. It might just be a routing decision, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Also, like, it's more ENAD, so you know that Emma's auto attacks are going to be very potent. They're trying to get Wickeline down, but they may not be able to get it down in time. And Pie Master is very low. Aizkyo and Choi Choi are here for the third party. They get the Wick, but it may not be worth it as Pie Master is down to just 400 HP. A beautiful pull and a silence, and that extra move speed means he's going to be able to get away as much as possible with no mana and no HP to work with. The Polymorph comes down onto Tier 98. It's going to be Aizkyo throwing down the Caltrops, but it doesn't connect in the way he wanted it to. That's going to be these two players, Pie Master and Tier 98, walking away unlooted is that Wickeline. But it doesn't matter. They have their lives, and that's what's more important in this situation.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to bring up, in duels and squads, you notice that a lot of teams don't actually go to contest Wick at the high level, and one of the reasons why that is, compared to solos, is because, well, in duels and squads, it's actually really easy to time out the Wickeline buff. And, well, if you think about it in solos, right, the Force Core Red Blood are very good items, but in solos, you generally get 2 really good items for 1 character, right? But in duos and squads, it starts, the effectiveness of the wick items, they're still really good, but they start being devalued a bit more because you don't really get, you have to spread out the items kind of in your team, right? So it's not as big of a spike as it is in solos. So those are 2 of the reasons why, like, I feel like you can't ignore wick, but it's not as bad to fight wick teams in duos and squads.
If Aethers doesn't like de-skill this or squirrel trap this could be very dangerous. Oh, he throws the Q. He knows that their Devious Cornelius takes a lot of damage.
Oh my
engages
God.
with the ultimate. Sana dropping down to half HP, but with his ultimate ticking right now, he's gonna be rather tanky in the situation. Griff still very healthy, ticking on some nice food. Both these players opting to just disengage, as both teams will walk away from each other fairly unscathed. I think, honestly, I think Devious Cornelius and Griff, they kind of had the advantage there, but luckily for Aethers and Sana, they had the traps to fall back to, and I think since they were both playing melee characters, Griff well, I guess you can kind of make an argument for Razi a little bit, but like basically they didn't want to engage onto the squirrel traps, because as soon as you get hit by one of those, you're in rough shape. You are slowed like crazy. You're basically stunned for a solid 3 seconds.
If we look over to Esther right now,
yeah, he's in rough shape right now. He's getting caught out by Aethers and Sana. The root does land. That chain means Esther is moving oh my god, he's done so. That snail's pace, and he's just getting rooted once again, and he dies in the red zone. Esther, unfortunately, will fall. We feel bad for you, buddy. You can bring it back in game number 3. We believe in you. Unfortunate performance, though, in this second game. Well, Meowthen is our only rat left in the game, and he's about to run right into Sana and Aethers. What? How did he... What? How did that not get capitalized on? Well, now everyone's trying to steal this kill. Oh, the Q almost landed, but Griff is getting caught out, actually. They're getting so overzealous for that kill on the Meowthen that they didn't realize that Griff was dying in the background. What?
What? Meowthen has the mind control technology right now, guys. So, someone contact him. I want to know what mind control tech he's using, because he has just orchestrated the most crazy 2v2 fight between the 2 teams. What just happened?
So this is actually something you see a lot in duo modes, where you have like
oh wait,
2
it's
teams
happening right now. Wait,
oh yeah, there's a fight about to break out. Hold on, we'll hold that thought. Remember, keep in mind, tier 98 and Pine Master, they still have that wick buff available to them, so they're gonna be doing a lot of damage on their extra damage. Icekyo and Choi, they're gonna try for this fight again. Oh, the missed Tool Source Rampage will surely spell doom for this team. The nice coup de grace does only connect on tier 98, but Icekyo is just gonna drop here. Choi with no tools left on his kit, is just gonna try and get away. This is not the fight they needed to take, and it was not the way they needed to execute it, unfortunately for them. But fortunately for Pie Master and tier 98, that's another kill for them. But anyway, what I was gonna mention about that weird 2v2v1 over in Factory, if you're in a 2v2v1 situation, you might think to yourself, because in solos, okay, if you're in a 1v1v1 in solos and you see somebody low, what generally happens?
Kill the low person.
You kill the low person. Teaming. No, but like generally speaking, you see these players, they see someone's low, they're gonna tunnel on them for a lot of reasons. One, they know that if they kill them, they get a heal. They know if they kill them, they get LP. And they know if they kill them, they get timer. All these things don't really exist that much in duos. Sure, you'll get the extra kill points, but in duos, if you tunnel for the solo player and there's another duo right there ready to fight, it's in your best interest to go kill the other duo, because they're the ones who are actually going to be a threat once you finish killing that solo player. So in a situation like that, what you saw was Meowthen and wait, I'm sorry, it wasn't Meowthen. It was Griff and Devious Cornelius. They put all their focus onto the solo, thinking, oh, it's a battle to kill the solo, see who gets the kill points. But Aethers and Sana, these very like experienced team players were like, oh, we just killed a duo. Like, we don't care about the solo. We want to win the game, not to get the kill. So they went all in on Griff, and it paid off for them in a big way.
Yeah, a lot of the times in duos and squads, the solo is effectively a dead, in quotation marks, team. There's still a chance, maybe I'd say like 10 to 20%, that they get to third party and like maybe turn it around, but most of the time, like, you can just count them out basically, right? In duos and squads.
Yeah, pretty much.
I definitely agree with you there.
It's really, it might just be like a team mode diff. Like maybe, you know, Sana and Aethers, they know the game mode back and forth because they've been playing it for so long, and maybe it's just something that a lot of players have to get used to. Meowthen and Choi, these are 2 solo players. Are they gonna put aggression on each other? I gotta say, Meowthen's build's looking kind of cute. You got the Dobok with the Joyous. That's like pretty much full build for Fiora. Choi.
Oh yeah, And the Tachyons actually, it makes him a lot better at escaping because he gets the extra CDR to run away faster.
Yeah, Chui getting aggressed on by Piemaster and Tier 98, trying his best to run away. Oh, beautiful pull. But that I mean, it was sort of not as beautiful in theory, I guess. Didn't quite connect.
That was the Brandong pull right there.
Didn't quite connect. Piemaster is gonna feel bad about that one. Good, we didn't catch it on camera. Don't worry, buddy. It's no big deal. What's happening over here? Nothing interesting.
Can we talk about Piemaster's build right now?
No.
Attack power is king on the current patch, guys. Don't build spell amp. It is a trap. Okay?
Yeah,
Rocker's Jacket, Elysian Halo, and Sheath of Shah Jahan. Those are the items that make a good amp build now.
Yeah, we've seen that before. There have been metas in the past where it was like Rockers, Shah Jahan. I mean, Elysian Halo didn't exist back then, but yeah, like Rockers, Shah Jahan used to be sort of the go-to build for like amp characters, which sounds weird. Like spellcasters would stack attack power. That was just sort of the meta we had. Rockers Uchiwa was sort of what the meta was called, and we're already kind of back to it. Rockers Uchiwa showing up here on Piemaster. Sure, it's a routing thing for sure, but also it's just good stats. And since we're seeing a lot of nerfs to flat amp, the interaction between flat amp and percent amp disappearing in the last major patch, we're seeing a return to this sort of high attack power stacking, especially now that we have Elysian Halo. That thing is insanely good.
Well, it looks like the Kathy and the Yuki they had a bit of a point where they're right next to each other. They didn't quite want to go on each other. I thought they might team for a split second, but it looks like they just went their own ways.
Yeah, they were going to be best friends, but it looks like they're going to just sort of split up here. Trey playing it awfully risky there. I was honestly expecting Tier 98 to just like full on ult there. Like I thought they were going to blow everything to make sure that Trey went down. Remember, he has not a whole lot of time to work with it, and he's about to walk right into Meowth. And do these players want to be friends? They're sort of like standing on the other side of the bus. They know each other is there. But are they gonna, you know, get the
one
signal?
of the biggest issues right now is if you fight each other when you're the solo, the teams are gonna hear it. So like, I think they do want to kind of kill each other, but like they can't really. But they also like don't want to fully team, but because I mean a Fiora and a dual sword. Oh, actually,
shoot!
Chucky.
Yo, Trey is like,
I'm going in.
What is teaming? I am going to murder you. Oh, the coup de grace lands, does half of his HP. Meowth drops like a rock. Nicely done.
God, wait a second. I don't know, you didn't see it, but the Yuki, actually, the zone turned red and he lived with 1 second left on his timer.
No way. That is insane. Nicely done, Trey just barely making it back in. Although, unfortunately for our devious Cornelius over here, he is going to be caught out by Aether and Sana. The question is, will Shui actually steal this? He is being pushed right into our Amp Yuki player. Remember, our Amp Yuki player has nowhere else to run. Oh, never mind. Piemaster might be the one who takes this. He goes all in. Get on the rampage. That's another kill for Chui. That's huge, man. Amp Yuki has 4 freaking kills right now, and he hasn't had a teammate for like half the game.
Yeah, that is actually gigantic for his team because he has 5 kills now. Aether's team has 3, and we already know that goes down the drain. And then it's just Tier 98's team who also has 5 kills. So that could actually put them pretty much in third, right? Coming into the third game, even if he dies right now.
Yeah, that is an insane position to be in for a solo player. Like, ideal situation. We have Aethers and Sana. They've kind of locked themselves over in the throne, trying to make sure that they're not going to get pushed on. But the score charts have been cleared out, and now it's time for Piemaster to engage on this team. Tier 98 dropping very low, but the ultimate connects onto Aethers. He uses the monkey wire to get away, and he does manage to get away until maybe a third party comes in. But no, Piemaster dropping low. Tier 98 already low to begin with. Sana with quite a lot of HP to work with. The rapier skill comes out. Tier 98 is currently the one in trouble. Oh, but never mind, the pressure might be turning back onto Juicer. It looks like, oh, that's a big kill. Piemaster dropping very low here, but now it's time for Chui. Chui gets another kill. The dual starts rampage. He's a monster right now. Oh, the coup de grace doesn't quite land. If that hit Juicer, he would have gone down for sure. Can he get one more kill before his fate is sealed? Oh, he's so low.
I just want to mention at the top there, the res actually got put through while they were killing Juicer, and Piemaster and Tier 98 are both resting. Well, Tier 98 should have his ult up back again soon, but Piemaster will not have his ult up for this fight. But Chiara, it looks like she might be out of food. She's not taking any food, and she's fighting tier 98. I'm thinking ult is coming out soon. Oh no, D-skill comes out, but he dies before he gets the ult off. Tier 98 didn't get the ult, and Piemaster is in a 2v1. Oh, it looks like he's just brought down by Aetherus and Juicer. Well played, wins game 2 as well.
My god, these are two players who are dominating the lobby right now with a beautiful 6-kill performance. Nicely by Sana and Aethers there. Another win. They've won game 1. They won game 2, and with like a ton of kills in both games too, these players are playing out of their minds right now. Yeah, I was honestly really concerned. I really thought since tier 98 and Piemaster were able to get the revive off because they were able to sort of control the zone, and since Juicer and Aethers had to come in from the red, I thought they were in bad shape. I thought they were kind of screwed. But then all of a sudden, like the beautiful like I'm trying to collect my thoughts here. Aethers got a beautiful snipe onto tier 98, which dropped him really low. I'm sure he dropped a couple of squirrel traps on him as well. And then we had Sana. The ultimate is activated. He has no food ticking whatsoever, but since he is healing so much off of that ultimate, he's drain tanking the zone. He ends up getting the ultimate reactivate onto tier, and that puts them in a great place. They bursted down the amp Dylin, and now it's just Piemaster. He can't necessarily win that 1v2, so he drops in the end. Beautifully played by both of these teams.
Yeah, one thing I want to say, one item combination you really do not want to see when you're playing double amp characters is Lunar Embrace plus Amazoness plus Banneret plus EOD boots plus auto arms.
Yeah.
The defense is so high and the minus spell reduction is so high. That's one of the reasons why, even though Juicer wasn't popping food, like he was actually out of food at the end. That's why he was so low coming in the circle. It didn't even matter because he was just so good against spells.
Yeah, like
his build.
He's got so much amp reduction, and he's against two characters who do all their damage with spells at the moment. That's an amp Dylin. It's a Lennox. Lennox already just does all her damage with spells. So like, I mean, that's what's going on there. Also, you have Aethers who has a ton of damage, chunking fat Qs from the backline. Insane stuff. Also, can we talk about Shui? They have 6 kills on their whole team after being a solo player for like most of that game. What on earth was that result? Shui played so well there. I can't believe it. Gunner?
Yeah, like there's actually an opportunity there for Shui to win the game.
Yeah, seriously.
As crazy as it sounds, like he was so close. If he just sniped another person, if he sniped either Aethers or Juicer with either his ult or the second rampage, he would have actually just like maybe taken the game. You turn back, you go for the or I forgot who was down first. I think it was Piemaster who was down. Or maybe it was tier 98, but you could kill one of them, turn back, maybe finish off the person who's reviving, and then you're set, right? Like, you're probably in, you maybe get second, or you maybe even get first. That was really crazy, and that's just the power of dual swords and squads.
Yeah, so one more thing I want to point out, we're about to shoot over to the scores so you can see where all of our players currently stand. One more thing I want to talk about that last match. I looked at the scoreboard. There was not a single kill for any other player in the lobby aside from those in our top 3 teams. It was Sana and Aethers with 6 kills. It was Piemaster and Tyr with 5 kills, and Icekill and Shui with 6 kills. No one else got a kill. All the points were concentrated all the way at the top. And as you see right there with our scores, currently in first place, we have Aethers and Sana with 78 points, an insane first and second game for them. First place, both times, incredibly high kill counts. They're doing an exceptional job in second place. We have Piemaster and tier 98 with 46 points. Another very nice placement for them, as they didn't get a ton of kills or crazy placement in the last game, but they brought it back this game and pretty solidly, put themselves in that top 3. And Shui and Icekill with the most insane solo Yuki I've ever seen in my entire life with 39 points. It's still anyone's game. Fraslo and Shark did very well in the first game, and I'm curious if they're going to bring it back in game number 3, but that remains to be seen. Thoughts on these final score, or on these mid-group scoreboards?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be really hard. Looking at the scores for the 4th, 5th, and 6th place team to catch up to Shui and Icekill. I mean, if I'm them, I'm saying like we have to grief them, right? Like you almost need them to come close to 8th, 7th, or 9th so they get almost no placement points, no kills, and then you want like the pop-off game. It's still very possible. It's happened a lot in duo squads, especially because you can snowball so hard in these game modes. So I am looking at that right now. I mean, Aethers and Sana almost definitely out. Pymaster and Tier 98, it will take a really tough game for them to not make it out at this point. So I think the entire lobby, if I'm looking to really make it in, you have to grief the third place team.
Yeah, for sure. That is the spot you want to try and sneak into, is that third place team. And man, I'm still recovering from watching Choi Choi do the things that he did. The one more thing that was kind of a heartbreaker in that last fight that he had was his ultimate miss. The coup de grace, it didn't connect on anyone, but if it hit any of those players, would have wiped them off the map instantly. It would have been another kill and would have changed the entire like result of that match. If Sana goes down in the red there, I think that's GG. I think that's like it for that team, and Tier 98's team with Pymaster would have ended up winning that. Like, there's so many little things that could have gone slightly differently in that fight, and it would have changed the whole result. But either way, that was a really fun match. But now it's time to get into game number 3. I am super excited to see how this group is going to conclude. Will our teams that are currently qualified for the semifinals, will they continue to stay in that qualification sort of hot seat, or are they going to drop? As we have seen some upsets in the previous groups as well, it might be a situation where maybe third place does end up dropping out, and we see someone come back from behind from the lower ranks currently in the group. But we're loading in right now, and anything can happen in this final match.
Yeah, another thing I want to mention is looking at it from the position of Choi Choi and Icekeel and Pymaster and Tier 98. Honestly, all you want to do is rat jam. You no longer need kills, really, as long as you're not one of the teams that go out like really early or go out in the mid game. Like, you feel very comfortable, and this is a position where if you're really smart, you should dodge basically all engagements, because you don't need to engage anymore. Like, you've played well in your past 2 games, you've got this huge points lead, so just I like to see them, you know, play it safe, let's say.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I'm trying to see if we have any swap ups in the rosters for our players. Oh, there it is. How about that?
Yeah.
We're seeing Esther switching over to AR ISOL, which is something that we had not been seeing this entire tournament. I mean, like on Esther specifically, he's known for his AR ISOL play, and he hadn't been playing it for this entire group, but he's just now in the final round switching over to that AR ISOL. I'm excited to see what he has for us. Maybe he's got some spicy strats. That remains to be seen. We are also seeing, Zeus pivoting over to AR Aya. This is our second AR of the group, and I don't know. I think AR in general is in pretty good shape after the release of Agni, that brand new legendary assault rifle. Honestly, seems pretty good so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up building that and bringing some pretty good action for us in this game.
Well, yeah, one thing I wanted to say is that Agni is actually like amazing. Like, it does so much damage, and one of the crazy things about Agni is it's actually like not that hard to build. Actually, it's a pretty quick not quick, but it's like a pretty medium to build 3-zoner between Factory, Cemetery, and Chapel, and Lenny was already starting Factory, so it's a pretty simple funnel to do. The only big question mark is Chapel. I mean, you can even see it right now on your minimap where, man, there are a lot of teams around Chapel. That's generally the big question mark when you run the Agni build is, hey, can I actually survive to make my weapon in Chapel? And it looks like, actually, he's taking a bit of an unconventional route. Like, I think he started Beach this game? I don't remember. I think he started Beach and went Factory and Cemetery. So
I think he's struggling to find a lighter, I think is what's going on here.
Yeah. I'm surprised with Lenny going through Factory already that they weren't able to find a lighter. Maybe... yeah, that's kind of odd. Normally it's not too hard to find a lighter, but maybe, I guess they're just getting kind of wrecked by the lord that is RNG.
Oh, there it is, just on the ground. Yeah, sometimes you just kind of have it rough. Sometimes you just don't find the items you need. Your teammate goes, I'm sorry, man, nothing I can do. Didn't get what I needed, but there it is. The Agni is completed. Esther is online, but we have 3 teams all meeting over here in Third Zone Hospital. Griff and Meowthen, they're starting to fight against each other. Griff doing a lot of damage, Meowthen dropping pretty low, but now Vin D's Nuts is here to contest Griff, but also Yondeloid and Kiaustic also here to contest Griff. Griff does end up going down. It's up to Devious Cornelius to do the 1v2, but both of these players are on their Mistleton already. This is not a fight you can take.
Yeah, and the bottom left of hospital right now, Tier 98 is chasing down. He ults into the Vindy's Nuts, and but Vindy's Nuts dashes away, and that's likely the end of the engagement. But actually, Tier 98 wants more. He's waiting for his Q cooldown to come back up so he can chase, probably hit an E for the slow, and get Lennox into E range. If Lennox can manage to E, they can actually secure a kill. Silences the Adriana, no longer can dash.
Ooh, Piemaster got a hold of Vindy's Nuts, and he is going to get pulled back in this fight. Looks like Meowthen is going to be forced to just go away and not save his friend. Unfortunately, this is going to be the end of Vin D's Nuts in this group, as Piemaster and 298 are going to make sure that he does go down here. Meowthen gonna be maybe running into Yondeloid and Kiaustic, but remember there's also Devious Cornelius who lost Griff just a moment ago, but that was still a very nice catch onto Vin D's Nuts by Piemaster. Nicely done there. A good what is that? Whiplash? What is the name of that E? I don't even remember anymore. I used to know.
I like to call it Flay, but I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, it's not Flay. It's something else. I forget exactly what.
Oh, actually, yeah. In hospital right now, it looks like Meowthen's actually been caught out and dies along with his placement hopes, unfortunately. And it looks like that's our first team that gets caught out. The double miss lane team is doing pretty well right now, actually. Maybe they could get a resurgence this game and hopefully clinch out the 3rd place. They're sitting at 2 kills. Their builds are pretty close to done. Dobak gets finished off the Fiora's body. I mean, the Char's looking pretty good. And we'll see if they can do it. And they see Tier 98 over here. If they could kick out this team, it'd feel really good for them. Char lands the root. Good start to the fight. Oh, Adela misses part of her combo, and they just burst down the Chiara.
They were not expecting the full build Piemaster to show up and just absolutely destroy them while being insanely tanky. Yeah, Kiaustic and Yondeloid, unfortunately, getting a little bit overzealous in their engagements and not quite respecting the power of Piemaster and Tier 98. That's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate here. But we do also have, well, actually, it looks like all of our teams are kind of splitting apart. Really, only Aethers and Juicer are at all close to Shark or Fraslo. That's the only fight that could really break out here as both these players sort of move towards the console of Ali.
Yeah, it looks like Ali's closing right now as well, so I think Aethers and Sana might be forced into engagement. We'll see. No, actually, it looks like they'll just scurry on out on Avenue side, and the other team will just scurry on out Temple side, and peace.
Yeah, they're going to be losing a little bit of timer. One thing that's really important to remember when it comes to duo mode, if you've been playing nothing but solo lately, you may not remember the fact that you do not get timer back when you kill people. So timer spent is in fact timer lost entirely for the rest of the match in this game mode. So these guys are going to be stuck at like 18 to 19 seconds on timer for the rest of the game, and there's nothing they can do about that. They cannot increase it in any capacity. Now we do have our 2 strongest placement teams so far, Aethers and Sana, all meeting up against Tier 98 and Piemaster. Tier is just going right in for the engagement, knowing that maybe Sana isn't fully stacked up yet. Neither is Aethers. A beautiful ult from Piemaster does catch Sana as he's trying to stand still to not take a lot of damage, but Tier is dropping very low. If it's there's not enough of the stigma marks on Tier 98 to re-engage or cast Judgment off of Kiara's ultimate, but well, it was still a good engagement. They both will decide to, you know, try a little bit of mastery and go their separate ways.
I had to hold myself back from making a D's Nuts joke right there. One thing I want to mention is I was really surprised that Tier 98 didn't use his ultimate there. I mean, if you look at the bottom bar, unless it's bugged, it was up that entire fight. And the Chara was definitely in execute range. You may have died for it, but I feel like Piemaster at full HP, or close to full HP, might be able to take it, but here we go. They want to go again. And it looks like Tier 98, same engagement, triple Q, into D-skill. Silence goes through, Piemaster hits the hook! Beautiful, silence the Chara, Dylan ult as well. He does not even get to get ult off, and they are down, wow. Battle Clash of the Titans right here, and it looks like Tier 98 and Piemaster come above right now. They're saying, hey, We do not want you building a lunar embrace against our team comp. You must die right now.
There is also a fight
Beautiful
breaking
60 lock.
There's a fight breaking out over in Forest as we have Shark and Fraslo chasing down Esther and Lenny. Esther looking pretty strong, but also pretty squishy. Oh, beautiful slam into the wall by Lenny. Will be catching Shark. Now, Esther with the overheat ticking is going to be knocking Fraslo out constantly with each of those auto attack sprays, but it's not enough to necessarily turn that into a full engagement that they will get a kill off of. But over here, Ice-Kyo and Chui Chui, these are not players we've seen a lot of in this particular match, are going to be third partying here. The beautiful dual source rampage will be catching most of Fraslo's HP. Although the second reactivation doesn't do much to Shark, as Shark is incredibly tanky with those finished Hermes boots. My god, look, good looks. The kicks on point right now on this Showdown. He got drip, man. You see that skin and the Hermes boots? He's a fly looking man. But we also have over here in Beach, we have Chui Chui and Ice-Kyo getting pretty close to Esther and Lenny. This was a fight that may be breaking out between these players, as we did see that Esther and Lenny kind of blew a lot on fighting Shark and Fraslo. But also, speaking of which, there could be a fight breaking out between Shark and Zeus over there. But no, it looks like the Beach fight will be happening first. Poke coming out from Ice-Kyo. The hat trick, trying to do a little bit of damage, but it's not actually translating into anything. So it looks like it will be the fight over in Forest that we're going to be checking out, because it's Chi trying to kite out Shark and Fraslo. Oh, the queen doesn't quite land as Chi is able to just sort of walk away in the end. Both of these fights kind of not amounting to too much after all.
Yeah, looking like back at Beach, Chui Chui really wants this fight. I mean, his rampage is likely almost up, but D-skill from Esther comes back up, overheat, stunning Yuki so she can't go in. Beautiful wall stun onto the Emma. Lenny hits the ult afterwards and brings her low enough where she can't jump out. Rampage comes through on Lenny, but it's not quite enough to finish him.
Oh my
ult
god.
comes through though and finishes him off. And now it's a 1v1 between Esther and Chui Chui. Chui Chui has no cooldown, so it's very difficult for him to kill Esther right now. Esther's just looking to res right now. Chui Chui rests to get his HP back up. I don't know if Chui Chui can do it. Maybe he can cancel the res. Can we do it? Can he do it? No, Lenny gets res. Q, wall stun, and rooted and dead. So we will see if... I mean, that was the third place team. That was the team to beat. Maybe one of these teams can eke it out now. We'll see how it goes in the final zone. Esther can finally drop his cursed butler suit and switch to a proper build.
So something to point out there, that was a 6th place 1 kill. Like you mentioned, that's the third place team. That is the team to beat. That is the one you want to be dropping early to sort of open up that third place spot. But you know, 6th place 1 kill, there's still points there. That could be just barely enough to keep you in that safe position, because who is really competing for that spot right now? I can't remember. And let me check who was exactly in 4th. 4th was Fraslo and Shark, and they are still in the excuse me, still in the game, but with 0 kills. So it's up to this team, team number 6, to find the points that they need, get a couple of kills to make sure that they surpass Chui Chui and Ice-Kyo in that 3rd place spot. If they are going to end up qualifying for the semifinals, they're very close, but they're not quite there yet.
Yeah, if I'm Fraslo and Shark, one call I might make to my teammate is maybe we should just run it down.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, it looks like Piemaster and Tier 98 once again getting wicked. This time they can actually get the item, so it looks like Piemaster likely switching to the Elysian Halo, the new item, the Auto Head, for that gigantic attack power increase and defense increase. And I mean, yeah, I mean, they're gonna have Wick buff. That's a bunch of combat potential. Their biggest threat, which was the full anti-spell damage chair, is out. So the only oh wait 1 second, up and uptown. It looks like there might be engagement going on onto the Isol or onto the Zahir. It looks like he didn't quite get wall stunned. Pawn goes through. Shark secures the kill. It looks like Adela ulted in to just zone off Lenny and Esther, and that's 1 kill on the board. That's 1 kill on the journey to 3rd place. Maybe they can do it.
Yeah, this might be like history in the making on this 3rd place run. They are getting the kills, they're getting the placement. Chi goes down, like you said, secured by Shark. That's a huge deal, and now they're gonna catch Zeus. Zeus has been completely sniffed out here. Shark knows exactly where the next victim is gonna be, and that's another kill going to Fraslo and Shark. 31-43, a fantastic little engagement there, making sure that they found exactly who they needed to kill at exactly the right point in the game. Oh, no way, man. We saw them run in from the red zone, right? They put a camera there. They knew that he was there because they saw him on the camera. That is not what I expected to happen there, but now Shark is fighting on Lenny and Esther. This may be the fight that determines whether or not they get 3rd place. Lenny and Esther putting pressure on, but not quite going for it. Keep in mind, Aethers, despite being a very powerful player, is alone. as his teammate has dropped earlier in the match. Ooh, this could be huge for Fraslo and Shark. It all kind of comes down to how they play these next few fights to determine whether or not they do end up qualifying for the semifinals. And I kind of, honestly, I wish them the best right now. I still can't get over that camera though. That like, you never put a camera in the red thinking I'm going to catch somebody off of that camera.
Can I get some 5 heads in the chat right now, please? That was a crazy camera. I did not even notice that. That was a beautiful word, I'll say.
Yeah, that was a beautiful camera.
Yeah, and one thing I want to say is that well, Lenny is not gonna die for the rest of the game, okay? If you're fighting his team, you really need to kill Esther. I mean, he has Lunar Embrace, Sword Stopper, 150 defense, 8 ENAD reduction, and 18 flat amp reduction. So it is very hard to kill him. He's looking at the rest of the lobby, like, he's basically unkillable, although he doesn't do too much damage. So if they can kill Esther, the real, like, raid boss, like, you can finish him. But okay, let's see. Engagement might be happening in Uptown right now. Again, you should be looking for the back line. Oh, he almost stunned Lenny and ults him, and it looks like they're just playing front to back, but they bring down his HP to 40%. Esther's just getting shot after shot on Della, and I think the overheat has come through. Another wall stun onto Lenny. Again, just playing front to back, but one problem with defense is that Enad cuts through it, and Esther is cutting through the Adela. Adela goes down, wall stun, another wall stun onto Lenny, but oh no, they fall and they don't get another kill, so it's just 2 kills for Esther and Lenny. Well played.
Yeah, so
oh, but wait, in hospital, a whip skill lands from Piemaster, and they pull Devious Cornelius in, but Devious Cornelius hits a 2-man stun back onto tier 98 and Piemaster for the escape, and now he's out, but his ult isn't down. Tier 98, again, he has great chase, very high move speed, very high CDR, and he finds him again. He goes in, he gets slowed, isn't grounded though, silences and slows Devious Cornelius. Q is back up, he's just doing sustained damage. Piemaster's trying to catch up right now, he's saying, hey, slow down, Sonic.
He was devious.
Comes through, locks him down, and finishes him off.
He was devious, but he was not agile enough, and he will end up going down. Devious Cornelius, a very nice attempt at escaping from the inevitable force of tier 98 and Piemaster 7, will end up falling. So to sort of recap that fight that happened over in Uptown, we ended up seeing Shark and Fraslo dropping in 5th place with 2 kills. I am concerned for them if they want to.
Oh wow, beautiful wall stun hit onto the Nadine, and bam, you're dead. Haha, bye bye.
So actually, we were talking about Shark and Fraslo potentially making it into that 3rd place spot, but maybe we should be talking about Lenny and Esther making it into that 3rd place spot. If they beat tier 98 and Piemaster, they're already on 5 kills. They're already in 2nd place. That could be enormous. And if they, hey, a 2nd place 5 kills is already pretty huge. That may be enough to catapult them all the way into that 3rd place or even 2nd place spot. But that remains to be seen. If they get this win, I assure you, they're there. Like, I bet you anything, if they win this whole thing, 7 kills 1st place, there's no way they don't qualify. But
yeah, there is I agree with you. I think there's like a really, really high chance Esther and Lenny can qualify out of here. Because if you look at these 2 team comps, well, again, if we compare Lenny's items to the Chiara's items from last game, well, he has that Lunar base, that 18 flat amp reduction against the double amp. That means effectively you are invincible against double amp, right? Like, they could put their full combos into Lenny and he'd have a lot of trouble dying. So again, it's really ISOL versus these 2. If he can kite them out effectively, especially because, again, ISOL cut because of his high ENAD, he cuts through any defense. It's really just your health bar that you're fighting against. And honestly, like, it's pretty hard for Dialin and Lennox to get on them. So we'll see if Piemaster can pull it through with a nice hook.
Oh, that was a nice hook you were talking about. Just tickling the toes of Esther there. Didn't quite catch him, as Esther lives with barely any room to breathe. Now, we are seeing that huge damage coming out of Esther, tagging tier 98. He's already dropped about 900 HP just from a W plus a couple of auto attacks. Like you said, Esther is the threat here. Lenny, yeah, Lenny will still do damage. Yeah, Lenny will still be a nuisance, and surely they have some traps to work with too, but man, the real threat here is definitely Esther. If they're able to jump on him, if they're able to make sure that Esther goes down, this will be a fight going in the favor of tier 98 and Piemaster 7, but that remains to be seen.
Oh, nice kite by tier 98 right there. He actually baited out the Hyunwoo E with his Q. He queued backwards on the last one. So yeah, Piemaster is really just fishing for hook right now. They're just playing around his whip CD. They don't want to really all in until they get that whip off. And they also don't want to go into ISO traps. One thing I'd like to see them do is actually just grab console, because again, the final zone's going to be over the bridge. If they have to walk over the bridge, you'll have the advantage, right? Both teams are... I don't know if they've quite realized yet. I mean, Lenny has finally seen he's been in very good position, right? They can't really walk past him. ISO trap.
Oh!
Ease towards the bridge. Nice. Wall stun onto tier 98, but the whip skill hits onto Esther. Still 50% HP though. Tier 98 hits a no drink ult onto Esther, but oh my god! Piemaster might 2v1 this right now.
Oh,
They're both really low. Slaps Lenny down, and now it's just a 1v1 between Esther and Piemaster. Q hits onto Piemaster. He's really low. Whips pull the Billies. DBZ end. Oh my god! What was that?
What the?
생존자가 사망했습니다.
What just happened, man? What? I am in shambles.
My brain has exploded, man.
I have never seen that before.
Oh my god. How do you even...
What?
So what happened there was... Obviously, they tried to front to back that fight. Esther and Lenny tried to front to back that fight. Tier dropped low, so they ended up diving really deep for him. Esther dropped incredibly low in that engagement. And then you saw Piemaster was just swinging that whip around, dealing a ton of damage. Both of them drop incredibly low. Lenny goes down. He goes for the chase onto Esther. Esther heals a little bit off of some food. Piemaster whiffs the E, and then they just... kill each other.
That was crazy. The biggest thing that happened that team fight, I don't know if any of you all noticed it, but Piemaster actually hit the D skill onto the ISOL in combat. He kind of threaded the needle, hit the D skill onto ISOL, and that's really let them kill the ISOL, because he was CC'd because he hit it so close. He was CC'd for quite a while actually, and they got to land most of their damage. Even though Dylan didn't really, he hit like the 2-hit ultimate, the non-drink ultimate, I don't really know what you call it, onto Lenny as well, so it really didn't do any damage. Just because he hit that whip skill, they brought Esther so low that Piemaster actually just got the 2v1 at the end, which is crazy.
So I can confirm to you, based on the endgame scoreboard, it lists Piemaster and Tier 98 as being in first place. Does that mean that Esther dropped first? You'd probably have to go check the replay and check it in slow motion. But either way, both of these teams played insanely well. Piemaster and Tier 98, first place, 7 kills. Lenny and Esther, second place, 7 kills. Both of these teams got 7 kills to their names. Insane games. I would be shocked if Esther and Lenny didn't qualify off of that game alone. Third place, yeah. Sana and Aethers with 0 kills, but it doesn't matter. The third place placement ensures that they got those points. Holy cow. You can't prepare for a situation like that.
I do not believe what I just saw, honestly. I don't know if we're ever even going to see that happen again in my... I don't know if I'm going to see that happen again in my life, man. That is,
no.
That was crazy. That's all I can say. It was crazy, crazy, crazy.
I'm sorry for, like, screaming.
Same.
My mental just boomed in that moment. Words were not forming at that point. I was just like... Oh my god, yeah. What an insane final fight, dude. That was insane. That was absolutely crazy.
When I think about it, I think what happened was that Esther actually died, and then what happened was the mine was just about to explode before he died. So I think what happened is like I think he auto-attacked. I think Piemaster auto-attacked that finished ISOL, but like right after the auto attack hit, he exploded from the ISOL bomb and died. I think that's probably what happened, if I'm guessing.
So one more interesting thing that I'm seeing now, there's a screenshot from, I believe, Esther that shows both teams in first place. I don't even know what to do at this point. I'm inclined to give take the placement of first and second, deem them both first place in that round, take the placement from first and second, add it up and divide it in 2 and give it equal parts to both players. Because if we're seeing the game screenshot shows that both of them got first, whereas another screenshot shows that one team got first. That's too inconsistent for me to really judge.
Yeah, and I mean, I would definitely agree with that statement. From what it looked like, both teams honestly deserved first and second place.
For sure.
There.
Yeah, I'm okay with adding it up and splitting it between them. I know our scoreboard can't. I don't know if our scoreboard can even do that because we have a sort of an automated system. So we'll have to check. And it is incredibly important because that is the difference between Esther and Lenny making it into the semifinals or not over Choi Choi and ISQ. We've seen. I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, and my mods are showing me. Here's a version where they got the first. Here's the version where they got the second. It's the difference. That's either fourth or third place for them. So it's never been more important than it is right now. This is not something we were prepared for. This is not something that we ever expected to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if I was running a tournament, I would not have thought this was even possible either. This would not cross my mind that they could kill each other at the very, very end on the same frame and both get first on their screens. That is so crazy.
So Piemaster has sent me a screenshot that shows just his team in first place. Hang on, I can see it. Let me post my screenshot. We've got to deal with this. Like, this is going to be an issue. Give us a second. This is unprecedented. My perspective. Did you see your perspective? Because you were spectating also.
Yes. On my perspective, it shows Piemaster and tier 98 in first. I'll send a screenshot to you.
Yeah, also put it in that channel.
Yeah.
So we have 3 different screenshots all showing Piemaster team in first, Esther team in second. But we're seeing a screenshot from, I believe, Esther's side showing both teams in first.
This might even be something weird with like client side ping issue. Maybe it was which client got sent to the server first that they won. Could you imagine that?
Yeah, and that's why I'm
crazy.
That's why I'm very uncomfortable just saying, yeah, Pi takes it. Especially since this is the difference between a team qualifying and not qualifying.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a thinking situation.
We're gonna go to a break and work this out. We'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We've sort of settled the confusion of all that. Before we get into that, though, it's crazy. I just want to say, the results of anything are going to be hard to establish. We have observed it frame by frame to figure out who gets the kill credit. We've been trying to just sort of break this down piece by piece to see who ends up getting credit, and there's some things we have to talk about, which is really the difference between Esther and Lenny getting first place or tying for first place versus not getting first place or tying for first place is actually the difference between them qualifying or not. That's the difference between third place and fourth place. So it's a tough decision to sort of rule on something like this, because we really don't have there's no precedent for this. We have no established rules for this. We kind of have to go by our best judgment. We've established all the evidence so far, and currently what we have to work with is we have several screenshots both from spectator mode as well as from players' perspectives showing Pie Master and Tyr taking first place while Esther and Lenny take second place. We have a screenshot from Esther and Lenny showing them in first place as well, both teams in first place. And we have observed frame by frame to see when players die and see who dies and when. So we're going to go over to the scoreboard, and on the screen we're going to be showing you, this is the frame, exact frame, where you see that Esther dies before Pie Master. It says it in chat, and it shows it clearly on the screen. We're going to make it a little bit bigger just so you can see what we're talking about. So right there, you see that. Oh, it doesn't say it in chat on that screenshot, but on the full screenshot it does. You see right there, Pie Master, he gets the kill onto Esther before Esther gets the kill onto him. So to our best judgment, based on the number of screenshots, both spectator mode and at least one competitor showing, there are at least several competitors showing that Pie Master's team was the only team that got first place, and only Esther's side of things showing that both of them got first place. We ended up ruling that Pie Master and Tier 98, they got first place in that round, and that Esther and Lenny got second place, which unfortunately means that they did not end up qualifying. So, Gunnar, let's run through the scores. The final scores of this heartbreaking group, Group I.
All right. Well, in first place, you know them, you love them, Eighth and Sana at 89 points. And then actually a very, very close second, Pie Master and Tier 98 at 85 points. They're actually only 4 points apart. And then the heartbreaker in third place and fourth place, the 3-point differential, Chechwe and Aizkyo at 45 points and Esther and Lenny at 42 points. So Chechwe and Aizkyo will be advancing in third place over Esther and Lenny. And then in fifth place, we have Phrasello and Shark 3143, 36 points. Sixth place, we have Grift and Devious Chameleus at 29 points. Seventh place, last time we'll be able to say it, Vin D's Nuts and Meow Den at 20 points. Eighth place, Yandeloid and Cowstick at 13 points. And ninth place, Chi and Zeus at 7 points.
And that's going to conclude it for Group I. That is... I can't believe it. I'm never going to have to deal with a situation like that ever again in my life. That is an absolutely insane situation to have to deal with. But man, all of those players played extremely well, and we can't say it enough. Everybody in the chat, I want everybody in the Eternal Return community to give Esther and Lenny your love. They played such a good final game there, and it was so close. It came down to a single frame difference between them qualifying and them not. It's a heartbreaker, but also, look, shouts out to Choi and Aizkyo. They played an insane game. Their game 2 was absolutely nuts. That solo Yuki, they really did deserve to make it into them, or make it into the semifinals, so show them some love as well. All of these players played super well, and they all deserve they all deserve to qualify. I mean, honestly, screw it. Let's just put Esther and Lenny in. No, we can't do that. But, that's going to be it for Group I. We do have the scores for Group H and Group G. So we're going to go over that right now. We're going to start with Group G. So, in first place for Group G, I just want to clarify that in first place we have Cure GG and Michael Udall. Michael Udall was the person who ran and hosted the 30K tournament earlier today. Did a fantastic job there. Loved the tournament. Shouts out to those guys. They did fantastic today too as well, getting 85 points first place. In second place, we had Elars and Mitz Cooney. I want to give a shout out to Alars. Alars is one of our longest running tournament moderators who's been helping the ERCL behind the scenes for a very long time. So congratulations, Alars, for qualifying. Everyone here at the Mon team is cheering you on. Congratulations. In third place, we had Serenade and Liffy, also qualifying with 46 points. Very nicely done for Serenade and Liffy. That's going to be it for Group G qualifiers. Out of Group H, we have in first place. Do you want to run us through this one, Gunnar?
Sure. In first place, you know, you love him, Misroy, of course, making out, and Tony at 123 points, guys.
Oh my god.
123 points.
What even happened?
What second place has? Well, it's Call Me Daddy 69 and Careless at 49 points. They have triple the points of the second place team. That is insane. And then in third place, Occupant Space and Shubi Senpai at 41 place, and then another heartbreaker at 40 points. In fourth place, actually, Lunari and Nozomi Love Live at 40 points. There was a 1 point differential based on who would make it. Oh no, that is such a heartbreaker.
Man. Dude, this tournament has been nothing but heartbreakers so far. So many close scores between all of these teams. Man, the ERCL does not fail to deliver on just insane games, insane storylines. Everything that has happened today has been absolutely wild, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing all of these players competing in the semifinals. But guys, that is pretty much it for us here today in the qualifiers. That is the conclusion. It's a crazy conclusion, but that is the conclusion of our final group. I know it lasted a long time. It kind of ran a little bit long, but that's okay. We had a lot of things we had to go over, and man, I'm still speechless after that last game. But
yeah,
really,
that was so wild. Just want to give one shout out to my actual literal brother in real life, Mitsukuni. Good job
wait,
making it out.
is that seriously your brother in real life?
Yeah, he's my brother.
Oh shoot, no way, man. That's actually so sick.
Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
it's pretty sick. He got to carry on the torch when I got banned.
that's honestly so cool. Yo, that's awesome. Yo, shout out Mitsukuni. But yeah, that's gonna be it for here, or for us here at the ERCL qualifier event. Thank you all for stopping by, for showing up and checking us out. The semifinals. If you thought today was crazy, if you thought the action was non-stop crazy action from start to finish, the semifinals are gonna be that on steroids. It's gonna be that like jacked up to 11. It's gonna be so much more crazy as we have all of the qualifying groups from all of these groups gonna be meeting up in 3 separate groups and fighting it out for those final 18 positions, or sorry, those final 9 positions in the finals that are gonna be taking place next week. But the semifinals is tomorrow, Sunday, at 4 p.m. PST right here on this channel. So if you already are here, that means you already know how to get here, and you can be here for the semifinals as well. But that's going to be it for us here today. So thank you all for joining us. I want to give a huge shout out to Gunner for sort of last second showing up and casting. Gunner, do you want to plug yourself?
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/gunner62. I'd really love to thank Scaz for hosting this tournament. It's been a pleasure to watch, pleasure to cast, and yeah, I mean, love you guys. See you all in the community online.
Well, thank you so much for joining, man. I really, honestly, I had a great time having you on here. I'd love to have you cast again sometime if you're interested.
Yeah,
So,
I would totally love to cast again. This is so much fun, man. Who wants to play when you can cast?
That's what I've been
That's
saying.
why I got
man.
banned, man.
Dude,
That's why I got banned. See, this was Giga Brain.
This
You
was
get
the-
banned so you can cast.
This is 5-head, man. So yeah,
Take
like
notes.
I've been saying forever, I love casting because it's no stress. Okay, there's still a lot of stress because it's set up the stream, but there's no stress aside from like you have to perform your games well. But in any case, guys, that's it for me. I want to give another huge shout out to all of our tournament moderators who've been doing a ton of work behind the scenes. There's more than I even have the ability to shout out, but seriously, shout out to all of our tournament moderators. You guys are wonderful. You've been doing so much, dealing with rules disputes, dealing with player management, setting up the games, making sure everything is running on time. You guys are wonderful, and everyone in the community, please give them some love. If you see them in the ERCL Discord, if you happen to catch one of them over in like Gen Chat or just in game, show them some love. They're wonderful. We couldn't have these events without such wonderful tournament staff. I want to give another massive shout out to Alteris over on my left, who's been doing fantastic work behind the scenes. The stream would not. I give him a high five. There. Oh, hi. These are bad high fives. But yeah, when oh, did I just break your finger? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. But the stream would not exist without Alteris. Literally impossible without all of their help. So thank you, Alteris. We love you so much. And that's gonna be it for us. And I guess, yo, thanks for being here, guys. That's it for the ERCL qualifiers. We got duos action tomorrow. Stop by. That's gonna be it. I'll catch you guys later. Take it easy.